Dude, I'm sorry. I'm watching this. I'm watching this fucking video. I'll be done in a second. Fuck, I miss the old Chappelle show.
It's a good game.
I wish I could say the same for you and your crew of flunkies.
I'm sorry.
Do you guys want some grapes?
I mean, you know, there's some great storytellers in the world that we live in today, man.
Bitches.
Can make up that.
Okay.
No, I want to bring Mark on too, because the new thing you're doing with the pharmacy and the drugs,
Cost plus
that's
drugs.
interesting. How does that work where you're getting like the drug prices lower?
So, you know, everybody knows somebody who's just been messed up because of pricing the drugs, right? And in this day and age, to have to choose between your rent or your food or an emergency or your medication, that's just wrong. And so, you know, when you look at what I like to do as a business guy, as an entrepreneur, is look for industries you can disrupt. Right. And when you see something that's been done the same way all the time, that's usually a good signal, time to take a look. And when you look at the pharmaceutical industry, there's these things called pharmacy benefit managers that just act as middlemen and just squeeze a little bit from everybody so that, and as a result, prices go up for medications and, you know, even stuff that should be low cost isn't. And so what we said was, okay, could we create a
Wow, Talix, thanks for the tier 4 sub, dude.
a drug, I don't want to call it a drug store, but can we create a platform where we could sell starting generics and then brand name drugs cheaper than everybody else? And if we do this outside of the traditional system, of the existing system, can we be profitable and can we grow this thing so that we literally can change the game for medications? And that's what we did with costplusdrugs.com. So we buy, rather than going through these pharmacy benefit managers, we buy straight from the manufacturer. We post the price that we pay for it right on costplusdrugs.com, mark it up 15%, add $3 for shipping and handling, $5 for shipping for $3 for pharmacy handling, and $5 for shipping and handling.
So the main hit is transparency.
100%. Yeah, because you don't know, like if you look at the price of insulin or something, you have no idea why it costs what it costs.
Yeah, because I know that it could be a lot cheaper.
There's a lot of things that can be a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
I mean, there's drugs, like there's a chemotherapy drug, Imonitab, I think it's pronounced. And if you don't have insurance and your doctor just prescribes it, and that's for someone who has leukemia, it could be as high as $2,700. We sell it for $54.
What?
You know,
It's that big of a price difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane, right? And look, when you're sick, you find out you have leukemia, you go to the hospital, you go to the doctor. I mean, you're not in a good spot as it is, and they say, okay, you know, here's what you need.
You pretty much
pay
this or die.
How can
Yeah.
they? How can they
that's
mark
what
it up
is.
that much?
Pay this
Why
or
can't
die.
you? Yeah.
Control, right? Does Big Pharma have like a lot of control over?
Yeah, I mean, it's not
over
even the
stuff in
manufacturers; it's all these middlemen that just take their vig, take their vig, take their vig, right?
There's got to be another explanation. I wish that should be my project. Figure out, why does medication cost so much? It can't just be there's random middlemen that jack up the price. It doesn't make any sense, right? That can't be the case. There must be some service or value that they're adding somewhere along the lines. Otherwise, like let's say there's a drug that was selling for $2,700 because of all these middlemen, but they can sell it for $60. Why wouldn't a store just buy direct from the manufacturer and sell it for like $200? The markup is still fucking huge. The margins are insane. They're selling the drug cheaper than everybody else. It just doesn't make any sense. There's got to be something that is being missed here.
Then the next thing you know, unless you are, have great insurance, not just good insurance, great insurance, you're paying a shitload of money for it, and there's nobody to stop them. That's why we
you're
got
in there.
in the game. That's why we're
How
here.
pissed
It's
are
like
they at you?
borderline criminal that they could like.
It
do
is.
that.
It
So,
really,
like,
really is.
Are they
And
pissed off at you?
Yeah, fuck yeah, they are. Right?
Did that guy sound like me? Am I crazy?
Are they
like
at you?
borderline criminal that they could like.
It
do
is.
that.
It
So,
really,
like,
really is.
Are they
And
pissed off at you?
Yeah,
Are they pissed off at you? Sorry, that was weird.
fuck yeah, they are. Right? Our partners and stuff, they're already telling them, they can't stop them per se, but they can, they all have contracts. And it's like, this is the way we're enforcing the contracts. And so we might not be able to deal with this one company or manufacturer today, but the minute that contract's over, they'll come and work with us.
Do you think that you doing this will make other people, other companies start to like follow suit and
Well,
start to
there's-
change their models?
Yeah, there's two parts to that, right? Why doesn't someone else do what we do?
Exactly.
Yeah, and in the past they have tried, but what ends up happening is those big pharma companies just buy them. It's like you guys know as an
Yeah.
entrepreneur, right? If someone walks in and says 200 million, deal, they're going, yep, we'll take it, and
And
that's
then they
how
just
you
control it how
yeah,
they want
then
to
they
control
So
just
that's
control
happened
it.
in the past.
Yeah.
Really?
But my next dollar is not going
Did
to
you
change
see
my
the
life. I
Vouch
get all-
clip where he advocated overturning judicial review of establishing supreme jury duty and having randos review Constitution?
All right, I shouldn't laugh at that. Sorry. That seems a little wild, though.
a lot more enjoyment just fucking them up.
It's
right?
different.
Yeah, it's totally different. And so I've been through that side. And so that's on one side of it. So that's why people haven't done it before. And in terms of can someone else now come in and do it who feels the same way? Yeah, they could. But that's not a bad thing. I might not make money off of it, but at the same time, if going forward, everybody gets their medications at a price they can afford. And, you don't have
No, you're
people
actually
dying,
making change.
changing the game. Yeah.
Can the need of a medication affect the price for it? Kind of. I've never actually seen a formal supply and demand curve. I wish I could have taken an econ class. Okay. How does this work? I think it's something like so this is like the supply of a good. No, wait. This is the demand of a good, and this is the supply of a good at a given price. So at this price down here, not many people want to make it because it's very cheap, but the demand would be very high. A lot of people would buy Coke at like 20 cents, right? The demand would be insane for it. As you shift along this curve, as the price increases, suppliers are more willing to produce something, and consumers are less willing to pay for something, until eventually, I think you hit this thing here, which is is this called equilibrium price? Is that right? Yeah. So in a normal market, I guess this is how essentially this works. But the an issue you run into is, am I asking or explaining? Both. The issue you run into with medication is as you move right, price increases, right? Yes. The issue you run into with things like medication is you have something called an inelastic demand. Inelastic demand means that this price curve, the demand side, doesn't really change. It doesn't really change based on the price of the good. So for instance, if you need insulin or water, your demand is going to be pretty high. It's not going to change. Whether your insulin is expensive or cheap, whether water is expensive or cheap, there's always going to be a really, really, really high demand for it, right? Now, inelastic demand doesn't necessarily break things, but it's just something to keep in mind, right? Okay, so if you have an inelastic demand curve, suppliers can produce things at really, really high prices way over here because you'll pay for it because fuck it, you need it or you'll die. But the thing that makes the medication thing weird, so people always bring that up. They'll say, oh, well, medication is inelastic. Therefore, people will, because it's an inelastic demand, people will rip you off like crazy. But if this is a generic drug that every retailer has access to buy and sell, then even if you have a relatively inelastic demand, there's probably another curve for like how much it costs to produce like a given good or service. It doesn't make sense that a company could just sell it for up here because people would sell it for here or here or here all the way down to here, right? Because if I see that somebody, so in the case of that drug you mentioned, somebody's selling the drug for $3,000 a pop, but it only costs $50 to order. Well, fuck, if they're going to sell it for $3,000 a pop, I'll sell it for $2,000 a pop. I'm still ripping off the consumer, but like, damn, I can make a lot of money. And then someone else should see, like, okay, well, hold on. I'll sell this for like $1,000 a pop until eventually you'll hit this price. I guess your kind of new equilibrium or whatever, where the profit margin is matching roughly what you would expect in a free market, capital-driven economy. So that's why I don't understand. Just because you have inelastic demand on medications, as long as you have more than one supplier that's able to compete in that market, the price should come down theoretically, unless you have people that are colluding with each other to maintain a high price, which doesn't make sense if Mark was so easily able to just set up another company and buy and sell these drugs direct from the manufacturer. So that's why I feel like there's got to be something else for the explanation for why certain drugs cost a lot. I just don't know the answer, but I imagine there has to be something else. I'm missing something. What if it's a very specific drug with a patent on it, so only one company can make it? Well, then how's Mark Cuban selling it? Shkreli did a good write-up here. Random Scrub 2 has been mad angry at you. Over what? Can we watch this video and support Cherry in defending you? Destiny, easy. Mark is a fucking billionaire. What do you mean? How much money is he, how much money did he invest in starting this business up? What do you mean? Mark's company is only in generics business, which is 5% of the market? Sure. For example, none of the drugs on the front page actually sell for the retail price, he says, for the name brand. Oh, this could be a tricky thing too. Oh, that could be a cute little game he's playing. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't know. So we have a drug here called albendazole. Albendazole, maybe. He's selling so he's selling a generic version of a drug called Albenza, which I guess is called albendazole. Albendazole. Now he's listing the retail price of the primary drug. I don't know what the actual name is but then he's listing his price for the generic. So he's not comparing one to one here. I wonder if I go to a pharmacy, if I could just buy the generic for roughly the equivalent price that he's selling it for. Because the comparison here is a little bit tricky. Huh. I don't know. I see. Yeah. Oh, so now I'm curious if he is saving any money at all to patients, or if it's just for people that are too dumb to. Okay, so let's say we'll do acid reflux, common thing. Okay. Oh, wait, these look complicated. We'll say infection. So, Zovirax. Wait, well, which drug is this? Is this acyclovir or is it Zovirax? Oh, this is acyclovir. So he's comparing the what's the name for the not generic? Do you call it the primary drug or the initial drug or? Oh, the brand name drug. Okay. So the brand drug, he's saying sells for $25.80. And then they're listing their price is $6.60. And they're saying that you saved $19.20. But you're not really saving $19.20 here. That's a little bit disingenuous. He's comparing the brand name retail price to the generic retail price. It looks like if I search on this website, I've never used this before, people just link this in chat, but it looks like if I look on this website and I look at some of the costs, well, I actually see pretty comparable stuff. They're selling it for $6.60. I see that Walmart looks like it sells this for $2.36. Costco sells it for $5.49. Winn-Dixie for $1. I don't know if this is like the same amount of pills or if they like dose it differently or what. So that I could have to compare that, right? Maybe I'm not doing a one-to-one here. I'm not sure. But it looks like on a site, he's comparing the savings of paying for the brand name drug versus the generic version that they have. Does the brand name have any difference in ingredients, such how it works? My understanding as a non-medical person at all is that generally a generic should do more or less what you need, that they have like the same active ingredients or whatever as the brand name drug. But that might vary depending on what exactly you're talking about, so be careful. Wait, ignore the green numbers. That's like a one-time offer thing. Okay, what about like these things then? This says $6, $4.80, $4.80, $11.70. Sure, because these are saying one-time offers, so maybe these are like... Benzonatate? Benzonatate? I don't know how to pronounce this fucking shit. So they sell this for $6.60, but they're comparing the savings to the brand name drug. That's a little bit, I think that's a little bit disingenuous. Actually, I think that's mega disingenuous, but I don't know. Maybe the dosing is different. No. Even without knowing the dosing, this is a little disingenuous with how they market that, but whatever. There are definitely viewers already using the site, so it's a question about generic setup. You can find someone easy, sure. Yeah, I guess it's cool if you can have like all the drugs in one place and you can order it and everything, but Vosh fucks up the analogy during religion debate. Wait, what? Hold on.
If it's bad.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. Like that's a position that you're coming from admittedly ignorance at that point.
No, it's like I'm against being stabbed, but I'm not familiar with every type of knife ever made.
Yeah, and I think that's disanalogous because we've been talking about, like, there are productive usages of knives and there are toxic usages of knives, among them stabbing. Okay, and religion is going to be one tool that people use in order to explore the world in themselves, and there are toxic ways of using it. I think that if you're going to build the analogy, it should not be with the action, but with the tool.
I agree that the analogy is not completely analogous, but I stand by the sentiment of the analogy, which is that I feel though my lack of education on the specifics of religion is not related to my broader philosophical issues against it. There's nothing I could learn about religion that would change my mind on this. It's disconnected from that.
Wait, why? You can't say that. Wait, what do you mean? Wow, thanks, Andreas.
It's a completely separate issue. I just dislike superstition or whatever you want, religious thinking, unjustified metaphysical.
Hold on. Destiny, cost is high and competition low because of startup costs.
First time watching stream. Two topics I've never heard your take on. Homelessness and the education system. Not free college BS.
Well, we shouldn't have homeless people in the United States, and nobody should be refused to go to college because they don't have the money for it, so... cost is high and competition low because the startup costs $10 million for a basic small plant, up to $40 million for good size. Wait, Cuban's website is just a, what would you call it? Like a front end retailer? They're not manufacturing anything. They're just buying and selling.
Presuppositions, anything like anything like that. But that's the realm of philosophy. Religion is just one way in which people do that.
I think you dismissed philosophy like way too quickly, and I think because philosophy is how you combat these problems, and this is.
Your demand line was wrong. It would be straight up and down for inelastic because demanded all prices at a certain quantity demanded. Flat, horizontal is elastic. Oh, maybe. Oh, because that's your price axis. Yeah, maybe.
Yo, man.
Good one. His first plan was to manufacture, but it's less profitable than just collecting data on people. Yeah, if he was manufacturing drugs, we'd be talking about a way different story. But it sounds like he's just he's just like a retailer or whatever the fuck.
This is what I've been arguing for since the beginning of this conversation. That if you're going to, ethics is a subset of philosophy as well. So is religion. So is science, and so on. Philosophy is a grand, ever-touching thing. I saw a funny meme with respect
What's
to
the problem with generic drugs? Nothing. I think generic drugs are good. They're fine. They're really cheap. And they do everything the FDA should approve them to do, basically everything. They have the same active ingredients as the brand name.
So it was like a woman walking like 30 dogs, and the woman was philosophy, and then all the dogs were like biologies.
I agree. I have a great respect for philosophy. I'm not one of those like scientists.
I feel like when you say that's philosophy, though, it's the sign that you're starting to dismiss it and then move on into another part of the narrative.
My beliefs are rooted in philosophy.
Be doing.
They're rooted in an anti-metaphysical position.
What does that mean? Oh, he's using metaphysical to mean supernatural. But saying supernatural makes you sound dumb, so you say metaphysical. Okay. Because you can't be like anti-metaphysics, right? It's like...
Right, but it's not about the specifics of religion. Like any specific I could learn about religion wouldn't, even if all throughout human history religion had done nothing but good for the world, I would still hold this position. Though, admittedly, that would be a very different.
That would be
world.
Anti-empirical.
Well, no, it wouldn't. No. Okay, wait.
Yes,
okay,
it would.
no, it wouldn't. No, you still don't understand.
There's no examples of this whatsoever, but I'm still going to be holding myself against
it. We're talking about it's process oriented, not outcome oriented. Okay,
right, but that's not empiricism. When I say that it's anti-empirical, it's like there are no examples of this, but I'm still going to hold that it's bad without examples. That is anti-empirical.
Well, no,
that's what I'm saying.
Philosophical, which is my concern. It's philosophical. The empirics support me in the real world because religious groups tend to do bad things, but it doesn't have to. It's like this. Would you rather like a person be your friend because they got a vision from God saying that you should spend time together, or a person be your friend because they enjoy spending time with you?
Honestly, I think the former is a little creepy sometimes.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I actually hold in very low regard people who have religious justifications for not doing bad things. Now, Christians do this the most.
Bro, this is like some 2010 R atheism shit. Jesus. Okay, I'm good on this. Okay. Wait, what? Jesus! C5n7Ou8r has been slowly crawling back. True. I have a body fat of 19 to 20%. I'm 183 centimeters tall, 84 kilograms of weight. Should I bulk or cut? So many contradicting information. I have no idea, my dude. 183 cm. That's over 6 feet tall, right? A little over 6 feet tall. You're 6 feet tall and you weigh 185 pounds. Just work out. You probably don't have to worry about bulking or cutting if you're just starting, right? You're probably a little on the, would you say a little on the light side? Or like probably like medium light? Just pick stuff up and put it back down again.
Who wants some? Let's do this.
Oh wait, oh I didn't make a prediction, I'm sorry.
Stream has been busting lately for real. For real. Keep up the good work, big guy.
Thanks.
Watching stream right now while getting a perm.
Good job,
FBI can't ruin this vibe. Fuck the pigs. A cab, no cab.
Try to get on a debate with this female red pill creator whose channel has been blowing up lately. Her YouTube is called Just Pearly Things. I mean, if she wants to. Fuck, who joined?
Hello.
Oh, did you just wake up?
No, sorry. I just had to clear my throat.
Okay, well, do that next time before talking, okay?
Sure. That sounds good. I've heard that like the like rusty kind of like deep voice is has max sex appeal.
Max sex appeal. So you're in here for 30 seconds. You're already bringing up Mr. Girl. Do you want me to just drag him in? Do you guys want to have another fight or?
I always want to have another fight with Max.
Nice. Okay. Can you do me a quick favor? Can you turn your mic down a smidge? And by a smidge, I mean like 3 or 4 smidges, but not like a ton, just like a few smidges.
I will try. Is it better at all?
It didn't budge. Are you using the right microphone?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am. Okay, how's that?
Acceptable. That's good.
Do you want it lower?
No, this is
at
good.
83. Okay. There we go. Hey, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I woke up a bit ago. I was really excited last night because I was like, I'm going to get a full 8 hours of sleep and feel great about myself. And then they did fire alarm testing this morning for about an hour, so.
Oh. How many hours do you usually get of sleep?
It's been fucked for like 2 years. I don't know why, but I have no problem going to sleep. I can go to sleep almost instantly when I lay down, but I wake up and then I'm wired after like 2 hours, or I'm sorry, after 6 hours. So I will like reliably, like if I go to sleep at 2 a.m., I'll wake up at 8 a.m. Like I'll just be up and I'll be wired. I try to make myself go back to sleep, but I should be getting probably like anywhere from like 7 to 9 hours of sleep a night, I think, because I'm doing a lot of gym stuff. But just for some reason when I wake up, I'm just like, yeah, it's so fucking annoying. It started happening to me like 2 years ago. It had never been a problem, but.
Oh, is it like, do you think it's like the like classic boomer aging thing?
I don't know. I thought about that because I always wondered growing up. I was like, I feel like my mom and dad never fucking sleep. It seems like they're always awake, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that like a thing? Why?
Well,
hold on. This started happening when I was like 31, 32. Okay, it's not like I'm fucking in my 60s and then all of a sudden.
Maybe all of the like unprocessed stress is aging your brain extra speedy.
No, that's not it. I don't have a lot of stress. Okay, I'm a pretty stress-free person in general. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, definitely like as you get really old, you don't need as much sleep, but it's way older than like 30.
Yeah, like when you hit like your 50s and 60s maybe or some shit. But.
Yeah, and it only drops still to like 6 or 7 hours. Like it's not like you just don't need sleep. Interesting. It happened 2 years ago. Is this after your like because you had like that, you did mushrooms. What drug did you do that caused you to like suddenly have like panic attacks and depression?
It was mushrooms, but I don't think it was like related to that.
Was it around the same time though that your sleep got disrupted?
Probably about a year or two later.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know.
And they're probably not related.
Fucking annoying. I think I need to take the. I keep saying this, but I haven't done. I need to take that sleep hygiene stuff way more seriously. I think. Like remove my phone and everything from the bedroom and stuff. Because if I wake up and check my phone, then shit is over.
Then you're up, yeah. Is Dan still joining us?
No, he just messaged me and said he's got shit to do, so fuck him.
Okay. Sounds good. How are we doing this? You do the call-ins more often. So how do you organize this?
I'll probably just tell subs to join the rooms, and then they can come in and ask relationship questions, and then we can go from there. Wait, are you streaming?
No, I want to.
I'm sorry, hold on. I don't speak fucking whatever that language is. I don't know what that means. Let me try one more time. Are you streaming?
I am streaming.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Jesus Christ.
You're welcome. You know, I can tell your age is showing. You don't speak the gen.
Are you okay? Oh, that's cute. Dan's not here, and now you're just... Jesus, you must have hit your head hard in the gym, I see. Oh my God. Speech centers are fucked. You might be having a stroke right now.
That's true.
What?
You should probably stop insulting me and call the ambulance or something.
No, I'll insult you into the grave.
This is cold hard. This is going to blow up your career. Stephen Bennell mocks woman as she has stroke live on camera.
That's based. Okay. Wait, are you like in a new room or something?
No, does my mic sound like vastly different?
No. Oh, somebody linked me. I'm sorry. This is the chain of questions that led us here. Somebody linked me a picture of your thing, and your camera is tilted at like a Dutch angle kind of thing, which I thought was interesting. And I opened your stream, and it seems like the camera quality is significantly different. So I was just curious.
The camera... Oh, weird. What picture did they link you?
Well, I don't know. A picture of your stream.
And my camera quality looks significantly
Well, now I
different?
open your YouTube stream, and your camera quality looks significantly different. The colors are like super blown the fuck out, and... It doesn't normally look there. Her camera normally looks pretty good, right? Hold on, am I crazy? 1 second. Did you just move your shit, or is all this stuff the same as it always has been?
Yeah, nothing's different.
Oh, maybe your
The
camera...
only difference is sometimes when I go on Discord, I have to use my shitty camera, because this camera's just a nightmare for me sometimes.
Can you show me... I'm just curious. Can you show me the shitty camera?
Yeah, I'll go on Discord with it. This is the shitty camera. And then this one on my stream is the high quality camera.
Oh, wait, Jesus. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. Can you show the shitty camera on your stream for a second? Can you swap them out really quickly?
On my stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second. I think I've deleted it as a source, so... Okay. All right. Make it just really trippy. Oh man, the camera quality is so poor. Okay, there you go.
Okay,
I don't know what the delay is.
Yeah, that's fine.
But here we go.
Oh, that's so interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
shut that off and show me the camera on Discord again. Okay, hold on, let me show my chat what I'm talking about real quick.
Okay, let me just pull up your stream. That might be helpful.
The camera quality on your the color quality on Discord is much higher.
Really?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Or I just might have a dog shit eye for everything. I'm not sure. 1 second. Because what it looks like is it feels like the no, wait. Oh my God. Is it my monitor?
Wait, because the one you've pulled up is my stream itself, it looks like.
Yeah, I know, but now I'm looking at it on the other monitor. And now I'm wondering if this HDR monitor is doing really weird things.
Yeah, so the Discord camera has much worse color quality. If, like, at least on my monitor, when I hold the two images beside each other, this one is much, like, this shirt looks more beigey.
Okay.
Whereas in this camera, it looks more of like a chestnut.
I'm going to show you guys both of these. So here's what's I think I might be, no, I think I'm just losing it. It feels like the saturation or something on the face on her YouTube chat is way more blown out than what I'm seeing on Discord. And the camera that I'm looking at right now on Discord in the upper right quality is supposed to be significantly worse than her stream camera. Am I crazy, or the Discord? I feel like in here, even though the camera she's using for Discord is worse, this Discord picture looks better than the picture on her stream.
Yeah, the stream bitrate is probably lower.
Okay, are you looking at my stream?
Output.
It's way better on the worst camera.
Yeah, like the image is crisper, whereas the image with the
it's
camera,
fucked.
which is interesting because when I open my Streamlabs, the image that I'm getting is really, really crisp that I can see. So it means my output's still bad.
What is your okay? Do you have
That's the image quality.
Do you have any filters or anything applied on your? Nothing. There's not like a. Okay, I don't know if that's a thing. I'm trying to think of how much I want to troubleshoot this right now. Do you There
we go.
I feel like I know what the problem is. Okay, let's try this. Okay, can
hold
you?
on. My headset's. I'm not hearing you anymore.
Nice.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
Fucking loser. I'm so glad she fucking left.
Oh God,
Hello.
Mr. Snuffles. Hello.
Just like cut me out.
Okay. Can you share screen with me just so I can see your OBS thing really quickly? I feel like I think I know what the issue is. Maybe. I'm gonna take one stab at this and we'll see. Okay. All right. On OBS, where your camera is, right-click that and do. Oh God, you're using Streamlabs OBS. Why would you do this to me? Click Properties. It's okay. I'm just kidding. Wait, did something come up? I can't see the window if it did.
Okay, hold on. Let me swap then. It should be coming up. I'll just change what I'm sharing. You just get to see my screen.
Nice.
All my secrets.
Okay.
And then, there we go.
Okay. Can you scroll up here and click Configure Video? This is what we're looking at to see if something has been changed. Did you click it?
Mm-hmm.
Did something come up?
Mm-mm.
Do you control any of the video quality on another piece of software?
No, I don't. The only thing, so to get the webcam is the software, which is this system right here, which is the GoPro webcam software. I'm curious actually to see if the preview is different quality. That's what it is. Okay. Can you see this image here?
Yeah, is that better? Does it look better?
It matches exactly what my output is, which is much fuzzier.
Okay. Okay, let's try. Wait, are your freckles real or fake? I'm getting mind fucked right now.
I have mixture. In the summer, it's a mixture.
Why if you already have some real freckles, why do you draw on more fake ones?
Usually because this ring light mostly washes out my fake ones.
But then why draw them on at all?
Because I like freckles.
Do people do that? My mind is blown. I'm sorry. Okay. Now I don't know if any girl I've ever seen with freckles has real freckles or not. Okay, I'm sorry.
You can usually tell.
Okay, gotcha.
Mine change day by day.
Jesus. Okay. Final thing. Okay, exit the preview. We don't need that. On resolution or FPS type, can you click that drop down?
Nope, won't let me.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't change the. Is there any place where you can change the resolution of the camera or anything?
There's gotta be. Let me see if my. That's what what I'm wondering if there is.
There's got to be some. Oh wait, what's that? Webcam stuff. Oh wait, go back to that menu. It looked like we had options there.
There's just lens mode, so I can change it to like the fisheye or not.
Okay.
Preview, which we've seen, and then this is preferences, and then about is just like.
Oh my god. Okay, we gotta. How much did this GoPro cost?
300.
Okay, we're gonna. Wait, did you buy this just for streaming, or is this something you guys already had because you're young professionals
Yeah, it was
that
a
are
mixture
traveling
for.
the world?
It was. Well, we bought it for something else, and then when I needed to update my camera, we were like, we should just use it.
Something else, huh? Okay. Okay, we're gonna do a donation drive for a new webcam at some point. Okay.
Okay.
Because the Destiny, try turning the sharpness up in OBS. Yeah, we can't even get to that menu. It doesn't pop up. Because that's what I was wondering, because usually there's a menu like that that's going to be, let me show you this is what I was looking for when I was asking you to go to the preferences and then like the edit video options or whatever, is usually you can get a menu like this to come up where we can dig into the camera settings, because it looks like either the saturation is turned really high up or the white balance is fucked or something, because it just looks blown the fuck out. But that's okay. All right. What software is being used to...
Do you want me to just use my shit camera then?
No, you should use whatever you want. Don't worry about it. This is fine. It's okay enough for now. Okay. Fuck it. We're good. We're good on this. People, you're here for your voice and your ideas and nothing more. Okay? And your fake freckles, I guess, as long as you can see those.
Fake freckles and my armpits.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, weird. And that's what you get when you press configure video.
Wait. Hold on, I stopped looking. What do you get when you press configure video?
Nothing.
Oh, nothing. Yeah,
comes
that's
up.
the thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It should be in filters on no, it's like a GoPro. I don't know any of the fucking anything. I don't know anything. Okay. Here's like a random question. I'm sorry, real quick, because I'm kind of curious. So I've thought about doing more content related to like this, the red pill shit or like dating culture, whatever. Here's like the thing that my brain is running into though. This has to be fucking, what the fuck do you talk about after like 2 days? For people that watch like Fresh and Fit or watch any of like these red pill dudes, how can you watch them for like months and months? Like what else is there to talk about? I feel like you'd cover most of the topics in like a few days, and then like do they just like repeat themselves, or they just repeat themselves? Yeah.
They mostly repeat themselves, and then there's going to be lots of like dating stuff that they're going to cover. So they'll watch like Jubilee or Cut or things like that, and then commentate on that. What's interesting to me though is that those types never get into kind of more dating subcultures that exist, which like necessarily exist, and don't. If you're part of like a specific dating subculture and then we give you like general kind of hookup culture dating advice, it's not going to be very helpful to you.
Interesting. Okay.
Which I think is like a area that hasn't really been tapped into at all.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just curious because I'm wondering if it's just like, do they just talk about like the same shit forever or what? But I guess people like that sometimes. So.
Yeah, and then it'll be a lot of repeating of like relationship issues, and then I've never heard most red pill guys. It seems like they don't go a lot into long-term stability in relationships, which is kind of strange to me.
Yeah, they don't care about that shit. But
like I get it, but it's just like I feel like that's easy content to make, like longer-term relationship content.
Sure, maybe. Well,
but,
yeah. Well,
yeah.
If your audience is 60% virgins and they haven't even gotten laid, then long-term relationship stuff might not be interesting as it turns out. But okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, if you're a subber, join a room and come in. If you come in and you have a non-relationship question or a meme, you are getting banned from my Discord. And I don't know how long it takes Ninu to go through Discord on bans. I don't even know if she does. So you might be perma-banned. I don't care if you're a tier 7 sub. Okay, you will get banned. Do not come in and ask a dumb fucking question or meme. Even if you think it's a really funny meme, you are getting banned. Just letting you know, you might never get unbanned. I might tell Ninu to ignore your emails. I might perma-ban you from my chat. I might do other things. Okay? Let me get a Red Bull real quick and then we'll start dragging them in 1 sec.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. I wonder if like 5 of you just left the Discord lineup. Like, I had a bad question. I recognize a bunch of you guys in the waiting. And I don't recognize a bunch of you as well. Dating. I hope we get like some non-binary and some like, you know, LGBTQ people as well as like women, because I feel like in all of these dating shows and dating advice, it's like pretty focused on like men who want to date women, and it'd be kind of interesting to switch that up a little bit.
What microphone do you use?
Which a Yeti.
Oh, okay. Your mic actually sounds good.
Thanks. I've worked. That's the first time somebody's ever complimented my mic.
Wait, really? Your microphone always sounds pretty good.
Well.
Okay, never mind. I don't want to be the first one. That's weird. Your microphone's kind of shit. My bad.
Thanks. Thanks for correcting that.
Just making sure you're at the right.
I like how you still are calling me Eurodite. You should just call me like.
Did I spell your name right or wrong? Hold on.
No, you've never spelled it right.
I don't know what the fuck this stupid fucking word is. Erudite. Here.
Erudite means like scholarly and.
Who uses that word?
Me, apparently.
Erudite.
Having or showing great knowledge or learning. Oh, because you
Look,
pretend to be a
declare, I hate
fucking
the game.
psychologist or whatever when you're a psychometrician or whatever. Okay, dude.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually a witch. I don't know if you heard that. I just touch objects and then I discern truths about them.
Wow.
How about you?
Really?
Yeah.
And here all this time I thought you were just a bitch. Okay. Etnies, coming in.
No, that too.
Tier 4 sub.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Right click, ban user, and I'm ready to click the ban button. So good luck. What's your question?
All right. So, how many questions do I have available?
Just talk and we'll see how it goes. We'll feel it out.
All right. So, is it weird that I'm not interested in relationship after a bad one? Well, 2 bad ones, actually.
I wouldn't say it's weird at all.
Well, hold on.
How long has it been since the last 2?
I think I think we need like age and then like your last relationships. How old are you?
All right. So I am 22. The last relationship was 8 months ago. 9 months ago. Yeah.
How long were both of your?
The first one was a bit shorter. The second one was like the first one was maybe a couple months. The second one was like over 7 months.
What how did they end? Why were they bad? You said they were bad relationships.
So the first one was I got cheated on, so that's how that ended. And the second one, I was still like struggling with how the first one ended, so I ended that one because it just didn't feel right. I don't know.
Okay, so the second one was actually still impacted by you not getting over the first one a little bit.
I would say so, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so like not getting over relationships and kind of having them like linger is a common issue for you?
Seems like it, because the thing is, still to this day, I sometimes like, for example, feel bad for the second person I was with, because it seemed like a waste of time, really. We did have like good times together, but it didn't really, I don't know, I just wasn't there.
How quickly did you get into the second one after the first one?
Oh, literally a couple of days after.
Okay, so it was a big rebounder.
Yeah, a couple of days after, because the difference was in between the first one and the second one, the person was way different, like as a person, because with the first one, it was like they were caring and shit, but then after some time, they like lost that care, which then I started suspecting something was wrong. But the second person was really caring, like, and they knew what happened for some reason. In between me and the first relationship, so they were kind of, you know, like helping me out with that. But I don't know, I just never really managed to get my mind off the first one, because I guess it was still very, very fresh.
How did the first relationship end?
Oh, well, the first relationship ended. It was a long distance relationship.
The entire time?
Yes, the entire time.
Okay.
So I am originally from Croatia, but I live in Germany currently. So I had a girlfriend then in Croatia. And I would visit every couple of months for like a week or two when I could, you know, manage to find time from work.
Okay.
And basically, this time I visited, everything was good. Then I went back to Germany. And after like a month, it started like, you know, how can I say? You see how your partner changes their like behavior, right? It's
yeah, like you guys went from going like messaging each other every single day to being really warm and everything to not as much contact, and you feel like you're initiating more or something, or
exactly,
yeah,
exactly that. So it started being kind of dry, which I still kept going, like everything was fine, but obviously I knew something was
on their
up.
end. Was it more like they were pulling away? Okay, and you were pursuing then in the first relationship.
Yes, okay. way more.
Who ended it?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of curious
actually.
Is. Yeah, okay.
She did. So the oh god, the way the relationship ended was we planned a birthday party together because I turned like 22 a month before, and then her birthday was then. So we had a birthday party together with a lot of people of our friends who got invited, and she literally broke up with me like the day of the birthday party, so like maybe 10 hours earlier. So I was like, god damn, alright, I'm gonna get like fucked up gigahertz on the birthday party. And then yeah, that's kind of how it ended. I didn't know at the time that like she cheated on me still, because I don't know, I felt like surely wouldn't do that to me. Maybe has somebody else in mind, so she's trying to like, you know, because I was really nice to her the entire time, like every single time I was there home, we would be going out, you know, I would take her places.
What reason did she give for the breakup when she did break up with you?
She said it's because of the long distance. That's what she said. Because
do you believe her?
In a way, maybe, but it's kind of hard to believe after what happened.
Right.
Is she roughly the same age?
She's a bit younger. So I was 22 at the time. She was 19.
Okay.
So 3 years younger, yeah.
Okay. Ask what you want, Erudite. I got it all figured out in my brain now.
Got it all figured out?
I got it all figured out.
Okay, I want to ask you what are the reasons you give yourself right now as to why you don't want to date? Like when you think about it. Is it just a feeling?
The thing is, like, I don't know. I don't have after that relationship, how can I say? I don't really feel like the need to get into one again. It's so weird. Because at the time, like when I got into the first one, I was like, all right, you know, we gotta try relationships and stuff, you know. But then, yeah, it's like, I just don't get that feeling of a need to go into a relationship anymore. Like, I don't know. It's weird for me because it's obviously a new feeling I have because I didn't have it before. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have thoughts, Steven, or do you want me to?
So, here's something that I'm going to say for the first one. Okay. I would say that especially, it's more true at younger ages, I would almost always recommend that you stay away from long distance relationships, or you unlong distance them as quickly as possible, like getting into the same area or whatever. But when you're younger, obviously that's hard because people are going to school. Somebody might not want to uproot their whole life to go move somebody else, to move somewhere else. Like, so for understandable reasons, that can be difficult to do. The issue with long distance relationships is that when you're young and you don't have a lot of experience with other people, you don't have a lot of experience with self-control, when you are in an area where you're around other dateable people and your partner isn't there, at least somewhat constantly, it's so easy to just be tempted and to kind of explore other things. Like, and then that's really bad for you because I'm sure with what goes along with any time somebody cheats, you start to think a whole lot about yourself, like, well, was I not good enough, or was I, did I fuck something up or whatever? But the reality is that like a 19-year-old that's dating somebody long distance and doesn't have that person around them constantly is just going to have so many other people around them that it's going to be so hard to maintain that level of commitment. This is why like military relationships where somebody deploys often just get fucked. It's why when people are dating in high school and then one goes to college and then the other, goes to a different state, those usually get fucked. Like it's just so hard to maintain those. So that would be the first thing I would say insofar as a long distance relationship goes. I don't know if it helps to think about it at all, but like, I also wouldn't blame yourself for a long distance relationship falling apart. Again, it's for all the reasons that I just gave, it's really, really, really difficult to hold on to those unless one, you guys are much older, so you kind of have more experience, like controlling yourselves and everything, or two, you have like immediate plans to get rid of that long distance aspect of the relationship, because it's fucked. That would be insofar as the first relationship. That's what I would say. Okay, and then go for it.
Yeah, it sounds like for the second, essentially, like you didn't even really give yourself time to process it or let it go. I think a lot of times, like when relationships end, and she gave you the reason of long distance, and then how long after you broke up did you find out about the cheating?
Maybe a week after.
How did you find out? Curious about that.
We have a lot of mutuals.
Oof. Okay.
It was through mutuals with proof.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So what I could be wrong. So anything that I say, feel free to just toss out if it doesn't feel like it maps on for you. But when something like a relationship ends that you really care about, right? And you kind of described this pattern in your first where you were pursuing and she was pulling away, which in many ways means like you're kind of emotionally investing like more and more and more. And then it suddenly gets like kind of snapped and cut. The reason that you're given seems like maybe a reasonable reason, and then a week later you find out like, there's probably a bigger reason. It kind of like mind fucks you a little bit, right? Because you were like trying really hard, and it leaves you in this place of like, it's oftentimes going to break like your trust, at least in like others, and probably yourself, of like, how did I not see this? How could you have done this to me? All these kind of questions about like understanding the world are going to crop up, especially like when you're really young. You kind of fell into the second, but it sounds like in the second relationship, you hadn't gotten over the first, right? You hadn't processed it. And so the no desire to me feels actually like probably something to like look at, and you probably still need to figure out your first relationship. Like I would argue, like really like process it and reconcile it, because something's gone on that like kind of mind fucked you in the first one, and it mind fucked you enough that it ruined your second one, even though the second one lasted months longer and seemed healthier and more positive in a lot of ways. And so the lack of desire, it's hard to say. It could be like a lot of different feelings. It could just like be your own wisdom of like, probably not the best to get into a relationship. But that's kind of what I see is like when something like that happens, especially when it's your first relationship, I think it really like kind of fucks with your head, and you need to like kind of figure out something about it. You could go through like signs that you missed so that you like have some, but right now you're kind of like in this fog of relationship where you're like, I don't really know what to make sense of things. I don't really know how to predict things. And I personally wouldn't want a relationship if I was in that state.
You also probably have an issue where if you haven't solved those things or resolved those things, you're going to start seeing problems where there are none too, or you're going to start second guessing a lot of stuff that happens even in a healthy relationship. So yeah, I would say figuring that stuff out is pretty important.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened in the second one, although I mean, the thing for me was in the second one, it wasn't like I lost trust into people. I just had to, I still have to like figure out stuff for myself properly, because like that relationship, the first one I'm talking about, is like, that was not my first relationship ever. I had one before that when I was younger, but that was like a high school one that ended when I was like 18.
Sure.
So basically for me it was, I was with somebody for 2 years from 16 to 18. Then when I moved to Germany, we didn't continue pursuing it because long distance.
Are you meeting these people in like fucking Discord, or how are you meeting people long distance? I'm just curious.
Oh, because I am a Croatian citizen, so I have a home in Croatia. So I'm like three to four times a year home, like to visit family, go out,
gotcha.
and stuff. Yeah. So me being in Germany and creating this long distance, that's only, well, to my financial benefit, basically. Because I mean, the economic stability in Germany is way better. Plus, I mean, more money.
Okay.
You can get more stuff, basically. Yeah. But I definitely agree with you from now on. Like, no more long distance stuff, because the chances of it working compared to it not working are too big. in the not working way, obviously. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty simple, right? I think you have to figure out like how you feel about the first one and sort all those feelings out before you try to hop into another one, because it seems like you're carrying a lot of baggage with you from that relationship.
Yeah, for me, like last year was a bit of a crazy year, quite a lot actually. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I'm actually I have psychiatric help. Obviously, I'm going to a psychiatrist because of some other reasons too, because something else happened. But yeah, that's nothing dating related. But
wait, hold on. Can you say what it is? Okay, you kind of just dropped a big fight. What are you? What? Yeah, what the fuck is that?
All right, so it's very simple. Basically, I had a work accident where a forklift broke my leg. So yeah, then after that work accident happened, I spent in the hospital for like 3 weeks around the Christmas time. And then when I came out of the hospital, I basically then broke up with the second relationship because I had so much stress and everything. And the uncertainty of even if I'm gonna have a leg or not afterwards. And then my personal doctor told me like you should probably visit a psychiatrist, talk with him a little bit, stuff like that. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, to be honest, like the lack of desire of dating could definitely be impacted by that if it vastly contributed to the ending of the second relationship as well. Like if you're that stressed out that you can't maintain the previous relationship, why would you desire a new relationship until you like, is it resolved yet? Or
well, I've basically been for the last 8 months I've been at home the entire time. Yeah, not working because it's like the leg's still not healed, takes a long time. So yeah, definitely don't have an open fracture in your leg. It's gonna be bad for a long time.
Yeah,
like 10 months to like maybe, what did they say? They said like 10 to 20 months.
Does open fracture, does that mean like bone exposed to air?
Yes. So
Okay.
open tibia shaft fracture.
Okay, yeah, well, don't do
It's
that.
pretty bad. Yeah, definitely don't want to have that in your life.
well,
Plus the pain as well. Yeah, no,
yeah.
pain's really bad.
When you ask, because you started by asking, is it weird? Do you feel like distress over your lack of desire to date?
Kind of, yes.
Okay.
In a way, because for me, the entire time for the 4 years I was single, I was like, thinking like why am I single? What's going on? Like, is something wrong with me or something? So then when the relationship after 4 years did happen, I was like, all right, I guess everything's fine. But then, yeah, not quite, it seems.
Do you have a second question attached to this, or is there? I don't know if we fully answered your non-desire, like satisfactory. Does it feel like that's been answered, or do you have a second question attached to it?
I mean, I feel like, in a way, yes. It's like obviously it's gonna take a lot of time to get my shit together, obviously, but yeah,
Okay,
when that does happen, we'll see, I guess, afterwards. But yeah, it's a long journey. I think we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, well, hey,
Yeah,
listen.
I mean,
Or yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, feelings are feelings. Like they're not the end all be all, but sometimes they indicate things. And if you don't have a desire, that might be like, it might be protective. It might not be. It's hard to say without like more intense details that are like not probably like the time or suitable for like public space. But I don't know. I just think like explore the feelings, look at them, try to see what they're indicating, and then decide whether or not they're indicating something helpful or not.
I definitely have to seek a relationship that's close to me for the next one, for sure, because that's a way different dynamic than long distance, especially with like time concern, for sure. Because I don't know if it's normal for a long distance relationship or not, but like I've spent like 16 hours on call basically with the person. But I guess I'm just too attached to somebody when I'm with them. Maybe I should be less attached.
Hold on. 16 hours on call?
Yes. So basically, when I was at work, you could just like you have your wireless headphones, like earbuds, and you would just chat the entire time.
Wait, hold on. Well, this is getting into a different topic. I don't know if we want to go there. How much time do you normally spend when you're dating somebody? How much time do you normally spend like talking to them or chatting with them?
Depends.
Give me like a rough about, say for a weekend or whatever.
Depends if we're going out, if we're just hanging out.
No, if you're like dating, if you're going out. So like with your ex or whatever.
So if we would go out, it would probably be like.
Wait, what do you mean go out?
6, like by out I mean like either out for a meal, like a dinner.
No. I'm saying like on
out.
Discord, like for your long distance relationship, like how long are you like chatting with them a day, basically?
Oh. As I said, like up to like 14, 15, 16 hours. With just for example, on the second relationship, since like I actually cared more there than the first one, I actually spent way more time with them, and I actually fucked my sleep schedule for a long time. Like I was sleeping like 2-3 hours a day for like 3 months.
Okay, that's a lot of time.
Wow, that is a lot of time. 16 hours. You were spending so much time with them that it was like vastly impacting your sleep
Yeah,
cycle.
pretty much. Yeah, it was definitely a bad idea. Obviously, I realize that now, but at the time, it didn't seem like a bad idea at all.
Well, yeah, it sounds like pretty exhausting. Did you enjoy the whole time, or why did you commit so much time to them?
Yeah, it was definitely like enjoyable because I enjoyed spending the time with them. Because I have a sort of a problem where I have like an issue on focusing on a certain thing for some time. So for example, since I'm into gaming, I like to hop in between different games often. And because I don't know, I just lose interest, and then after a couple of months, I decide to like, I want to play that again. It's kind of similar to, I guess, relationships. When I get hooked on something, then I don't know, I just want to pursue it as much as possible. So during that time, I had no interest in gaming at all. It was just relationship. That's it. Nothing else seemed interesting. I don't know if that's weird. I guess somewhat, but yeah.
The only thing I worry about there is that time commitment that's a lot of time.
Yeah, that's way too much time for sure.
Well, it's not really.
It wasn't
related
obviously.
To any problem.
It wasn't one-sided. Obviously, it was like both of us were doing that at the same time. So
this is the reason I want to get into this is I don't think this is related to any of your issues right now, because if we were both happy or whatever, it's fine. But one thing that can happen that's a little bit scary is in an early part of a relationship, both people can be pretty obsessive. So they're both willing to push things a lot farther than they would normally. And the scary part about that is that when that obsessive feeling wears off, oftentimes it wears off on different timetables for different people, or one person isn't being obsessive and that's truly how they are normally. And what can happen is somebody enters a new relationship and they are, chatting for 8, 10, 16 hours a day, and they feel really happy and that's really good for them. The other person is like willing to do it because it's a new relationship and they're having fun. But then after some weeks or a month or whatever, they're like, okay, this is a lot. And then they start to feel like they're in a thing where the other person is being like way more I'm trying to find a nicer way to say clingy, but the other person is being way more demanding of their time than what they would normally be okay with. And that's kind of a scary situation to be in.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me, because we broke up as I was like exiting the hospital after my accident. Because I broke up with her then because she was saying that I wasn't, compared to before, giving her enough attention, because I was giving 16 hours attention and then I was giving none because I had no time. Like I was.
Oh wait, she was saying you weren't giving her enough attention?
Yeah, after I had my work accident, I was spending like most of my day in the hospital sleeping because you were receiving like pain meds the entire time. Like I was on a bunch of pain meds for a long time.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I couldn't like obviously give her the same amount of attention at the time. So yeah, she felt like I wasn't as interested anymore and stuff like that. So yeah, and I had some family issues with that too. So I was just like, let's just end this now, so it doesn't like keep going for longer than it has to.
Okay. Sounds
Yeah.
a little unhealthy, but
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds a little the main thing is like I think a lot of times we like plunge headfirst into relationships and kind of like devote everything. And then we get like everything we could ever need just from that one person, but then it's going to necessarily shift the dynamic of the relationship where now like everything you need must come from that person. And then that creates a lot of tensions, for example, when like natural life happens and that can't be provided. And so obviously this is a separate, but like, yeah, I would recommend like just giving relationships like space to breathe. It's really tempting to want to just like rush into it like really fast and really intensely right at the beginning. But there's something really fun as well about like allowing time to like allow things to grow and build, and maintaining some level of independence as well, so that when you guys come back together, there's things to talk about, that there's other areas of your life that are satisfying and fulfilling you, so that you don't require your partner to kind of satisfy and fulfill you in all of these ways.
Yeah, I mean, I had fulfillment because I was working, but obviously for the chick in the second relationship, she was in college, so yeah, for her it was different. Obviously, she had way more time because of COVID at the time, and you know, they had like 2-3 hour a day like school days. So yeah, it was basically she had way more time than me. But yeah, I still fit it into my schedule as much as I could, because that was my goal, I guess.
Yeah.
okay. Well,
yeah.
The takeaway is, yeah, go figure your shit out from 2 relationships ago, and yeah, I don't know if this is a whole other thing to touch, so I don't know.
No long distance, and figure out your shit from your first relationship.
Yeah, don't do long distance relationships, okay? Unless you're like making plans to change something soon, because fuck that shit, it's not worth the stress, in my opinion.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm considering maybe being a bisexual. I know it sounds weird, but maybe.
I don't think you can just. I don't think it works
me.
that way. I don't think you can just be a bisexual. And be
yeah,
like,
but like try it, you know. Like
no, I don't. It doesn't. I don't.
It is.
No, don't. That's not how that works.
How so?
You can't just try bisexuality. You either have the attraction or you don't. That's not a thing you can just turn on or off. Or you know what? If you want to try it, knock yourself out. But
I mean, like,
yeah, I guess like go buck wild, but that's typically not how sexuality orientations seem to work. But if you want to try it, go for it.
I don't know. I might try. We'll see.
Okay, yeah.
It seemed like a good idea. I don't know. Definitely something different than what it used to be. Just bang the bros. The bros are.
Okay.
The bros know what's up anyway.
True. Okay. Good luck, buddy.
See you guys.
Bye bye.
That dude's fucked. I don't think you should ever do long distance relationships ever.
I also don't think you should.
Or I think if you're older,
I think if you're going to, you've like, oh yeah, they're just not ideal. It's
because
always
like
the unideal situation.
Yeah, there's just like it's so much temptation, and there's no way to hold each other accountable.
Especially when you're young,
and
like when you're 19 and you just want to be held and snuggled with, and like you want physical intimacy. Like you can't have any of that.
Yeah, or if you're a guy, you see girls, like, and there's like so much opportunity. Like I feel like long distance relationships are a really bad idea for young people. If you're older and you've got some shit figured out and you can afford to be a little bit more patient, I think is okay. But yeah, otherwise it's just like I feel like it's always a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, there's just too many temptations. The only couples I've ironically seen it work out for is like really, really, really prudely like Christian couples, because it helps them like not sleep together, which is like part of the goal of their relationship. But I would argue that's not the healthiest.
Yeah, one might even
goal of a relationship, anyways. So yeah.
Cringe. So okay.
Yeah. Right. Who's next?
Answer. What do you got?
Hey yo, what's good?
Hi. Where?
Hold up, let me turn off the stream. All right. This is more for like after a relationship, because my relationship's pretty much over. So, but essentially, I'm the type of person, I think most people are, or most dudes are, that they get out of a relationship and they're like, I need to do something. I need to put all this energy into something. And before it was like short-term goals, so like Diamond in League of Legends, or want to do a fucking 8-minute mile or whatever the fuck. I don't know, whatever the fuck. But now I got out of my first real relationship, and I put myself into a goal that I want to be more fit, and I want to like be able to bench more and all this shit. And I feel like I'm kind of stuck with this goal, and I'm getting to the point where it feels like I still have like hangovers of the relationship, and normally like 3 months over, I'm done. But now we're on month 6, and I go into the gym and I'm still thinking of the person. And I'm like, damn, I'm just kind of stuck with the goal that will never end because fitness is like a lifetime journey, and I don't really know how to get out of it. I don't know if like I just say fuck the gym, I'm outie, but like.
If you thought about trying bisexuality.
Bro, that guy's my fucking boy. Like, he actually just said, fuck it, I'll just do something else. Like, I can't, I appreciate it.
Do you want to go or do you want me to go?
I just wanted to clarify, the issue. So when you get out of a relationship, you typically make like some sort of goal to kind of like put all of your like emotional frustration and stuff into something, correct?
For the most part, it's not like I'm specifically thinking about it, but yeah, it always ends up that way.
Yeah, naturally happens. And then right now you've set a goal of something, but every time you go to the gym, what are you worried that you can't move on from? Is it that you're stuck in the old relationship? Because I heard you mention her, but then you also mentioned like fitness is forever. So I'm not sure which you feel like is holding you back from moving on to the next relationship.
I feel like the goal that I set for myself was, well, this had nothing to do with the break of the relationship. The relationship is, motherfuckers. We just didn't click. It was over. But I felt like I don't want to be unfit anymore. I need to be fit. But I feel like this goal is too vague. And whenever I think about doing the things, I feel like I'm doing the goal for this person or for the next person. So it feels like it kind of like, in some way, it's kind of like a hang up. But it's not normally like this. Normally, if like I get done with the relationship, block them on everything, 3 months, I'm like living my life like normal. But now it just feels like I still think about it a lot, and they're still processing. I'm still kind of processing it. I don't know if this is just normal for like your first big relationship. I'm 26, but I had 2 relationships before this. They're both like 2 years. But now it feels like this one, I can't get over it, even though the things that I normally do before to get over something, they usually work. So.
What caused the end of the 2 relationships?
The 2 relationships before this, it was just like they're just not really real. Like the way that Sneeko talks about relationships is the way that those relationships are. It's like, well, you want to watch Netflix or some shit. Like that was literally. It was just like, I don't know what I'm doing with you other than ease of mind, and I have someone to fuck at the end of the day. That was like basically it. So those weren't destined to last. So.
Right. When you think about this relationship though, like what are you thinking about? Because if it sounds like this lame, like basically like somebody to fuck and kind of hang out with, why do you feel like you're so hung up on them?
This last relationship is different than the 2 before it. The 2 before it were the lame ones. This last one was like I connected on on like the same level with this person, like in almost everything. We liked the same things. We thought the same way. We had like the same, like it all worked. Everything clicked perfectly. And I hadn't had that up to that point. Up to that point, I was like, I don't know, maybe I just hate women or some shit. But after the relationship, I was like, holy shit, maybe I don't hate women. We were literally like clicking perfectly. So I think maybe it's like I never had that feeling before, and that's why there's so much hangups. But it was definitely different than the first 2, which I considered just lame as fuck.
Who ended it? The last meaningful one.
I would say her, but it was kind of both. It was a general unhappiness for me about things that were going on in the relationship, and a general lack of like not giving a fuck from like her side. Not that that was like a bad thing. It was just more like I don't have the mental capacity to give a fuck about this anymore. So I was like, I officially ended it, but that was more like just like cutting off the wound. You know what I mean? It was just like.
What were the general unhappiness things? I mean, you have to expand on that.
Well, we were in an open relationship, and shit was like, yeah, it was we were in an open relationship. Shit was cool, and it doesn't have to do with anything else. Like, but
well, I mean, you just brought it up immediately, so that kind of makes me wonder. But okay.
It sounds worse. It sounds worse if I don't bring it up. If I just skirt around that fact. But
okay, go.
Basically, sex between us had basically like ended. So
why?
I was still having sex with other people. I don't know.
Okay, let's ask another question.
I have some
who was generally pushing?
I have some vague ideas.
Who was generally?
Me, I was pushing. Okay. Generally, I was pushing.
Okay, you were pushing for more, but she wasn't as into it.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So that was the way it was, and I was still having sex with other people, but I would also feel like, can there be something between us? Like, what's going on? And at first, there was like some level of like, maybe from her side, she was like, maybe I'm just like something's wrong, and like, she had been swapping like birth controls and shit. So I'm like, maybe it's just, maybe it's hormones getting fucked. Like maybe you're just not into sex. She wasn't having sex with anyone else either. So I was like, maybe it's just like some shit like that. So who fucking knows? But it got to a point where I was like, okay, you need to like see someone or something, or like look, at least try and get help. You know what I mean? Because like this shit's like, it wasn't workable for me. I'm like, either try somewhere to get home or I'm fucking dipping, right? And then she saw someone. I finally got her to see a psychiatrist just by like saying like, hey, it wasn't just about the sex. Like it wasn't like, it wasn't like you need to see a psychiatrist to have sex with. It was more like there were other things going on in her life that a psychiatrist probably obviously helped. Okay. So I was like, you should see it just for in general. And she went to go see the psychiatrist, and it was like, she talked and everything went well. But I was like, hey, did you like mention, the shit? She was like, no. And then like 2 points later, I'm like, hey, have you mentioned the shit at all? Maybe like, has there been any ideas? Like, have you like come to any strategies? And I was like, no. And then at that point, I was like, okay, well, she doesn't care, then I don't care. And then we broke up. Well, I broke up with her.
Was this like the main driving conflict between the two of you? Was a lack of sex? There's nothing wrong with saying yeah. I'm just curious.
No, I'm trying to think. I would say, yeah. Towards the end, yeah, definitely. There were other things that would happen, but it was small arguments and you get over it. But at this point, like towards the end, it was like becoming all-consuming. Any fights were relating to this.
Okay, gotcha. Did she have other big things going on at the time? Because you're mentioning now that she's going to therapy for multiple appointments. You mentioned she had other problems, and now she's you're obviously therapy's not going to fix everything the first time you go. So yeah, was it something big change in her life? Death of a parent, new school, new medication, like what?
Nothing. Like everything was pretty much the same. There wasn't really anything that had changed up to that point. It was just kind of like
in her life, nothing had changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. In her life, nothing had changed.
That made you feel like she needed to see the psychiatrist. So what was that other stuff?
Oh, okay. Well, this is just like general. I don't know how much I want to go into this. It was just like mental health instability, stuff like that. Small stuff. She would have like big problems, like constantly crying day after day. Just stuff like that that weren't like directly affecting her.
Well, okay. This doesn't sound like small stuff. If you're crying every single day, this is like, these sound like big problems. This is not normal behavior, right?
Okay, I don't know how to. It isn't normal behavior. It isn't normal behavior, but I don't know how to say it other than it's normal for her. Like I'd never seen anyone do this in my life. Like they would just like get home, cry for 30 minutes, and then they'd just be good. I'm like, bro, I don't even. And she's like, no, this is just my life. And like,
was she on any type of medication for like SSRIs or antipsychotics or anything like that? Nothing at all?
She never tried any medication up to this point.
Yeah. Sorry, that's a...
Why do you think you can't get over this relationship?
I think
what do you play back in your head? Like, tell me, when you're going to the gym, what are you playing back in your head where like you're feeling unhappy, or what are you thinking about?
I don't think it's like oh, I remember this one time we did this, or we did all these things together. Like, it's not really like that. It's more like I'm thinking about the goal that I set and the motivation for that goal, and I feel like in some ways it relates to the relationship. Maybe even like goal setting is unhealthy. I don't even know, but that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like it's unhealthy because I've kind of set a motivation, and the motivation partly includes her in some way. And
wait, so you're not worried about the the relationship at all? You passed that? It's just about the gym stuff now?
No, I think I don't know how to say it. It's nothing thinking directly about the relationship, but whenever I think about why I set the goal of the relationship, I think about them and I feel kind of bad.
Why you said the goal of the relationship or the goal of the gym?
Oh, the goal of the gym. The goal of the sorry, my bad.
No, you're
the
good.
goal of the gym. Whenever I think of that,
bad?
I don't know. I think
Do you
it's
feel
like
you failed her? Like, do you think you fucked up?
in some ways, yeah. I think I was obviously a problem. Well, I wasn't like the main problem, or I think it was both of us, right? And I had some failings personally within the relationship. So I like think back to it, and I get the feeling of the relationship. I'm like, man, I could have done this differently. She would have worked out like way better. It's stuff like that. But it's not like something that I'm like upset over. I don't think about this daily. I just think about it whenever I try and interact with my goal.
Okay. So typically when people like process like emotions and grief and stuff, when you look at like grief research, for example, we see kind of like two main strategies that emerge for people. One of them is social bonding. So they'll manage their emotionality and their distress and whatnot through talking it out, talking about their feelings, stuff like that. And then the other one is typically like goal-oriented or problem-solving behavior. So like in the study that I was looking at, one of them, it was comparing parents who had lost a child. So really, really extreme distress, obviously. You would see the mothers would engage in lots and lots of talking with their friends. And the dads would oftentimes go and like build a shed with their friends. But if you actually tracked their mental well-being like 12 months later, both of them were actually processing their emotions really well and resolving their distress pretty naturally. They're both kind of getting back to like normal as you can be after a child dies, like levels of functioning, with these two different strategies, which was a really interesting study to show like sometimes talking it out isn't always like the way that you need to process your feelings, right? So like what you're outlining to me is like, it sounds like after you get out of a relationship, you go into like a problem solving solution for managing your emotions, which is, in my mind, it's neutral to positive. Like it's a pretty healthy way of managing your emotions, and it's the one that you like naturally fall to. I'm still not fully teasing apart though, like what your concern is specifically. Is it just that like you feel like you're doing this goal for her?
I think it's that this is so. I'm gonna take a stab at this. So it feels like there's like I do this sometimes where if I have like an emotionally tumultuous event, I might start working on stuff because it's easier to kind of get lost at work and then you're good. And I guess one of those things could theoretically be the gym for you. But it feels like there's kind of like two different ways or two different mindsets to go into this. One is like, I kind of want some kind of distraction and I'm just going to go do gym stuff because, you know, I let out physical energy, feels good or whatever. And then that can develop into some kind of like self-improvement thing to where maybe it becomes a permanent habit, or maybe you drop it because like, okay, fuck it, I'm over this, I'm done gymming. Or it sounds like it kind of became like or it could have been like an obsessive replacement for you, to where every time you go to the gym, you feel like you're doing this because you're trying to forget about it or you feel bad about it. And now like that moment in the gym becomes like inexorably linked to your feelings of this person. So every time you go to the gym, you're like, the only reason I'm here is to still get over her or something. Is that like a feeling that you still have, or?
In some ways, but I also feel like maybe this is just how I've always done it. It always feels like that's normal for me at some point, like at least early into doing the thing that I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I think usually early in is okay, but at some point it either has to evolve to a different type of behavior or something else, because you can't just keep obsessively doing some habit like months later. How long are you out of this relationship for?
6 months.
Yeah, that's not I would say at 6 months, at 26 for a relationship, you should be pretty squarely over things by this point. I'd hate to put like a timetable on grief or whatever, but like 6 months is quite a while. And either that gym habit either needs to have developed into something that's self-sustaining for its own sake, or something else is not working well in your brain that needs to be like deliberately addressed. You can't just keep carrying on like this, because clearly if after 6 months, if you haven't moved on, something is demanding your deliberate attention. And when I say deliberate, I mean you have to either sit down with yourself or a therapist or some friends and like start talking through like, what am I feeling? Why am I feeling it this way? And, you know, what can I do to alleviate, you know, whatever anxiety or stress I have about a situation? Like you have to actually sit down and do that and not wait for it to happen naturally.
that's the thing is, I don't think I don't know, maybe I said it the wrong way. I had this conversation with myself like 2 months, not 2 months ago, like 2 months after it happened. Like I had this conversation. I'm like, okay, outline everything that happened. Outline what were your faults. Outline what was her fault. Like put it together. Like understand everything. Because like I wanted to kind of like get over it and also improve on myself in some ways. Because I mean, I'm not the craziest social person. I'm sure there's some mistakes that I do in general. So I kind of had to like put it together just to make sure like what was I messing up. And I feel like I had that conversation and it like ended amicably. I'm like, yep, makes sense. Everything that went wrong makes sense. I don't know if just I don't like this seems dumb. I haven't developed it going to a gym into a hobby yet because I just don't like it enough, or I don't see the essentially I just don't like it enough that now we're 6 months down the line and I'm still thinking about specifically going to the gym. Or
why are you even going to the gym at this point then?
Just seems like a good thing to do. I don't know. That's literally it.
Okay, go if you want. Have you seen her or talked to any like new girls since, or?
Have I seen her? Yeah. I still had I had friends with benefits before the relationship, and they continued on afterward like it was nothing.
Okay, so you're not having a hard time establishing new relationships?
No. I actually think I've gotten better since the breakdown.
You're just not sure basically if like the gym if the gym life is for you, and you're kind of connecting it to your past relationship, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, I guess to like formally ask a question, is it healthy to put yourself into an activity like that? And in my situation, it doesn't feel like it is. I just wanted to see like what the general consensus is for y'all.
I mean, go.
I was just gonna say same thing. Like problem solving strategy seems to be like decently effective, but yeah, I would say like there's probably healthier ways you can go into things and unhealthier ways. I don't know. I think if like you're still hung up on like connecting it, there might be something to explore like with a therapist. Like maybe you feel bad about something that you need to like kind of reconcile.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's, like I said earlier, like picking up a new hobby, I think is good, but those should develop into something self-sustaining. If it becomes like an obsession that is still like in a way like fixated or related to your prior relationship, 6 months later, that's not good. It hasn't developed into its own thing. You either need to drop it or deliberately reframe how you do it somehow.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. This is like the first time it's ever happened to me, so I've never really had the feeling of like maybe this whole like goal shit, because it seems toxic, like just from my like understanding of it. It would seem toxic to just like do something solely to get over someone. So I didn't know if that was like actually true, but yeah, it makes sense. I guess probably I'm conflating it to something else.
Yeah, it seems pretty healthy for the most part. I don't know. Make a goal for yourself. Like be like, I want a bench,
Gym flare.
250.
Gym flare. That's what the goal should be. Gym flare and DGG shit.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Give me the diamond 4 flare.
Yeah, we don't have flares for that. Okay.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, be careful.
Appreciate it, brodies.
Bye.
So was that just about gym goals, basically?
I think there's like a broader question of like, I feel like there's two things that can happen. I'm extrapolating this off incredibly limited personal and anecdotal experience, but I feel like you can do like something bad happens to you, and then you get into like a new hobby.
Mm-hmm.
And either one, you get into it for a bit to kind of distract yourself, and then you like genuinely pick it up and you're having fun, and it's like, cool, okay, I'm glad I started doing this. This is an awesome hobby. I like this, right? You can do that. Or the second thing is you pick up the hobby and it becomes tied to that traumatic event hardcore, and then you become obsessive over that hobby. And all of the negative, like obsessive bad feelings you had about what happened before become tied into that hobby. And then this hobby becomes like a new unhealthy obsession you have.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. And then when you start making like really bad associations, I think you can start doing that hobby, like dwelling on the negative thing that happened.
Like it sounds a little bit like, it sounds like you're kind of in your head about it.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably like, because you're like worried about like whether you're doing it for this person, it's like kind of making all of this more of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Which is,
not good. Yeah. How is obsession with the gym bad? Obsession with anything can and will be unhealthy. You can definitely be obsessively into the gym. You can definitely be obsessively into dieting. And I don't mean dieting like you don't weigh enough. I mean, you can be, anything can destroy your life if you let it. Gym especially. Especially because depending on how obsessive you get with the gym, that will be prohibitive across a ton of different things in your life. You might stop going out with friends completely. You never want to drink again. You know, you're in the gym 6 to 7 days a week, and your schedule is so rigid you can't make time for friends or family. Like, there are so many different ways that you can get obsessive over even a seemingly healthy hobby that makes it into a really unhealthy thing. But
yeah. All right, should we bring in the next one?
Yeah, hold on. Ninja Healer.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Nothing much. What's up?
Hey, yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Both you and Eurodite are on. That's actually really awesome.
It's not, but I'm just trying to hit my diversity quota for the month. What's up?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, it's awesome.
I'm paying him.
You get a lot of people with like, you know, especially with questions on depression and stuff. So it's like a great little duo and stuff for all those guys. I guess my thing to jump into is I saw like your talk with Fresh and Fit people.
Yeah.
And the whole red pill world, I don't know, it's like really crazy to me, especially like how you were saying to them they didn't feel that chemistry was a factor, which is just crazy. And if everything was just based on numbers, then by their own logic, the women that they're dating should leave them as soon as they find someone with more money. And like, I don't know, I just think it's really crazy because you have a lot of people that are like, you know, depressed dudes out there where it's a lot easier just to kind of rage on women than to really like be willing to, I don't know, take a more nuanced look at it. And I wonder what your guys' thoughts on that world are, and like how like theories on how to get through to those people better.
Do you want to go first, or? Okay. We should take turns going first. I'll go first this one, you go first next one, so we don't have to ask every time. Sure. Yeah, I'm going to try to do the best faith engagement I can, but this is going to sound pretty harsh, and I don't mean to just sound that way. But, you know, here I go. Oftentimes, when I'm confronted with overarching views of things that explain the world, usually the most attractive of those views are things that can take away as much responsibility from you as possible or externalize blame onto other parties. And it can even be held like a little bit insidiously inside self-help stuff too, to where it becomes easier to think that like this is why like if you follow red pill stuff in a really negative way, you can end up in this black pill world. It's very attractive to be able to say like, oh well, you know, these people are like this and this is why I'm not successful, and these people like that and this is why I don't get any girls, and they're like this and blah blah blah. So I think that's one part of it, is being able to externalize everything onto other people and blame other people for your lack of success or lack of getting laid or whatever. That's one part. I think that a second part is something that I've talked about a lot before, that red pillars are willing to make some observations about the world that people on the left or blue pillars or whatever won't, that are probably true. So the idea that like men tend to prefer younger women tend to prefer richer men, like these are kind of like broad assumptions that are for the most part pretty true. And when blue pillar people or left-leaning people don't acknowledge that, it makes those other ideologies more attractive as well. And then three is probably a big
problem to the left, right? When they don't like acknowledge basic
that's
things.
a problem across way more than just blue pill, red pill stuff. That's a huge problem across all sorts of different things. And then the third thing is that like usually these ideologies are not emboldened, emblemened, and symbolized. There's a word I'm looking for. There's an M word I think I'm looking for there. But usually what?
Embellished?
No. Usually they're represented by people that are highly desirable and have all the things that you want to. So an important part for red pillar stuff is usually the person telling you stuff is going to be a guy that's got a lot of money, got a lot of cars. Oh, emblematic maybe.
Like a cult design, yeah.
Yeah, he like, this guy is who I want to be, you know?
Yeah.
Like I want to be like Andrew Tate. I want to be like Myron. Like these guys are ripped, they're wealthy, they've got a ton of girls. Yeah, so I think those are like three things that kind of play into like why those ideologies become so attractive. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I would actually add to that is I think for a lot of red pillar people that are attracted to the red pillars, it's like the best example they have of like their conception of masculinity out there. And a lot of like blue pill men and like blue pillars in general, when they like talk to these young guys and stuff, they'll often like advocate for things that fundamentally, like I think a lot of these young men look at and view as like feminine to some extent. And so like when you listen to somebody like Andrew Tate or like Fresh and Fit and stuff, and they're like very bravado and like all of these like masculine seeming traits, if you've got a bunch of young men who basically are like growing up in a world and saying like, how do I be a man? They get like drawn towards this like kind of hyperbolized form of masculinity. I think also that gets kind of re-emphasized in like when we talk about blue pillars, they are not willing to be honest about certain things. The things that they're often not willing to be honest about are like uncomfortable facts. Like it's uncomfortable to look at certain things like that men just in general do prefer younger and more attractive women. Like that just does exist. It does seem to be the case that like women prefer certain things. And it seems like when you're unwilling to like contend and reconcile with like uncomfortable like facts, it seems like you're lying. And it's like, why are you lying? And then the mass, like these hyper mass guys can say, well, it's just because they're soying out, like they're too cowardly. And they might even be right. Like it might be the case that we're being too cowardly to like acknowledge those facts.
Yeah. Something else I'll also say too, I think that there are really positive ways. It's so weird, but I think when you're encountering toxic masculinity, you need to find a masculine way and not a hyper feminine way of addressing it. It feels like people on the left will address toxic masculinity in the most feminine way possible, when I feel like there are ways to reframe it in a more masculine way to alleviate those issues.
Well,
so like for instance,
conversation by calling it toxic masculinity is like, good job, there goes the conversation.
Yeah, you would never do that. But like this is a really good example. I feel like I can't think of any movies off the top of my head, but I know there have been like a million movies that have had this exact scene, right? When we talk about men like having no fear, like a toxic way of dealing with that, like what do you do with a scared man? Well, the toxic way is men should have no fear. Men are warriors, they're brave, they're fearless, they're the soldiers. These are the guys that need to go on and do this thing, right? That's a really toxic mindset for stuff, and it's not true. Everybody's afraid of something all the time. So it's a dumb way to address things, but like the hyper masculine people will address it in that way. The hyper like feminine way of doing it would be like, oh no, like it's okay to be afraid. Everybody's scared sometimes. Like everybody has these things, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, okay, sure, but that just kind of makes you sound like a pussy, right? I don't want to be a guy that's afraid all the time. I feel like there's always a scene in a movie where there's either a kid or there's like a younger man shown in person or whatever, and at some point they have to do something as part of their hero's journey that's incredibly frightening, and there'll be like an older male figure, and he'll say something along the lines of like, being a brave person doesn't mean that you're never afraid. It means that you do things even when you're scared of doing them. And that's like a more masculine way of reframing the toxic masculinity in a way where it's like, there's a way that you can be masculine and confront fear without, one, having to be hyper toxic and pretending that like you never get afraid, and two, without ever having to be hyper feminine and pretending it's okay to be afraid of everything. And I feel like that's an issue where people that are trying to combat these concepts of toxic masculinity, the way that they talk about them just makes it seem like super pussyfied. And it's like, I don't want to be that guy. Right. That is like, yeah, that's the thing I would say.
Right.
Yeah, they're offering men a feminine. Yeah, they're offering men the feminine solution to problems when it's like a lot of men are looking for a masculine solution.
Yeah.
And the issue is that nobody's offering them a healthy masculine option.
Or a healthy, balanced relationship. Like if you follow the advice of the blue pillars, then you're just completely bending over and you kind of lose respect for yourself. But then if you follow the red pillars, then you're, I don't want to say being abusive, but then it's like, I don't know, like, or we lose concepts of how it takes a lot more strength to just be honest and transparent and like more balanced in a relationship than to get angry or to like scream your talking points or whatever it is.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, anything else?
I guess the last question is like the hardest thing, and I used to I almost died in the cult myself, and I was totally guilty of this logic where things that were true were only things that my fellow, at the time, Scientologists said were true. It didn't matter like who said what, it was true. And at the same time, if a non-Scientologist showed me research or articles that countered my point, it's like, well, obviously those are contrived. And I feel like both, and maybe a little bit more, I feel on the red pill side than the blue pill, you have this like really tough area of like feeling to basically audit thoughts, or this logic thing where Tate, if a friend, he'll even have his own anecdotes, or a friend will say an anecdote, and then he'll apply it to the entire women's species. Whereas if like you try to talk to him about an article or something, then it's like met with heavy resistance. So I don't know if you guys have like additional theories on dealing with that.
I think it's really similar. So this is a thing, right? I think a lot of people who like are like further left, essentially, and like more blue pilled than Andrew Tate. Like they'll try to talk about Andrew Tate and like other red pillars and be like, everything they say is toxic and misogynistic and hateful of women, and they're just terrible, terrible, terrible. And it's like there's something they're tapping into a lot of things that are true a lot of the time, right? So when you take like an anecdote and you apply it to an entire group, I mean, part of this is because there's this weird thing that's happened with red pill that's kind of blended with alt-right, which is very like anti-establishment, anti like science. The whole COVID-19 conundrum really, really sped this up, where there's like this dubiousness of like the institution of science as well. So that's part of what's going on there. I think he's appealing to kind of his audience when he does that. But the issue is that like when you make really broad general statements about groups, sometimes it's kind of true, and then people will be like, well, you can't make these broad sweeping general statements. And it's like, of course you can. We do this all the time, and we like sometimes have to. The issue is that obviously these types of individuals, like the red pills, they don't add any of like the nuance, in large part probably because their audience doesn't totally want it, and it's not as sexy to like add like nuance of like, yeah, that's as broadly true, but then there's like all these niche groups where this isn't as true for. That's not really as interesting or as clippable.
Or to believe that women only care about like how much money a guy is making, and then all women think that way. Like obviously that's not true, but then you would have to, I guess, like admit that to a small degree and guess any hopes to get through.
Yeah, that's not true, but the problem is people like on this kind of like, well, I hate saying blue pill because it sounds super cringe, but people on like the blue pill side will say things like, oh no, like women like are attracted only to your personality and they don't have like attraction to money or whatever, which is obviously not true.
What's up?
Wow,
the real dating advice.
Joined.
The real dating advice has arrived.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Ninja Healer. It's been fun.
Hey, later, guys.
Good luck, Tutor.
Bye-bye.
Okay, listen up, guys. Hold on.
Yes.
When you're coming in here, okay, relationship advice things, not general. We're trying to stay on that, okay? That was kind of in the ballpark, but not, it was a foul ball.
Have we all, I feel like we should all, before we really go any further, you know, for you, Steven, I feel like there's probably a lot of new viewers who don't actually know your full history when it comes to all of the experiences that you've had. So I think it'd be nice if all three of us could kind of give our experiences of what we have. I'll start, and then maybe Erudite, you can go, and then
see, your
then
name
Steve
is
will
hard
go.
to pronounce. Okay, if you want to, yeah.
Erudite.
You can just call me Kyla if it's simpler.
Okay, let's just change you right on here, so this never happened. Change nickname. Boom.
You
Easy.
want our relationship history or what?
No, so we're gonna be like, so yeah, I think it'd be good. So why don't you go and, you know, because then they can know if they can trust us. You know, it's, you know, we're claiming to be experts, but we really haven't came in here and exposed ourselves. So you go first, Kyla.
Sure. So I'm married.
How many years?
4 years officially. Married for 4 years. Why do I think I'm an expert? I definitely don't. But my husband and I were separated for about 7 months last year. And in that time, I basically threw myself, and he threw himself, really kind of full force into looking at relationships, understanding ourselves in relationship, and also getting a lot of really, really, really terrible relationship advice over and over, and having to kind of take that and then figure out what actually works. And now I would say our relationship is better than it actually ever was, is in a really, really healthy spot. So that doesn't make me an expert at all, but I at least know how to make pretty functional relationships with my husband, and I have...
Were you guys split up for an extended period of time, or what?
7 months, yeah.
7 months. Okay, gotcha. So what about before him? Any other long-term relationships of note?
One that was kind of quasi long-term, but not super long-term. I did a lot of like dating around. I didn't get super serious until more with him.
Okay, that's good. Well, I will go now as well. So I was a prolific red pillar when I was young. From about like 17 until like 19, I was very, very popular with the ladies. Let's just say we'll leave it at that. And I actually, when I was in the military, I met my wife, and that was in 2003, 2004, somewhere around there. I've been married 19 years. No divorces, nothing like that. In the meantime, just pretty good times. And I've kind of lived by a certain set of rules to keep things, keep the spice up, if you will, but also make sure that, you know, there's always a good way of dealing with all of our issues and being happy and never resenting anything. So yeah, there's go. And I have 2 children as well. So there you go. All right, Steve, your turn.
I have a I have a lot of experience in across a lot of domains. I would say I probably have 5 serious relationships. I dated a girl in high school that we ended up getting married for financial aid for probably like 2 to 3 or 4 years. I had a relationship with my kid's mom. I've got an 11-year-old son, probably for like 3 or 4 years. I dated another girl for on and off, I think like 6 years. And then I had a relationship with another girl for about 1.5 years. All of these people I've lived with. And then now I've been with Melina for, I think we're at like 3.5 to 4 years, and we're married right now. We seem to be doing okay. And I have, a decent amount.
You have an open relationship.
Open relationship, decent amount of, or I guess I could say maybe an extensive amount of hookup experience. Although obviously my lifestyle makes that I'm in a unique position for that.
So you're going to have a lot of knowledge when it comes to like, what's the best line to use at the bar type of thing. That's kind of
best line to use at the bar. Absolutely not. I can tell you how to talk and communicate to people, but I'm not picking up people at bars or clubs.
Yeah, we'll just say that's a lot of your knowledge there. So you also have had a lot of challenging relationships. So you actually had, I don't want to say abusive, but you certainly had a lot of frisky situations with some of your earlier relationships. You want to tell us a little bit about what went down there exactly and how that all happened and everything else?
Not really. I don't think it's very relevant at all. But yeah, my first 2 relationships.
Well, you pushed through it. That's important. That you came through great adversity to acknowledge that and move forward.
Sure. My first 2 relationships were kind of abusive on the female side, and I think I learned a lot. I figured out why people were like to throw vacuum cleaners at me, and I came through it out a better person. Yeah.
Good. I knew that you would, and I believe in you completely to do it.
Thank you.
With that, let us get to our first caller of the trio. Okay, I know you guys have done a few warm-up calls. Now we're in this for real. Okay? No more JKing around. Okay, we're going to go straight to PowerCore 9000. PowerCore, welcome.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I didn't light up. I was scared.
Tell us, what pains you?
So I've got kind of 2 questions fused together, and I'll get to like the more important one, which is when dating, how do you deal with, after a relationship, that feeling of undesirability? So full history is I've had 2 relationships, and both were super short and just kind of fizzled out, for like a lack of a better word. And it felt like we were able to, it started off well, and then it just never was able to keep going. I know that's kind of weird and vague. The first one was like a week of actual relationship, then a very weird on and off again thing. And the second one was a month of relationship, then COVID happened. Then we got very cold. Then when I tried to meet up with her again, she actively like ran away from me physically, and then just said, "Oh yeah, I have anxiety. We can't talk anymore."
Sure.
So how do you build up thinking that you can actually interact with people after that? Because online dating hasn't worked. In-person stuff, it feels like it kind of bothering them. Where do I even begin?
How do we want to order this? Yeah.
Well, I think that really this sounds like something where I think that Steve would have kind of the most insight into. So I'd like to kind of throw this to him to start here.
The first thing I would say, or really the only thing I would say, is don't make big judgments off of like week or month-long relationships. Like you're in the getting to know each other phase. It sounds like you just got to know each other, then things didn't work. I would never read so much into a relationship that was only like a week or 2 or a month long. You're probably just gonna ruin your mind doing stuff like that.
Yeah, the first one was when I say like the back and forth phase, that one was like a good 2 years, but it wasn't a real relationship due to how that was structured. It was kind of, I was doing the really dumb thing of she was with someone, and when you're really, really close to them, you're kind of like their outlet. I know, I was whipping myself.
So you're not dating anybody. That's not a relationship. You were like getting strung along, basically.
Wait. I do need to fully commit for the fact that she was cheating on that person with me throughout that entire
Sure, but still, you're still getting very strung along. It's not a good situation for you to be in.
Yeah, and I realized that now, not a good idea. Kind of wasted the time there. And ultimately, I was only really like able to break away, not even through my own will, but just because she moved away. And after that distance, I'm like, okay,
that makes sense.
I can breathe.
Kyla, what insights do you have based on this new revelations? Yes, I didn't misspeak. I don't need you to cover for me.
Great minds.
Go ahead.
So I guess it sounds like you're basically saying that you're not having a ton of success in dating, and it's leading you to essentially feeling like you might be undesirable. Am I understanding you correctly?
Pretty much, yeah. Like an initial conversation goes well, and then every time we try to extend it or hang out afterward, it just peters out, like every
Flops.
time.
Okay. And so this makes sense why you'd be feeling undesirable to some extent, right? Because you're like constantly getting this feedback. But I would agree with Stephen in that like really brief interactions aren't like the best guide of like how you're doing. Why do you think people are getting like essentially it sounds like not as interested? They kind of vet you out to some degree. What do you think is coming up? Do you have any big red flags?
I don't think so, which could be a sign that I'm just not aware of those red flags. I think like the initial conversations are usually let's bond on like a common hobby or an interesting thing. We have that back and forth, and then as I keep like trying to provide additional topics and like additional interesting conversations, it's either if it's online, one-word responses till just no responses, or if it was like an in-person thing, just trying to get a hold of them becomes harder and harder.
Oof. Do you have any logs you'd like to share?
Do I? Fuck. I think all the online stuff was like Tinder, but
Well,
damn, do I still have the Instagram?
You can maybe get those prepared because I know we have a few people waiting. But in general, I think that you've gotten some good advice here so far. But I think that there's a certain point where you have to have, I guess, a little bit of self-confidence to know this isn't working as well. I understand it's a short period of time, but normally I would say you wouldn't be feeling like this if something was clicking a little bit. And I think you kind of know that to a certain extent, yeah?
Yeah, like I've had like a good chemistry because I can hold like actual friends, and for the few like female platonic friends, those are good. So I've had that feeling of good chemistry. Just when it's romantic, it starts off well, and then always just kind of falls to the wayside.
Yeah, I understand it's hard because you don't have anything prepared, but I think people are really bad at reading conversational cues sometimes, and seeing conversations would actually be really interesting because I can because then I can look and see what the messages look like, and then I can figure out if they're like, you can tell by this early sign that she wasn't really as interested as you thought she was, or you can see like when you said this, things changed like significantly. But it's unfortunately like, if we're being truthful, it's impossible to really give you any good feedback or advice without knowing why things are happening, because on one end of the spectrum it could just be that you're just like people just genuinely you have different interests than the people you're talking to, and then like you'd expect those relationships to they start a little bit strong because you're getting to know each other, and then they get to know you like this isn't like my type of guy, and then you're done, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it could also be that you're exhibiting some behavior that's a huge turnoff and it's fucking everything up, but it's without seeing the combos is really really hard to say.
Yeah, like it could be as subtle, like it's literally as subtle as like an ellipses. Like using an ellipses regularly can be like the biggest turnoff to most people. And so like this sounds really lame. There's one thing that I actually really value about like pickup artists and whatnot is while all of their ethics and approach to relationships is not something I would recommend, they actually teach a number of soft skills that are quite useful. Like they're pretty good at basically teaching you some basic charisma skills. And so I'm not sure if that's something you're open to, especially if you're doing online, but it might be worth looking at like some online, like basically like skill testing like sessions with like different pickup artists to see if there's any like texting things that you're doing that they would point to and be like, this is a big faux pas.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool. Don't they normally charge for those though?
Well, they've got YouTube. All of them are gonna have YouTube videos where you can at least like watch some of them for free and kind of gauge and compare yours to what they're saying is good or bad.
Yeah, I think that kind of like data feedback is definitely what I'm looking for, and would definitely help. That was by far my biggest one.
Well, thank you, PowerCore, for stopping by. I hope that you have picked up on some huge tips to improve your life, and I'm rooting for you. I think you got it in you, and I think chat does as well. You know what? You're gonna be fine. I got you.
Oh, there was a thing. Kylie, you mentioned you wanted to have a question related to like subcultures, right? More like specific niches of dating. So here's an interesting one. Just because I'm black, whenever I go into more like black or Afrocentric like groups, I integrate, but the biggest alienation issue is usually because I have very, very nerdy hobbies, because I'm very, very like computer science, insular oriented, very difficult to connect there and find other people.
Interesting. I'd be curious about like, do you find that like, because obviously you know like speaking like in Ebonics, like a lot of Black people talk about like kind of putting on the mask to like
we
talk
call
like
it
white people and
AAVE,
stuff.
but thank you.
Or code switching.
Code switching. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know like, do you transition between like these two styles of language pretty easily?
I would say so. And I can kind of mediate my language. Like the way I'm talking now is probably the most natural to me. It might even be a little bit fancy or refined compared to like most conversation. I can switch decently enough, but there is kind of an upper limit for where it feels like I'm faking. So like,
give us your best.
Destiny's
Talk to us like
soup.
we're your Black friends. Go.
Oh God. All right. Fuck. It's hard to do a command. You have to kind of ease into.
Hold on, I'll get you into it.
No, wait. Okay, stop.
You sure?
There is a very weird subculture, and I'm not gonna be able to give you like direct advice on this, obviously, because I, believe it or not, I'm not Black. But there is a very weird thing that Black people have to deal with, especially in nerdier cultures, where it can seem like you're acting white or you're not fitting in like a Black appropriate manner, depending on the type of like Black environment you're in. Honestly, I think this is an issue that a lot of Black people have wrestled with for a long time. This is a super random thing, but do you remember did you ever watch The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Yes.
Do you remember that episode where Carlton and Will try to join a fraternity and they end up not getting in because the guy says that Carlton acts too white?
And I have a real life experience for this too. This was like back in middle school. Just when I like made friends with another guy, there was a third Black guy that was there, and he actually did just walk to me and say, "Hey, why do you act so white? Like just why? Like that's just the way I talk." So, yeah, but you know you're not gonna like do anything or like make anything of yourself. Why are you trying? Like, and it really confused me because I'm like, this is just the way I talk. What the fuck? But
I mean that's like a rough that's a rough issue that I don't think any of us here have the solution for that. That's just a Black community issue for
All right, listen, homie.
Yep. I've taken up time.
You have taken up time. All right, listen. This is a little bit selfish. Okay, I need you to go and realize this. Okay, maybe these women are picking up on this a little bit here. Okay. You need to be receptive to their feelings as well. Okay, I believe in you. I still believe in you. You can do it.
All right, I got faith. My Jewish brother. I'll take what I know.
L'chaim. Good luck, Power Core.
Au revoir.
See ya. Oh, Dan left too.
Okay.
Dragged himself out. Okay.
Shut up. God damn it. All right. Italics. Welcome to the Love Zone.
What's up, guys?
Hi.
You know,
Hey, how's it going?
just being cool. What's up with you?
All right. I am, unlike some of these other chatters, I'm getting married in 2 months. White people happy. And so I'm going to need some advice on getting married stuff.
Ooh, I got you, fam.
Wait, before you get married,
Okay.
let me give you one big tip, okay? And don't do this because it's the dumbest fucking thing I see. Don't do any stupid fucking bachelor party shit. It is literally the dumbest
Oh
fucking
shit,
way.
that was my first question, dude.
Don't
First
do
question.
unless you're having like a hugely open conversation with your wife and you've like set out exactly 100% all of the expectations. Don't do this stupid shit where you either fuck or mess with a stripper on your bachelor party.
No.
It gets detonated.
It's nothing. I'm not gonna hire a prostitute. Jesus.
Wait, what percent of people actually even do that?
Enough that I see stories written about it where like a wife finds out that on the bachelor party her husband got like a fucking lap dance or some stupid shit and it just sets everything off on the wrong foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was my first question. You're jacking my content. Anyways, first question: if my bachelor party is this weekend and my fiance is not a fan of the stripper idea, but I'm not obviously the one planning the bachelor party. How do I mend fences here so that like on the one hand the dudes who are planning it know that like, hey, probably shouldn't do this, and on the other hand I know that I can't control them because they're fucking 26-year-old dudes. They'll do whatever they want. Let
me stop you there.
Wait, can I real quick and then you can go?
You're gonna steal my shit, but go ahead.
He's triggering the fuck out of me. Okay, you need to be a man. Okay, you got to be a man.
No, that's stolen.
Yeah, you sound like
migrate
hold on.
me.
You sound like a bitch right now. Like, well, you know, my wife, the person that I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with, is kind of unhappy with this thing. But my boys, they want to get a fucking stripper, bro. It's like this is your wife. Grow up. Tell them we're not doing this shit. If you want to hang out and have fun, that's cool. Plan a cool trip or whatever. But like, if they're popping a stripper on you, one, these are shitty friends, and two, it makes you a shitty husband and a shitty man. Because why the fuck would you start your relationship off like that? You can't even resist a little bit of peer pressure. That's dumb. Okay, go. Sorry.
100% fair. All right.
I want to take it a little bit different direction.
Go.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All the same things about not being a pussy certainly apply, but also I feel like you need to be able to tell your wife, like, listen, we're having a bachelor's party. There's going to be a stripper. You know, babe, that you're the only one for me. Like, you do not have to. Can I not look at porn anymore? Can a stripper not be at my bachelor's party? If you, you should do that. You should do that. You should do that.
If you know your wife will hate it.
Wait. See, now you're playing both sides here. You're saying that I'm a pussy, but you're also saying, "B, Giga Chad, I'm gonna bring a stripper anyways."
You're being a pussy to your wife, like, oh, I don't know, I can't really control it. Instead, you should really be like, hey, listen, it's a bachelor's party. There's gonna be a stripper. But you have nothing to worry about. Like, I'm not gonna fuck my life up for like 2 minutes of pleasure. I'm not retarded. Okay, I love you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. That's why I'm getting married. Right. But you have to understand, like, it's a bachelor's party. This party isn't even really for me. It's for my friends. They, like, when people do a bachelor party, it's not even about the person there. It's about the friends. And they want to do it, and I'm not going to be this fucking, wet sock that's putting it out. And just be chill. You know nothing's going to happen. So there you go.
Okay, no, hold on. That wasn't fair.
You gotta let Kyle talk.
Yeah, please no. So I'm gonna be the third way in. I'm gonna break the tie. If your wife has already expressed that she is completely uncomfortable with this, and you're already saying that you're like, well, I don't know if I can control it. My boy's gonna do what my boy's gonna do. That's lame. Like, have some boundaries. If you're not comfortable and your wife isn't comfortable with this, you can always negotiate porn later. But if her line is strippers, and that's something you're willing to work within, and it sounded like you were open to that, then work within that and tell your guys to, like, basically fuck off, and, like, plan something different. Yeah.
All right, to be clear, I did tell the guys to fuck off. I just don't know if they're going to listen. That's the point. So, like, all right, let's talk conflict resolution. They bring strippers in. Do I just fucking leave? Like,
yeah, tell them beforehand. When you set boundaries, part of setting a boundary is an expectation of consequence if a boundary is broken. So you just tell them that, like, hey, listen, guys, like, I appreciate this. Like, I hope we have fun, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I'm just letting you know, like, if I show up and there's strippers there, like, I'm bouncing. Boom. And then you're done. And then you leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Second question.
Or suggest a different activity. Be like, hey, I'm not going to do this, but what's this other thing?
Also, hold on. A lot of children, Dan included, seem to think that making good decisions is about, like, always being able to resist temptation. That is not true. And I will tell you, you will not be able to resist temptations. Part of being an adult is removing yourself from the situations where you have to resist temptations. Because given enough time, you will break and you will fuck up. The goal in life isn't to be able to put yourself in the worst. You're not like fucking, was it Muhammad or was it fucking Gandhi that slept with like 14-year-olds and was like, I'm trying to show how pure I am by never, like, that's not what your life is. You don't need to do that shit, okay? Don't let yourself get in situations where you can make a mistake like that. Avoid that shit completely, okay? Yeah.
This is actually what I tell the people all the time. Cheating doesn't happen in the moment where you, like, sleep together. Like, cheating is a buildup as well. Like, like when people are like, well, how do I stop? Like, it got to this point where, like, we slept together. I'm like, you should have stopped it 3 weeks ago when you were, like, texting each other nudes. Like, that was the point where you knew something was off.
Yeah.
Well, and some people consider porn cheating. So, I mean,
no,
it
we're not
kind of
talking
depends
about
where
that.
you draw the line.
We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about seeing a stripper in real life. That's a way farther cross than most people would say for, like, porn. It could be the porn owners.
She said it's a cross, right?
Yeah.
She can say that it's a porn is a cross, and then you get to decide if you're going to, like, agree to that boundary or not. Like, that is a negotiation you have. But if you would agree with the stripper line, then that's case and done.
Okay. Second question. Way off that topic. New topic. I'm getting married. Nobody ever tells you how to fucking do finances when you get married. How do you guys handle finances in your marriages / relationships?
This is all negotiation as well. Like, what are you comfortable with? Every single couple probably does something a little bit different, probably in this call. And I think it's fundamentally really down to a couple. I don't think there's one
and that's
right
when I say how, I mean, like, literally, how do each of you, like, round table question?
Oh, sure. Nick and I have 2 separate bank accounts, but we're very open with each other's and have access. So, like, we can see what's in each and are willing to trade, but we each have our own separate bank accounts and, like, credit score still.
Okay. How do you do joint purchases?
Typically, like, he'll throw it on his credit card because his credit score is super high and has a really low interest.
So are you guys like a Venmo marriage then? Like, you go back and forth all the time, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, Venom Rice, when is your first supper clubber?
I have one bank account.
Wait, hold on. Actually, this is really important. When you talk about this, just right before you say your thing, Dan, because we're gonna have differences. Kyla, who earns the money in your relationship, or how is the income distributed? Both of you earn 50-50, or?
Usually I'm actually the breadwinner. Right now he's making more because I've been streaming and that's not making as much. But typically I'm the breadwinner and then I'll send him some money. But it's pretty close though right now. But in the future, when I get my, like if I get the degrees and stuff I'm pursuing, I'll be for sure the breadwinner, like big time.
So when you say close, is it like within 4 figures? Like you guys are like just a couple thousand apart?
Within like $600 a month right now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, like really close.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
all right,
Dan,
sorry,
go.
go ahead, Dan or Steve.
I mean, mine is pretty simple. It's all one bank account. That's it. There's no. It's way too much work to do all the Venmo shit back and forth.
Okay.
And I think that.
Does that
I
not
think- I
have a
think it-
huge chilling effect on like your personal purchases? Like if you want to buy a 10K PC and you've got all your money in one big account, doesn't that like make you feel super guilty that you're like, shit,
Well,
I'm
for
using
Dan,
our...
what's the difference in earnings
Yeah.
here for who's earning what? That's
Well,
important.
okay, so a few things. So okay, yeah, I make like probably 10 times more than my wife does. With her as a doctor, but that doesn't matter. I've told her a million times if she like is looking at a purse and she wants to go and spend fucking $5,000 on something, I wouldn't give a fuck, because honestly, I've gotten to a point in my life where I don't look at it at all as if it's my money or her money. That is long fucking gone in my mind. I just like it's I don't know. I mean, it's been 20 years. It's just not there in the slightest. So I don't even have those thoughts remotely. I feel like I probably did for the first 1 to 2 years, but after that, it's just it's not like that. It's just it's everything is shared, and there is no personal purchases. If you're getting it, it's like okay. Now, don't get me wrong.
That's not true, right? There's some things that are just for you, right? There's some things that are your wife's never going to use, or
No,
your
but
kids
she would
are never
not-
gonna use.
she would not-
Dan's never going to use the purse, but he's like, I would agree.
Yeah.
This is how Nick and I view our money. Like I have a certain amount in my account and in his account, but if he wants something and he doesn't have enough in his account, I'll just send him money. There's like no question, because at the end of the day, like our money is like devoted towards both of us being happier. So it sounds like Dan's saying like, if my wife wants a purse, it's not my money, it's
Yeah.
our money. If it would make her happy, why would I ever deny her like $5,000? Like it's not even my 5,000. It's just our money.
Right,
that
but how do you-
making our life work?
How do you figure that out with like opportunity costs?
Okay,
hold
here's
on. Sorry, go ahead.
something.
Let me
Okay,
finish.
okay.
One last thing, an important thing, and a reason that I wouldn't want to do it the way that Kyla is talking about is I think it could be very, I don't want to say insulting, but I think it would make my wife feel bad. It really would, because I do make a lot of money, a lot more than her. So I've tried very hard to have it be like, hey, listen, this is our money. Like the fact that I'm doing, if I didn't meet you, maybe I'd still be in the fucking military. So like me like going out and making the money, it's not me making the money. Like we own real estate together. It's not like the money that comes in from real estate is mine or anything else. It's like literally our money, and I push that very heavily because I don't want to be in a place where she feels really bad about spending money or anything. I want her to go fucking crazy with it, as if it's hers.
Okay,
So,
I'm
like,
gonna real quick. I'm gonna
Yeah.
throw myself under the bus here, but I'm taking Dan with me. Okay. I think that me and Dan's views on this are going to be largely divorced, and Kylo might have a better view on this. I would feel almost the exact same way as Dan if Melina like had a huge tax bill, or if she wanted to buy something and she can afford it. I would buy it for it 100% because we're married, we're together, blah blah blah. But me and Dan are kind of rich, so it's not really a hard choice for us. I think that when you're in a relationship, when you're splitting money, and I remember this when I dated Rachel when I was really poor. The idea of like romantically combining your money, doing everything, that's like fun, but that becomes much more difficult when you have to choose between like, am I going to do this thing with my friends this weekend, or am I going to buy like a new computer part, or am I giving my significant other money for that? Those decisions become much harder when you're working with limited income. Yeah. So for that, I'm not saying Kyla's poor. I didn't mean to imply that or whatever. But like,
I am poor.
Okay.
I own it.
Yeah,
Very.
depending on like the level of wealth you're at and the types of things both people are buying, I think those are negotiations that you need to have frank, deliberate, and honest discussions about, where you're very blunt about what the expectations are. Because if you don't do that, people are going to run up bills on stuff that is going to make the other partner, whether you think it's going to happen or not, it will make you incredibly fucking resentful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because
that's
like
the problem.
I remember
Like, we're at like low 6-figure income, right? So like this is not, we're not rich, but we're doing pretty well. And then there's opportunities in the joint world where we could like expand on our house, or there's opportunities in our own world where we could like really invest in our hobbies. And I feel like having separate accounts to some extent is almost necessary, because these goals are so divergent and I have no idea how to prioritize one over the other.
Never mind. You're fine. Listen, just pick out the things that you want to do, and then spend money on things you want to do. You're not in a hard. If you guys are in low six figures, you're probably in an area where you can like have these conversations and be fine about it. I think.
Yeah.
The more difficult stuff. Here was the difficult problems I ran into with Rachel. Okay, so despite being poor, I've never in my life ran up credit card debt because I was always smart enough to know I'd rather lose my house or lose my shit than have $30,000 in credit card debt. That's just the worst thing in the world. But Rachel didn't have the same spending discipline. So the issues that we ran into weren't so much like, well, we have our separate accounts or whatever. It's anytime we went out together, the decisions were very difficult because I knew I'd have to pay for joint activities. So if she wanted to go out to dinner and I know she's sitting on like $4,000 or $5,000 in credit card debt, I'm going to be the one to have to pay for it every time. So even though she was making all of her purchases on her own account and I was making my purchases on my accounts, any joint activity we did, I would have to foot the bill entirely for. And that was a really stressful part of our relationship, was managing those like coupled expenses, because I knew she had a lot of debt and because she was buying dumb shit or whatever. But if you're in the 6-figure range, and you guys aren't like carrying a fuck ton of debt, it doesn't seem like you're ever having to make differences and choices between like, do I want to have this like basic thing, or do I want my wife to have something? It sounds like you're just talking about like what businesses or things should you invest in. Like that's a different. I think you're probably okay there to just have a frank conversation about what you guys should be doing.
Yeah, one thing I would add to that is make sure you guys have the same understanding of money, because especially like, I don't know what socioeconomic class you guys come from, especially, but like I'm middle class. Nick came from like grew up in a homeless shelter, poor, but he also got really involved in like stock trading and was very successful in like stocks. And so his understanding of economics was actually way beyond mine. And I had a much more like 60s approach to money, which is like very big on like having savings and like all this stuff, which like that's just not really how modern money works at all. And so the main thing that like Nick and I have had like conversations about, and like a lot of our fights stem from, is that like we had a different conception of what money is and how you work with it as well.
Yeah, we both started out middle class, and then we're now doing better than our parents did. So like for me, it's like money is just a tool. It's like this logical fuel cell, and for her, it's this very emotional object. So I feel like that's where a lot of our arguments come from with finance, and that can be really hard to bridge that gap.
Yeah, but that's one of these things, like in relationships, I always try to say like anything that's going to be a daily fight should be figured out. So like if you guys are going to fight about the dishes every single day, that's going to kill your relationship. So if you're going to be fighting about money because she feels very emotional about money and you feel like much more like it sounds like more like laissez-faire with money. If that's going to be a daily fight, you guys have to figure out how to negotiate that so you're both comfortable with what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, last thing, Destiny, build a fucking jetpack. It makes the game so much better.
Yeah, this is not relation weighted. Bye.
That's it. Bye.
Okay, wait, is Dan here right now or is he AFK?
I'm not sure.
He said he's on a call. Fuck, okay. Pick. You're next.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi. What's up?
I think they're getting their mic set up.
It sounds like it.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're very quiet, but go for it.
All right. Oh, this is gonna be something. So I feel like I cannot connect with people in a very like I relate, I guess, to what you would say that like you're like I don't even remember exactly like the quote per se, but it was like that people don't like bother you or things like that. But I feel like to me, in my case, it's to a even higher degree, which might be like not good. And I'll just say a quick example of something. Which like to me at the time was like, oh, Giga Chad, and I hope that no one should do what I did. I think that it was good that I did it because it had like, I think, okay, I'll explain it, whatever. So there was this girl that I was courting. I don't know, we were, you know, in the talkie phase, or however you want to call that. But I realized that she was like a gold digger per se, right? Like I knew. I mean, I was funny, I guess. Like I can be funny, and I mean, you probably know that being funny is gets you in pretty easy, I guess. But after that, I realized that she was on a lot of financial bad place, and that she really wanted.
Sorry, I think I'm getting a little bit lost. Do you mind summarizing for like 2 sentences what your kind of originating problem is, and then we can kind of ask to clarify certain things? I'm just getting a bit lost in the story.
My bad. Sorry. Yes.
No, that's okay.
Is that I have too much of a disconnection with people.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know why I was going into that story is because, well, okay, so she, we're talking whatever, and she's heavily implying that she wants me to buy her stuff or whatever, like she wants me to buy her stuff and things like that. And I was like, no, I'm like, you should work and do your own thing. Like I like the girl boss thing kind of thing too, but I guess she wanted something else, but whatever. But now a couple days go by, and basically we're just talking like one late night, when you're talking a lot, and she just goes into this thing that she just wants to die. Like she heavily implies that she wants just to die, right? And I told her, okay, you want to die, why don't you do it? And she's like, oh, I'm just afraid that like if I do it, like I might end up like I try it and then I don't succeed and I end up like disabled or something like that, and like or I end up in a coma. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Okay, so gonna get a bit edgy. I said, okay, if you want to die, I'll do it for you. Like just to like get that out of her that like this is not what you mean per se. That's what I was thinking. And she's like, oh no, I could never let you do that because because then you would go to jail. And I'm like, but you're dead. Why should I care? Why should you care if you're already dead? And she just kept crying for a bit and yada yada yada. But so like this kind of a scenario is not the first time that it has happened to me. This sort of a scenario has happened 3 times to me. That like a girl would try to make a connection with me or something like that, and like they really want my attention or they really want something from me, and I'm not willing to be there because I don't know if I just can't connect or what it is. But yeah, and like the 3 times that they have threatened suicide to me.
Okay, firstly, how old are you?
23.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you have had a bunch of women come out suicidal to you, and you're worried as well because you don't think that you're connecting. Because why do you feel like you're not connecting with people?
Because it didn't even like, I feel like I should feel bad.
Oh, you didn't care. Like when she was telling you that, it didn't impact your emotions at all.
Yeah, like one of them, I just called the cops and then I called the cops on her and then I peaced like yeah, but like I feel like and I hear this from so many other guys that like just like the lead up to that makes them crumble and like, okay, here I'll stay on a call for you for like 24 hours. I'll like they take it to the other side that now you become like a slave, right? But to me, I'm like, I don't even get to that point,
So are you concerned about the fact that you're not connecting? It seems like you're like comfortable with it.
Oh no, okay, so now is when I had like other relationships that I was very interested on, but I felt like I was not able to connect. Like I wanted to this person to like understand me or I wanted to understand her too. I was like, more than anything, I guess I wanted to understand her, but I was like, it was just so hard, and I don't know if it's because I can't connect or I have all this baggage, I guess, from this kill yourself arc that happened. So yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like the reason that I was able to do this, that I was able to like get out of those relationships, must be the reason that I cannot connect to, because I feel like normal people would have at least empathized with them, but to me it was like just like a full stop wall. You cannot like, you try to control me, you try to control my emotions, ha 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 ha, try me, So yeah, I don't know.
Do you have any thoughts, Stephen?
Yeah, so here's the first thing I would say. This is like a general piece of life advice. This is either perfectly describing you or it's not, or it is and you don't realize it. Something that I spent a lot of time in my mid-late 20s is trying to see people as different instead of as better or worse. I think a really big problem when you get stuck into certain mindsets is it's easy to see people that process emotions or thoughts differently than you as being inferior because of the difference, and viewing them as just having different ways of viewing the world, I think is better. For certain types of people, for me, like it was very easy to think that like if you have an emotional thought process, you are a worse person. You're not as rational, you're not as reasonable, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if that's an issue that you deal with, although it sounds like it could be. If that is, you really have
Before.
to...
I think before, yeah.
Okay,
But
yeah, you
no,
really have to internalize it. Like there are different ways of viewing the world, and one isn't like intrinsically better than the other. They're just different. They both have different strengths and weaknesses. That's the first thing I would say. The second thing is, I don't know how you're selecting for girls, but if you're getting multiple people giving you suicide threats, it's probably not a good or healthy way. Find different, whatever you're doing, do it differently. Find different types of women and don't go after women that are suicidal or threaten suicide. When people start doing that type of stuff out of nowhere, especially early on in relationships, threatening to commit suicide is an incredibly emotionally manipulative thing to do. It's really unfair to your partner, and it shows that you have a lot of problems that you need to figure out before you jump into a relationship. Don't ever be with people that do stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if like I've been thinking, for a long time. Is the energy that I put out there is like exactly the thing that is like
No, it's selection, right? Like the reality is like maybe there's some element of like you're like drawing in people who are like really emotionally vulnerable, but if you're already saying that like you have oftentimes this like much like what you were kind of characterizing as like a colder response or something where you're like calling the police and stuff like that, then you have to view it as like maybe you're putting out energy, but you're also necessarily selecting as well. And like you can't really necessarily change like this. When you say like I'm putting out energy, it makes it really like it's like this non-tangible thing. Whereas if you say I'm probably selecting for women that are like not very mentally well or stable, there's something that you can tangibly do about that, right?
Okay, now I feel like no one is mentally well. Okay, so so that's the thing. Now, if I go to the deeper thing, if I see like when I think to I guess maybe that's even what makes me like scared of like kind of relationships nowadays, I guess in a certain way, is that okay, now I say that, oh, it didn't phase me at all, but now I guess now I think about it, I'm like now when I start seeing people going down that route, what did I just say? When I see people start going down that road, I feel like my like threat sensors start to like spike up in a way, I guess. I feel like maybe maybe that's I didn't think about it exactly that way, but like is in all the relationships that I had, I've been trying to be like opposite of like this like super cold, I guess, opposite to being super cold, trying to be like as Destiny said, is like I've been trying to not look at people as inferior, but maybe I overcorrect or whatever, but
right. So I guess I would push and say like what I don't think it's true that there's just like no mentally well people, like because when you're talking about mentally well or like mental illness, there's a really big difference between like I have some anxiety and depression some of the time and I actively want to harm myself and kill myself, right? Like these are very different degrees. So like even if I grant you that like most people have some level of like anxiety or depression or something like that, which there's a high amount of that isn't quite the same as like I'm highly suicidal, which you've had 3 experiences of like highly suicidal women, which is a very extreme form of mental unwellness. And so the question is like, how do you select for people who are doing better?
Oh, okay. So now, another thing, I don't think that they were suicidal. Like one of them was. I think the other one were trying to manipulate me.
I mean, even if they're trying to manipulate, that's another just another type of mental unwellness. If somebody's willing to go that far to threaten suicide, to get or provoke a reaction out of you, that's not good either.
Well, yeah, that would probably be true. So yeah, like I don't know that. So I guess going back to the thing is that, you know, I like to me it's like, where do I find like kind of this balance per se of like I want to be empathetic, but I also feel like people use their emotions to manipulate you in a way. So like I mean, I feel like I try to be like I'll say that I am in a managerial position per se, and I feel like it also affects my work now because I try to be too empathetic to people. Like now I try not to be mean to people at all, and I don't think that that's precisely the best thing as a manager, because I try to be too nice now because I feel like if I'm mean, I'm like fucking up in a way, you know. And you need, and I know it's not like fully.
I don't know. Like, there's nothing wrong with not being mean to people. That's okay. That's not a bad thing. That's not a manipulative thing to not be mean to people.
Well, can you say that again? Sorry.
It's okay to not be mean to people. That's not. It's not manipulative to not be mean to people.
Well, no, yeah, but I mean, it's not. It's also, you need to put some pressure on people.
Well, sure. I mean, like, striking that balance is. That's a challenge that everybody in a managerial role has to figure out, right? One of the most common problems, I mean, well, the two most common problems with people that step into management positions or leadership positions is, one, you've got managers that are just way too hard-ass. They don't know how to properly motivate their team, and they just come down on everybody way too hard, and everybody hates them, and they have no respect for them. But the second problem that's arguably just as bad are the managers, and people don't realize it's bad because employees don't usually dislike them because they're not smart enough to realize they should, but it's managers that try too hard to be your friend. And those people come with a whole host of problems as well. Employees can identify those problems as well because they're dumb. But yeah, I mean, like, both of these are two sides of the same coin, which is figuring out like what is the appropriate way to, you know, manage your relationships with employees. But I mean, like, this is not like, that's not a novel problem, and that's not related to just a few people. Like, that's a tale as old as time when it comes to leadership. Parents have these same problems, right? Like, what is the appropriate contact I should have with my child? Should I be like my kid's best friend? Do I want them to see me in a friendly, cool way? Or do I want to be like very authoritative? Am I coming down too hard on them? Teachers have these problems too. Everybody in positions of power can have these issues of like, what is the appropriate level of like emotional engagement I should have with a person?
Yeah. I guess I feel like in a way I'm usually in a position of power myself, but I guess that's what, like, I guess that's where like this why I say that like this lack of connection worries me is that I feel like I cannot connect with people, right? Like I feel lonely. Even though I have power, I feel lonely. You know? So
well,
yeah, so
keep trying. I mean, there's nothing, I mean, unless you feel like you're fundamentally broken, you know, by a therapist. But I mean, otherwise you just have to keep talking to people.
I've been going to a therapist, but man, it fucking sucks. Like shit. Like I don't feel like I've been going for like I think 2 or 3 months now. Man, I don't. How long until like something starts?
Well, why do you feel like it fucking sucks? What do you mean by that?
I feel like I'm not making any progress. I feel like there's no progress being made.
Have you told your therapist this?
I was gonna say this now because I at this point I was like, shouldn't something like, you know, start happening? Shouldn't we like?
Yeah, start talking to them and see what kind of progress you're expecting or whatever. Let them know, because a therapist, they're human. They're only human, right? They might not know. They might think you're doing okay or you're having good progress, or you have to be. Like, therapy needs two people to work. The best therapist in the world isn't going to help somebody that doesn't want therapy, right? There's no magical trick for that.
Yeah, you have to let them know if it's not working. And like, to be honest, like, you should see like some level of benefit within like 3 to 4 sessions ideally. And if you haven't seen that, it's like time to like A, let your therapist know like right away, and B, also explore getting a different therapist. Maybe you're just not connecting with them. A large portion of therapy is just like the connection you foster with the person.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But that's the thing, I don't know. I guess I'm losing faith in the system in that a little bit, because I've gone to therapists before. I've gone to like a lot of different therapists, but I felt like I'm never able to truly connect, like with. And I okay, so I would say that I've gone to. I mean, one, I don't even know if it counts as a therapist. There was like this magician, like a super mystic person that my mom said when I was like,
nope,
way
don't
young.
do any of those people. That's probably stay the fuck away from that.
that was I don't know if that counts, but like actual therapist probably like 3. I've been like different like 3. But like I wanted to talk to Dan about the business stuff, but I guess this is not the time for that. But like I feel like I do well in life. Like I feel like my life is straight, but I just feel lonely. Like that's the thing. So.
Then like I guess like fundamentally like you kind of have to look in and figure out what it is. If you're talking to a therapist and they give you like a similar feedback and you want to push back against it really hard, I'd explore like maybe what if they're right, and see if like that gets you any answers. Other than that, I don't know.
Yeah. Good luck. Find different therapists if you need to. Have fun, buddy.
Probably. Yeah. All right. You guys have a good one.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Wait.
What's up?
Couple things. Okay, so for some of these, I think for some of these it's okay to go on for a bit, but for some of these, I think we have to find a way to cut it down a little bit because we end up getting
I was gonna message you and ask you how you wanted to transition to an end because it didn't seem like there was much fruit to be had.
Well,
there, so.
you should have been a little bit faster because I actually asked about this time limit of this thing about like 20 minutes ago. Well, I appreciate that you are going to message. I actually did message because I'm sort of I'm like a go-getter. Okay, but it's good that you're a go thinker. That's fine.
Yeah. You're like a Giga Chad version of me.
Okay, yeah.
All
Also, here's something that would be really nice if you guys are in a waiting room and listening. It would be really, 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 really nice if some of you guys could bring like chat logs or something, because a lot of the advice that is being given right now is like kind of a shot in the dark. Like we can kind of guess on some things, but if you have actual chat logs to show an interaction, then things can become way more clear. In terms of like what might be going wrong or what might be happening during interactions, because I've had things where people describe situations to me and I'm like, okay, well let me see like what does the chat look like, and then when I actually see the chat, it's like, okay, there are problems here that you are not even comprehending. Holy fuck! So if that's possible, that would be helpful, but otherwise, yeah.
All right, I don't know in this channel which of these guys is the oldest or who's been in there the longest. Do you know for T4?
Oh, who cares?
Who cares? All right. This one has a dog. Sorenth. It's your turn to shine. Sorenth.
All right. Well, I'm 23 and I've never been in a relationship. I've never had a girlfriend.
Okay.
But I have the opportunity to get in one right now. But I don't know if I should be focusing on myself because there's still a lot of stuff I need to do. I'm sort of a loser, so I just.
When you say you're a loser, what do you mean?
Like I live with my parents right now. I have no job. I'm looking for a job.
Wait, did you say how old are you again?
I'm 23.
Okay, are you in college or no?
I'm about to go back.
What does that
How
mean?
many-
Do you
how
have
many
like 1
years have
year
you done?
done, or yeah? What does that mean?
I have a year and a half done. Almost have my associates.
What happened?
I just gave up, basically.
Why?
When COVID happened. I didn't want to do online.
Okay, and then you did kind of nothing for 2 or 3 years.
Well, I worked with my dad a bit, but that's about it. No real job experience, really.
Work with your dad, like doing contract work or like running a small business or what?
No, basically reposting cars online and selling them. That's about it.
Reposting cars online and selling them.
So what you mean to say is you're spending most of your time shit posting in DGG.
Just watching, mostly.
Okay.
No, but I have the opportunity to get in a relationship right now, but I don't want to be 26 with no dating experience at all.
Then fucking do it.
That's the thing.
What's the problem?
Yeah, what do you mean opportunity to get? What does that mean specifically?
Like, there's this girl that I know if I asked her to be my girlfriend right now, she would say yes, but I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Are you
like,
into her?
I'm somewhat into her, but I feel like I would be sort of doing it just for the idea of having a girlfriend.
No, okay. That's a yes or no question. There is no I'm sort of into her. That means you're not into her.
Yeah.
Are you trying to get it on with this lady?
I already have.
No. That's not the issue. The issue is he doesn't want to be 30 years old and not have had a real relationship. So he's wondering if it's worth it to get the experience right now, even if it's not with somebody that he really likes, versus like curving her and then waiting in the future for something that might pop up, but then being like risking being 30 years old with no relationship experience. Sounds like that's the issue.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about like being an incel. Like it sounds like that's not the case. It's just you're not finding the right one. I guess you're too picky, but that's okay.
Yeah. I think I'm addicted to dating apps, really. I'm addicted to the validation from on there and just meeting up with random people, too. That's sort of stopping me as well.
Have you gone on multiple dates? Like, you're seeing the experience in, like, going on dates with people?
Yeah, and, like, cuddling, all that stuff. But I don't know if that's for me.
Cuddling. Typically on Tinder.
That's serious.
you're not really into her, then like why would you? Because that gets really messy, right? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna practice dating, but she thinks it's really dating, and I'm like kind of really dating, but I'm not really into her. I'm just here for the practice. And it's like, well, for how long? 3 months? 1 year? How are you gonna break it off? Are you gonna break it off at the end of the year? Be like, yeah, I guess I'm just not feeling it. Like it's like there's a whole other person involved in this negotiation that isn't privy to like 50% of the important information, which is like, I'm not that into you.
I know, but that's not fair to her at all.
And
Yeah, but this dating show is not about her. It's about you, okay? So let's think about what's good for you here. But yeah, it's probably not good for you to do it.
And I don't know if I'll be too comfortable being alone at some point too, because I feel that now. Like I can't do the everyday talking and texting shit.
Well, but it sounds like you don't have a problem like finding women. You just haven't found the right one yet, because it sounds like you're able to hook up with people and stuff on dating apps and stuff. So that's not the issue.
Yeah.
So just chill. Just wait. Like just keep dating around and wait until you run into somebody that you like. Oh yeah, I think this would be good. No, that seems like
what exactly should I tell this girl?
Tell her like, I'm down to fuck, but I ain't trying to get in a relationship right now, bitch.
Sure, that and nice words basically.
Yeah, I mean, just let her know exactly where you're at. You're like not really interested in. You don't see it going anywhere long term with her, but if you like what's going on between you two right now, then let her know you like that.
Okay. Thank you. That's basically all I had.
You're welcome.
Okay.
We got you, fam. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye. Alrighty. See, that was good. In,
Nice
out,
and quick.
in and out. That's how they like it. All right.
Good
sex joke in a
one,
dating.
Dan. Oh my God.
Hummus.
Hi.
Humana. Welcome.
Anti-Semitism too. Nice one, Dan.
That's not anti-Semitism. That's
Well,
from
no,
like
he just
the.
likes me because he's Jewish. Like it makes sense.
What? No, hummus is. Okay, never mind.
He knew it. He knew it was anti-Semitic. It's okay, Dan. It's all good.
Okay, wait. People keep telling me to ask for age, job, and weight for everyone as soon as they come in, like an ASL. Do
We should do like age at the very
Kevin
least.
Samuels.
All
Yeah, we
right.
definitely need
All right.
Kevin
You know, let's
Samuels.
just get the. No, I'm gonna do the whole thing because we're really getting a full picture. You just answer me when I ask you the question, all right, Hummus? You ready?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Do you have a job, and what is it?
No, but I'm a full-time student.
Yeah, it should be neat status. That's what we're asking you.
And are you good looking?
I'm definitely a 6.
Okay. All right. Go ahead with your question.
I'm sorry. I know that I said I had chat logs in chat, but I didn't have time to prepare them.
Don't worry about
That's fine. Go ahead. Hit us.
So I've only been in one relationship, and I do feel a little bit of responsibility for how it ended. So I want to make sure that I don't mess up any future ones. And even if the future ones do end up failing, how do I make sure that like they're not my fault, basically?
How did the last one fuck up?
It was about after 2 months. Well, we dated first, and then we broke up for like a month, and then we dated for 2 more months. And then eventually she just kind of became cold. And I don't know, because we did have like one fight around her birthday where my dad had like been institutionalized. And so I was like requesting a lot of emotional support. No, I wasn't. I was requesting a little bit of emotional support. And she kind of got upset at that.
How are you asking when you're saying I was requesting emotional support?
So the day after it happened, our classes were supposed to merge, and because we were in separate classes, this was high school, and
hold on, I missed this. Wait, how old are you again?
I'm 20.
Okay, this is a relationship in high school. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is like 2 years ago.
Okay.
This is the only experience I have to go off of, so this is what I'm bringing
Okay,
up.
it's a high school relationship. Fuck, but
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
completely
go
irrelevant.
If you want,
no, we don't care. Tell us what's going on now.
It can give you some insight into like the kinds of problems I have in other
I don't think high school relationships can give you any insight. That's the issue. If you spend too much time trying to mine these for insight, you're gonna go crazy. It's fucking high school.
I'm not trying to mine it. I'm just trying to give you guys information that can tell you.
Okay, go for it.
Just tell us what's what though. For now.
Also, wait. The emotional support was. Did you say your dad died?
No, he didn't die. He got institutionalized.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. So I was upset with her. I texted her after class and I was like, hey, it was like kind of messed up that you didn't sit with me when like my dad got institutionalized. Like it's kind of fucked up. And then she kind of blew up ish. She was just very passive aggressive and felt like I was asking for too much. And I was.
Okay, well, she sounds like a bitch.
Yeah, fuck that cunt. What else?
Okay, so what has that led to now?
Not much. my main problem is I worry that I'm bad at emotional regulation, because when she broke up with me, I kind of blew up, and I was very, very emotional about it, and I wasn't good at like keeping it in. Like when I'm actually in a relationship.
Okay, hold on, wait. Nothing you said. You haven't said anything. When you say you blew up, do you mean like you cried, you hit a wall, or do you mean like you went and you tried to kill somebody? What does that mean, blow up?
I cried a lot in her car for like 2 hours, and I revealed some very personal things in my life that I really shouldn't have, and it feels in hindsight very manipulative, and I just became very hostile towards her, and I had to take like 2 months before I was able to even talk to her again.
Okay, I don't think any of that sounds like abnormal or maladaptive, right? Oversharing a little bit in an attempt to like show some vulnerability and keep somebody. It's a little bit manipulative, but it's not like completely like out of left field. Like it's pretty normal. Crying in somebody's car and being upset, needing a couple months of time to get like none of these things sound like horrendously manipulative or horrible to me.
I didn't say it was horrendous. I just said I have things I can improve on.
All right, so what's going on now? Fuck, come on.
I have a lot of trouble like talking to new people, because when I do talk to them, I think it comes through very clearly that I can become very bored with people. I think the main show of this is when people start talking about their family issues, and when by comparison it's like not that bad, it's very obvious that I tune out and I'm like, I don't care.
Okay. It sounds like you're just meeting boring people then, right?
Well, but it's been like a lot of people.
You're 20. You haven't had time to meet a lot of people. I'm sorry. I need to stop.
Okay. So you have like a fair, you're worried that you have like a lack of empathy because you basically, your life is pretty rough. And when people complain about like their pet dying and stuff like that, you like have a hard time like caring.
Well, it's not their pet. It's the combination of them talking about it and the weight that they place on it. Like if I just finished telling you about how like I grew up with almost every member of my family having a mental illness, and then you tell me, oh, my dad got really mad at me because I didn't do the dishes, and you seem to like be completely bummed and like this is fucking up your whole day, I can't take you seriously. Like I feel like you're extremely weak, and like I feel like an asshole because I feel like I'm just a terrible person.
I mean, you're probably overblowing how terrible you are. I mean, even in this conversation, actually, this is a good conversation of what you're talking about. Basically, people tell you a thing that's going on, and they feel really big about it, and you're like, it's not that big. And then in this conversation, you've told us about your high school relationship. You felt like it was a big thing, and you've been told basically being like, it's not that big of a thing. Do you feel like Steven and Dan have been like major assholes and are like really, really bad people?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Good.
No, I'm joking. I don't feel like they're assholes.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? You don't really feel like they're being assholes. They're just like kind of telling it to you straight. They could probably be a little bit more empathetic, because there's this piece of like, this is something we like try to like learn when like you're working with youth, is like it might be puppy love, but it's still the puppy that's feeling the love. So like if you dismiss their feelings, it doesn't really help them. And so like, yeah, you could probably be nicer, but just because you could be nicer or more empathetic doesn't mean you're bad, right? Like there's a big gap between I could be more of something than...
Yeah, to be clear, I shouldn't have moralized it. It's not that I think I'm a bad person for it. It's that I think I'm a bad match for a lot of people. Because...
Here's something you need to think about, okay? This is something you have to work on and you have to overcome. This is a problem that you have, okay? I used to have this problem a lot. I still have this problem and I still do it, and it is a toxic negative trait, okay?
Okay, give it to me.
One thing you need to realize is that humans acclimate to their conditions incredibly quickly and incredibly adeptly, okay? What is bad for you is going to be on a way different scale than what is bad for somebody else. And what you need... Well, clearly you don't, because if you're saying to somebody, well, this doesn't even seem like a big problem, you're
I know, but emotionally, I can't hide emotionally what I'm feeling.
Sure. So what I'm telling you is you have to work on developing that emotional understanding. That there are going to be people out there who the worst thing in their day might be, it's kind of like when you're barely passing you're like in AP Physics and you just got like another 72 on a test, and the person in front of you is like, fuck, I only got an A-, like my parents are going to kill me. It's like one of those things, right? It seems like, God, why are you complaining? You have everything. You're such a loser. But in their world, that A- to them might be just as destructive as the D or D- you got on your thing. And it's hard to empathize with that. And there is some level of mutual empathy that you can demand from the other person. Like when somebody's complaining about some particular thing going wrong and they realize like, you know, well, fuck, maybe this is a little insensitive to complain about this person. But one, not everybody knows your whole backstory. So when they complain about things, they're not going to know that like, oh, it's incredibly insensitive. And then two, everybody's running their own race. When people are complaining about things, they're not usually in the state of mind to consider like, what is the most sensitive way to complain about something so I can consider his feelings and not upset him while I'm complaining. These are things that you have to think about a lot until you internalize them, because otherwise it's just going to make you seem like you're going to come off as like an emotional one-upper in every single interaction you have, where somebody's
Not
like,
a good look.
yeah, like, fuck, like my dad is like such an asshole, and it's like, oh, cool, I haven't seen my dad in 6 months because he's locked away in an institution. And you're like, oh, well,
it's
fuck
like
me.
Such
I guess
a fucking good comedy skit to do that too. But anyways,
And I didn't do that. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, but you kind of did that a little bit.
No, I like in my relationship, because she had been having problems with her dad while my dad was not home. So I even said this to her. I said, I understand that your problems may seem small, and I don't want you to feel like they're insignificant compared to mine, because everything's like relative. And I said that, but what I felt was, yeah, your problems do kind of matter a little bit less than mine.
Sure.
And that's the issue, is you've already told us that you're not guarding people. Like there's a really important thing to learn to do in relationships, which is shielding people from your immediate emotions, right? Yeah. So when you're talking with somebody and they tell you that, and they're like this is like literally like you're sitting down with somebody and they're crying and sobbing, and you're like, what's up? And they're like, my cat just died. And on the inside, you're like, who cares? Like, I certainly don't. But what you need to learn to do is you like shield that. So I get that you said this, but then you also told us that you're obviously like being read as being like cold or disinterested, like you're worried about having this impact. And so there's an art of shielding people from your emotions, of like responding with empathy, because it's not time for your emotions to come into the conversation. It's about them right now.
The problem is I feel like I'm insincere because I can't emotionally regulate. So intellectually, I'm at this point where I know I should do that. That's the empathetic, that's the kind thing to do. But it's like in my body language, in the way I speak, I feel like people can tell that like I don't actually mean what I'm saying.
It's not insincere to like be changing your body language, right? Like it's that is what emotional regulation is. Emotional regulation isn't not feeling things. Actually, emotional regulation is fundamentally like, if you're feeling that in the moment, you acknowledge that and you go, and aside from that, I'm gonna still do my best to stay present. Like emotional regulation isn't about not feeling some sort of way. It's about acknowledging it and then moving through it.
Yeah, and like there's kind of two parts to this. One is you have to do it enough that it starts to become second nature, and it's going to require like a deliberate effort to do that, where you're considering the way that you are feeling about things, and you're considering the way you're responding to them, and then hopefully in time your responses will kind of shape your feelings if you're empathetic enough towards people. But on the second hand, it is okay for some people to be like, you complain about shit that I just super don't give a fuck about anymore. There was a brief period in time, God bless her soul, I dated a really cool person for a little bit between two girlfriends, and she was a student. And one of the things that I could not handle, it was very difficult to listen to her complain about her parents and college, because I am way fucking past it and I don't give a fuck at all. I super don't care. Now, that's not her fault, because obviously to her, like, school and everything was like really important to her life at that moment. She was still a student. But for me, I just can't listen to somebody complain about like living with their parents. I'm like way past that in life. Now, I was able to like quote unquote shield that response. I'm not like shitting on her for it, like, oh God, you're so stupid or whatever. But internally I was like, this is just kind of like a thing where I don't think I've matched well enough with this person. And then that's like, you know, okay, well, fuck it. Then you break up. If you're finding that you're running into people that are like, I'm traumatized because my cat died, it's okay if you to be like, you know what, I think we kind of have like a little bit of a mismatch in terms of like life experiences and what bothers us and what does bother and what doesn't bother us. It's okay to like cut some of those people out in terms of being in a really close relationship with them. But
well,
the problem is at my age. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Dan.
Go ahead.
At my age range, that's like, because I also feel this. Whenever people start talking about their parents too much, I haven't lived at home for like the past 2 years of college because I wanted to get the fuck out. And so when people constantly talk about their parents, and it's like pretty normal. You're 20. You're like you live with your parents probably still, or you interact with them enough that they're a major event in your life. And so when I hear this, I feel very mismatched with my age group even.
Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, you're at a really tricky age because you're kind of outlining like you're 20, but in a lot of ways, like you're not like all them other girls, right? Like you're 20, but you've had like a pretty decently difficult childhood with like your dad. You haven't lived with your parents for 2 years, which is pretty atypical. So like you're in this weird thing where all of your like social peers might just like not be as mature in certain areas, which is why like at this point I would actually highly recommend like trying to befriend people who are like 4 to 6 years older than you, and I bet you're going to be at a much more similar like state of life as far as maturity.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what got me into this mess, is that when I was younger, I would always have to hang out with my siblings' friends because my parents didn't want to fucking drive us all to different places. And so I'm used to hanging out with older people.
Yeah.
But I moved and I kind of
balances out, though.
Sorry?
It balances out. Like, I also used to always hang out with older people, but now that I'm hitting about 28, the reality is, like, most people kind of start to figure out their shit around 30. So, like, at some point, I think most of my peers are going to be around my age because, like, things just tend to balance out.
Yeah, because everybody's caught up. Okay, sorry, Dan, what were you going to say? I'm sorry.
No, I was about to fucking play you off, bro, because it's been here for fucking 20 minutes, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's alright. Did you get what you came for?
Can I a little bit talk with Erudite about just family mental health and how that kind of affects you, like having a family that's full of mental illness?
Yeah,
I mean, you
it's
can,
coming for
but
you.
you need to hit up Erudite after stream. She charges $100 an hour if you want advice from her. But this is the Dan Destiny Kyla show, so I don't even know who that is. If you want one-on-one advice, you got to pay for that. Okay, therapy ain't free.
You can DM me or come chat in my chat sometime.
Okay,
Thank you, Hummus.
Bye.
All right.
Nice.
You guys
You traumatized the fuck out of him. Good job.
You guys are soft. These guys are hard Taliban warriors. They know what it's like to be here for Collins. They will feel bad if you treat them differently. They don't want you to go soft. They want you to go hard and let them know that they fucked up. All right, on to the next one. Horus 69, the sex number. Do you know why it's a sex number?
Why is that?
Steven? Well, if you look at the 6 and the 9, and you imagine that the little O part of the 6 is a head, and the little O part is a 9, there, it's kind of like, you could see that they would be like, touching each other's mouths to each other's peepees like that. So, but anyways, what's up, Horace?
Hey everyone. So just give you guys a synopsis. 30 years old, married for 7 years. And my marriage has pretty much been rocky since day one. So,
employment status?
Work in IT, make about $60K a year.
You got money saved up, or you guys broke as a joke?
No, we're upper middle class.
Okay, it's good. That's an important question because money dictates a lot of problems. So what's going on with the marriage? What's happening?
Yeah, and from day one too. What?
Yeah, why Rocky?
So Destiny, I've actually talked to you about this before, a couple years back. But so, and I'm gonna just say this.
Get on with it. Go. What do you got?
Okay, so back in high school, I was obsessed with some chick. It carried on through my young adult years, through when I was in the military. Kind of became obsessed, mega cringe. And kind of held on to that, and kind of just at some point I went to I just wanted closure of like why this stuff didn't happen. And
God! That's already cringe. After you were already married?
No, this was before I was married, but I didn't do any of this. No, this was kind of like a friend zone thing.
No, wait.
No, were you dating your current?
Yeah, were you dating your current wife when you went to get this closure?
Oh, shit. No. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, what does this have to do with the rocky start? Is this going to build into it?
Yeah. So.
Okay, go ahead.
So she, and like I said, I was really cringe.
I understand. That's fine. So you met this girl to try to see if there was still a chance, is what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. So it got to the point where she blocked me off of all social media.
Okay.
And we got me and my wife got married. We got me and my wife got really drunk. I was probably the drunkest person at our wedding. Yeah, I know.
And you told her about this old girl? You're
let him.
Yeah. I'm trying to speed this up. It's taking forever. Go
faster.
Well, the thing is that I don't know who started it, but I somehow she unblocked me or something to tell me that she was happy that I got married. So I don't know why she messaged me saying that. And
so you messaged? Did your wife find out?
Yeah, she found out.
Does she know your history with the girl?
My wife. Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Did you tell your wife that you had her blocked on everything?
No, I didn't block her. The girl blocked me.
Yeah, you could have lied, bro. Anyways, continue.
No, I was anything inappropriate in your messages? What did your wife find?
No, I just said thanks, and I kind of just asked how she was.
Okay. Why is your wife mad?
And
yeah, what's the problem, bro?
Because she was under the implication that I was like trying to get back with her.
Did it look like that? Hold on. Do you have these messages?
No, those were all deleted. I got rid of everything for my mental health. in regard to
Okay,
that.
hold on.
my
Wait. Something is not lining up. So either you're lying, and we're gonna figure it out, okay? Or your wife is fucking loony, okay? Why? If there was nothing in the messages with you being flirty or whatever, what was she threatened by? What was the problem?
By just my past, I guess, because I was I tried to be as open as I could before. Like I had I kind of just told her about like what happened and everything, and she said it was cringe, and I thought it was kind of cringe too, but I didn't. I don't know.
Did she actually say cringe?
No, she thought I was crazy.
Okay, when you describe your past to her, okay, and now I'm relying on your memory, which is a mistake, okay, but did you tell her like, oh man, dude, I was like totally friend zoned by this girl that I, it was a little bit into and it was pretty cringe? Or do you think you conveyed the idea that like, this is my fucking soulmate and I hate that I didn't wind up with her, but at least I have you?
Before me and my wife were in a relationship, yes.
So she knew about this girl before you were dating your wife.
Well, motherfucker. Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. So now this makes more sense. So your wife found messages between you and her, and your wife thinks she's playing second fiddle to this other girl because she thinks that that's your long lost fucking soulmate. So she never wants to see you talking to a girl. Okay, now I understand why. Okay, go.
Okay.
So pretty much it kind of went that way through our marriage. Anytime I like even brought it up, my wife would get like really upset about it. And we've gone to like four therapists. And it's just been rocky since then, but that part is over now. Like I think we've crossed that bridge finally. This part here is kind of like
okay, never mind. I guess we asked you why it started off right. So, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so now I guess this is like a part 2 question: is when do you call it quits?
Well, what's going on in your relationship? Now? Yeah,
just multiple things. Like the most recent thing is with our son.
Jesus.
So yesterday we kind of had.
You have kids?
Oh, how many kids do you have?
1.
How old?
3.
Okay.
Does he have any like special needs or anything like that?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. Yeah. What do we got?
So yesterday she accused me of being abusive to our son.
Oh boy.
Why? What happened?
I didn't do anything. He was just kind of having a temper tantrum because he didn't want to take a bath.
So you did something. You disciplined him in some way. You said something. Yeah. What happened?
Why does she think you're abusive?
What did she accuse you of doing?
Nothing. She just says the way he's acting is her evidence to that.
To what? That you did what? Evidence of what?
I abused him in some way. She doesn't know. She just said that.
She doesn't know?
Oh god! All right. Oh boy, you got to work on your verbiage for a lot of this stuff.
There's a theme. There's this theme where it's like, I don't know, nothing's really happening. It's not a big deal. But then when we dug into the first thing, it's like, oh, it turns out your wife felt second fiddle because at the start of your relationship, she kind of was, and she didn't really find out about that, and then.
So you're talking to them, yeah. Okay, so what is do you guys have differences in how you discipline the child, or?
Yes, we do. I'm more authoritative. It took me a while to kind of understand like my parenting style, because I admit at the beginning I was kind of bad at it. I didn't have really any guidance.
I'm gonna need like 2 examples. Okay, go.
What do you mean?
When you say authoritative, do you mean like you shook the baby when it was crying, or that you shouted at it? Like, what does that mean? Yeah, I don't know what authoritative means.
So if he does something wrong, I'll give him like 2 or 3 chances of like, hey, let's go do this. And if he says no, like on the last time, like, all right, if you don't do this, this is going to be the consequence of you not doing XYZ thing.
Okay, wait, hold on. I need real words. What is the consequence? Is it you beating the shit out of him, or is it you like putting him in timeout? What does that mean?
Yeah, let's role play.
No, we don't need a role play. I just need to know what are the consequences. Obviously, because this is like the meat of the disagreement. Also, to be honest, I have an 11-year-old son, okay, and there are times where I wanted to fucking strangle the fuck out of him. So you're not like stumbling into territory where it's like I have no empathy. But go ahead.
Okay, dinner example. So he's really bad about not finishing his food.
Yep.
And he'll
I don't want it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I'll tell him like, all right, hey, I'll make a deal with you. Eat 3 more bites of whatever you're eating, and you can
I don't care about this. What were the consequences? This is what we care about. Yeah.
The consequence is him not getting it. The consequence is him not getting what he wants if he doesn't do it.
Like a toy or something?
No, dessert. So if he wants like ice cream after dinner, or if he wants ice cream now, and I tell him, hey, eat just 3 more bites. I just need you to eat 3 more bites of your vegetables, and then I can get you that ice cream.
No.
Do you yell?
No.
You've never yelled at your kid?
No, I've yelled at him. Not in this instance, though. And I wouldn't say yelled at him. I've raised my voice at him.
How often have
and
you?
I don't even remember the last time I yelled at him or raised my voice at him. I use a kind of a stern, I don't know, voice, but I don't yell or scream at him.
Well,
the issue
well,
is
you're fucked.
basically-
That's it. I don't know.
basically your
It's
wife
like
is
taking way
crazy.
too long, and I can't follow.
Basically, your wife is crazy, or there's something that you're like not telling us. You've been a little bit evasive with some of your answers, but that
sneaky.
could just be because you're long-winded. It could be because of something else. But it's really hard for us to answer a lot.
You are a
of this.
little long-winded. A little bit.
Like the issue is that like you guys might have very incompatible parenting styles where she's actually just wrong and she's way too much into appeasing the child, which is really negative, or you might be quote unquote wrong where you are like very corporal, very like hardcore screaming at like really small things, whereas she wants to be a little bit more patient. But it's without like seeing these interactions and then getting like kind of half over and over again of like what's going on is hard to say. But I mean like it also says because in the beginning, because right now you're saying you just gave me the most reasonable sounding story in the world where you said that like, oh, well, you know, if they don't want to eat their food, they don't get dessert. That's totally reasonable. But earlier you preceded this with, I was talking to a therapist and I realized that my parenting style was bad. There's no way that a therapist would tell you that that parenting style was bad. So there's something else.
No, like the way that like the reasonable thing that you just heard was result of me learning my parenting style.
Okay, well, give me an example of like an unreasonable thing. Yeah, earlier on.
Well, give us Dark Horse, if you will.
Dark Horse.
Dark Horse. Okay, so there have been times before where like I'm giving my son a bath and he'll splash water outside the tub and then I yell at him to tell him not to do that. Like, hey, don't do that. But I'm obviously yelling or raising my voice in a more, I guess, scary way to a toddler.
That's a little dark. Gonna be honest with you.
That's okay. It's not the worst thing, but here's 2 things you need to keep in mind. Okay, one is, and I might just be sensitive, okay? I'll admit this. Here's my feminine side, okay? I have a lot of sympathy for like a 1-year-old kid. I don't know how I would have reacted if I saw Rachel scream at my 1-year-old child. I would probably be really upset because it's like, bro, this kid is 1 year old. You need to be way more patient. So that's one thing is that depending on the age of the child, screaming at a baby, for me personally, that's a huge trigger for me, for my son. The second thing would be negative impressions like that can remain for a long time. If she saw you screaming at your child, then there's 2 things that are happening. One, she's remembering that for a long time. There's 3 things that are happening. One, she's remembering that for a long time. 2, she might think that you do it when she's not around. She might not fully trust you alone with the child. And 3, any maladaptive behaviors that the child has now at 3, she might blame on you screaming at him earlier, even if it's not fair to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And I would actually say if this is the way that you communicate with your wife, it feels evasive and slippery, even if you're not actually like doing anything bad, because it's so hard to actually ground out like what are you actually saying and doing. And I think if you get you're basically like very vague when you communicate. If you get really specific about stuff and concise, that's going to immediately build more trust. Because the way you're talking this whole time, I'm like, I just feel sussed out by the way you're communicating, but I have no idea, obviously, and I don't want to put on you something that like I don't know anything about. But if this is how you communicate, that one that Steven mentioned about her not trusting you when she's not around, I totally would buy that would potentially be going on. And yeah, she probably is unfairly potentially blaming you for like some of the kids' misbehavior now. And there's this trade-off of like, you have to take responsibility for what's yours, but also not everything. And there's probably a ton of resentment between you and your wife because of the entire beginning of your guys' relationship.
I would also, something I would say on that, and this isn't fair, but if you've had a negative experience with somebody and something comes off as evasive, one of the best things we do as human beings, best and worst, is we fill in the blanks very quickly. So if you're being evasive on anything, I'm thinking the worst, right? So it might even be that if you're honest about something, it's kind of bad, but the assumption I had in my mind was actually way worse than you just being upfront about it. But I think that what you need to figure out right now, and this is important for you, none of the 3 of us can tell you if your relationship is worth keeping. Like, what you have to figure out is, are you willing to do the work in therapy or whatever? Are you willing to do the work to earn her trust back and do the acquiesce to her in the ways that she needs to trust you again? Or do you think it's not worth it and you're not happy enough, you're like, fuck it, I want to go find something else? That's only a decision that you can make. But you have to make one of those 2. You can't just carry on where you're at right now.
And
well, that's
is
where
she-
it's kind of just been on and off with that, where I've been like, yes, I want to keep going, but there's been times where we've talked about divorce, XYZ, and stuff like that. And there's like some of the times where it's been like bad is I have mine and hers chat logs if you want me to go for that, just to kind of give you.
Yeah, throw some in. Where do we link chat logs at, Dan?
In the side chat.
Well, I'm not going to link it because it gives like names.
Well, I think we've gone on too long for this one. But
Oh,
maybe
wait, but chat logs are actually interesting. Sorry, never mind. We don't do anything interesting here. If you want to leave, you can go. That's fine.
No, I'm sorry. Let's just make this whole show about this. No, go ahead. Fine. Go ahead. Chat logs. Do it up. No, Steven wants it. Let's do it.
And then delete it.
You can link them in the... No. I don't trust you to read them. I need to see them. I need to see the punctuation and the capitalization and everything.
Message them to Steven.
No. Put them in the Destiny's room, and then you can delete it after.
He doesn't have permissions to do it.
Oh my god.
Okay, actually, because it's in. I know it's weird. It's in Google Hangouts, so I'm just gonna pass on that then, because it's really hard to screenshot it and send it.
It's not hard to screen.
So,
this is important.
If you want me to, I can.
Yes.
DM it to me, and then I can post it because I know.
Do Windows key Shift S, and you can do a snap of it, and then just Control V right into Discord. You'll have an instant screenshot.
All right, hold on. Okay, just go here. Okay, file, save as. Capture.
You don't need to save any of it. Just Windows key Shift S will take a clip.
Okay, who am I giving this to? Okay.
Kayla, just go ahead.
Kyla.
Right,
Kayla?
right,
Kayla.
Kyla, whatever.
No, you're good.
No, he's not.
All right,
He
1 second.
called your name the wrong thing.
Some fucking generic.
I was just saying. I wasn't correcting him. I was just saying you said
Kelly, Kyla,
Oh, you just
Kayla.
have low
Who gives a
expectations
shit?
because he's such a fucking idiot. I see. Okay.
No, she just has such a generic fucking name.
How many
Kyla's not a
Kylas do you
generic
know?
name. It's an
Look
extreme.
at me. I'm generic K person.
Name one other Kyla in your life.
All right, so
There's so many. I can't even pick one out. I ran into like 6 today.
Kyla.
You don't adjust your behavior. I'm about to call you a K word, Dan.
So this is gonna be deleted when it's
That's
like
fine.
done, right?
Yeah,
Send
we'll
it.
delete it. We're not saving anything.
Okay.
Don't worry. Unless we
Delete. Okay.
I'm in a public thing. If I use
Sent.
this against you, I'm fucked, right? So.
Sent.
Okay.
Not me. I'm a doctor.
If you want a backstory on this, I can give you a little bit of backstory.
Okay, and you're good if I post it in the side chat?
Yep. Only we can see it, and then we'll delete it afterwards. Okay.
Yeah.
I opened it. You can delete it now if you want. Okay.
So
Okay.
the beginning part of it is where it talks about the law firm.
Holy shit! I'm sorry. Can I read these?
I'll
I'll censor
use names.
Yeah, I'll censor the appropriate thing. So she says, "What was the name of the law firm you contacted?" And you said XYZ Law. Did you call them? She said, "Yeah." You said, "What did they say?" She said, "Everything that I fucking told you, except that it's going to take 6 months to get it off my record. So thank you. This is going to keep me fucking stuck for another 6 months. Fucking piece of shit." And then you said, "I'm sorry." And then she said, "Oh, that makes everything okay then. That makes it easier for me to provide for your child. I wish you had killed yourself in the army. You don't deserve what I've given you."
Holy shit.
I feel like this might be just, you need one screenshot of your toxic chat, because there's no way that she's doing this on her own. There must have been some, well, now I'm victim blaming. Do you ever communicate with her in an aggressive manner? Yeah, go.
No, hell no.
Never like this?
No, This was one of my main issues with her and why we went to therapy, was because like the shit she said at the end.
What'd you do in the army?
Not kill himself,
infantry.
apparently. I'm sorry. Okay, this person is very toxic. I don't know why
this is
you would try
super
to...
toxic. This is terrible communication. And if you ever reciprocate in any way similar, you're both being terrible. If you're genuinely telling us the truth, which obviously you will only know, and this is actually how you communicate all the time, I'm going to be honest, you probably should have had better boundaries with her 7 years ago, because this is a really inappropriate to be communicating with you at any time.
True.
Well, yeah, and just a little quick context to the screenshot was with the law firm thing is that we had an argument. It was about the girl prior that we talked about, and she was going off on me on the phone, and I told her, "Hey, I don't want to talk about this right now. You're going off. I'm gonna hang up. We could talk about it when I get home." And I hung up. She kept calling me back over and over and over again. I just didn't pick up. I wasn't having it. And then she left me a message saying, "If you don't pick up, I'm gonna start breaking your stuff."
Yeah. Well, this sounds like...
Then I called the non-emergency police line, and they sent somebody over. And where we live, even if I don't press charges, the state will. And she got like a misdemeanor nuisance, whatever. And that's stuck on for 6 months.
She got a misdemeanor charge for what?
For breaking. So she didn't tell me what she was going to break. She just said, if you don't pick up, I'm going to start breaking your stuff. And then when I got home, she trashed my office. Nothing was broken other than she ripped up a couple of my books that I had.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Okay,
I'm I'm confused on the misdemeanor charge. Because you called it's not like you called 911. You called the non-emergency police line. They went. Were they charging her and shit before you even got there? Or did they arrest her or what?
No, they got there like a minute or two after I got there and looked around.
And then the officer showed him was like, we have to charge her?
Regardless of what you said?
Yeah.
There's a lot of pieces of this puzzle that are.
Wait, hold on. Does that
confusing.
sound to the other two in here? The other two parts of the trial. Does that sound possible?
That you would, I don't know why you go to jail for that without abuse. Like, it's her books to fucking rip up. She owns them.
Yeah, it's weird. It's very police can press a charge if they think it needs to happen within a family setting, regardless of what the family says. It's just really rare. So I'm not saying it didn't happen.
That's. I mean, we have no choice but to believe it. I guess it's possible. That just seems weird that they would show up and actually like do an official filing for a charge, like actually do an official on the books charge.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, with if there was like violence or something, then yeah, 100%.
It was.
Okay.
I could tell you it's Utah.
Okay.
Ooh, Mormons. You know.
Well,
yes.
Yeah. Listen. Does your therapist know the extent to how your wife communicates with you? Have you?
Yes, she's seen it firsthand.
What does the therapist say?
That it's uncalled for and that I shouldn't put up with it. But my wife doesn't go see that therapist anymore. I kind of just see her on my own now for my own stuff.
Why did your wife stop seeing that? Wait. Why did your wife stop seeing that therapist? She didn't like the answer she was getting?
Because, and this is just my assumption, is that it seems like the therapist was siding with me more than her.
What did the wife say?
That was why. That's what she said. That
she said that's the reason.
That's what she was. She was assuming that. Yeah, she was assuming that the therapists were siding with me,
to like
not being
was
impartial.
Was your therapist a woman? The one that was siding with you?
3 of them were, yes.
Okay, so it's very, very common. There's actually a really big bias in a lot of marriage and family counseling that gets talked about pretty often, where typically when there's like tensions between couples, it's really hard for the therapist not to fall, especially if she's a woman, onto the woman's side. So a lot of this is like, it basically sounds like to some extent you are kind of putting up with like inappropriate communication, and like at some point you like need to draw a line, and if these things don't change, it's up to you to decide in your relationship. But if like your therapists are outlining that this isn't appropriate, you need to be figuring out like, are you actually setting up those lines of this isn't appropriate, and what are like the steps you're going to take if she's engaging with you in that way.
True.
Yeah, I've been doing my best with that. I've been reading like relationship books and how to and stuff like that.
Okay.
You can't fix it by yourself, right?
Yeah, I don't think
it takes 2 to tango.
Okay, we're good. I don't
yeah,
think
but I can only change my part in the relationship. I can't force her to do anything.
Yep, but also you can leave, and it might be time to. So.
True.
Good luck.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
All right.
Adios, amigo.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna warm up for real quick and step away for a second, okay? You guys can chat if you want to. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Do I want to chat with Kayla?
Kyla.
Whatever. So, we're both psychologists. I mean, I have, more schooling than you by proxy, but I understand that you're something respected in the industry. Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah. Do you practice often?
I like to think that a lot of my knowledge, is really like street smarts. Really, that type of. I practice like the street psychology, if you will.
Oh,
That's like.
That sounds on the up and up. That's
It
very
is.
avant-garde psychology.
Well, it works, and that's the main thing. Is that the main thing is that we can get shit done.
Who do you help?
Really no one, honestly, because I don't work for free. And if you're really good at something, you never do it for free. So
Wait, so it works, but you don't help anyone? How do you know it works? Or is it just like empirically tested?
well, it was revealed to me in a dream that I.
Oh.
Yeah.
You should write a book and start a cult about that. I heard that's really like the next way to become a billionaire.
Ooh. Maybe.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like
too much work for a cult, or?
I think I could have a pretty cool cult, honestly.
Yeah. What would your guys? I feel like cults need aesthetics. What would be your like aesthetic?
I can tell you what it. You ready for this?
Yeah.
It's going to be comfort. Okay. Too many cults are all about like button-up shirts and uncomfortable wool pants. Mine, we're going to be like the dude, the Big Lebowski. We're going to be like, you know what? We might even go bowling. That will be our cult. We'll fucking take over a bowling league.
But not the shoes, right? Because those shoes are terrible.
I wear flip-flops most of the time, 95% of the time. I'd wear them when I bowled if I could. But I mean, I don't think they'd allow you. I don't think they'd allow you to, but I would.
Okay.
So it'd be comfort-based and I don't know.
Bowling
It's like,
so when you say comfort-based, do you mean like sweats, like kind of the sweat?
well, just like the whole methodology of the cult is based around comfort. So it's not just what you wear, it's like things you do in life. So when you wake up and you're like, you know, it's kind of like Office Space. Like if you wake up and you're like, you know what? This bitch has been pissing me off. You might just call up the phone and call him a bitch right there, you know, because that feels like the right thing to do at the moment. It's like that type of living, you know?
Call him a bitch and then hang up because confrontation is not fun.
No, just because you don't care what they have to say. It's funnier if you just call them a bitch and then they're like, no, and you're like, all right, see ya, and then just like that.
Nice. Well,
Yeah.
you guys are gonna get fired, so you're gonna need another way to bring in. What's going to be your income strat for this cult?
Rug pulls.
What the fuck are rug pulls?
That's when you start a new cryptocurrency and you get a bunch of people to invest in it. And when it's going really up, we pull the rug and then we sell everything immediately.
Nice. And then you pay for shorts as well, so you can make money in like 2 ways.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's called being smart. So a lot to it.
You can't win if nobody loses, right?
Yeah. In most cases, yes. Someone has to lose for us to win. So that's fine with me. What else?
That's amazing. What's your guys' motto? You'll need like a theme song or like, because like part of cults is you have to like brainwash. So if you're too comfort based, it might be hard to brainwash them.
No, because they're going to see it. They're going to see it and they're going to be like, oh my God, that's so cool. Like, I bet right now, if you're asked like how many people want to join the cult, we'd get actually a few people that would want to join right now. No song. We haven't even done a song yet. Okay. But we would get some pretty cool songs for sure.
Yep.
Cool songs. And I don't know, just it's about sending a message
That is a good point.
that we don't care.
You don't care. Have you ever watched the docuseries Wild Wild Country?
Nope.
Okay, well you're gonna love it because it's basically a comfort cult in a lot of ways. They wear like big flowing robes though, and like the breezy, kind of like thinner pants. There's like a guru from India, and he's all about like peace and like all these things. And it's crazy. He started a town. They had their own police because you could have a police if you're a town.
Yep.
It's a big old sex cult.
There was that chick from that show that was in a sex cult. One of those fucking shitty shows that no one watches. Amanda something or other. I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
It's like one of your names, like that. The Kayla, Kyla, Kara
Right.
type names. Smallville. Yeah. Were you on that show?
I was not.
Oh, okay.
My sister Kyra was though.
Yeah. See, God, your parents just not really getting a lot of variation with the
They
names
weren't
there, huh?
creative. They just like stuck to K's and then forgot that we were white, I guess. So like, you know.
Let's see. Well, what else? Psychology things. What interesting psychology things you want to talk about? As I mentioned, I am pretty good.
Commercial real estate. I feel like commercial real estate.
You misspoke. No, I'm mostly a shit poster.
But
At
you
this
do
point.
okay. If you don't want to go into your career, that's obviously
No,
fine.
no,
I
no,
just
no,
don't know if you're commercial or residential.
I'm mostly residential.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. So you must be selling like the really nice homes then.
I don't do a lot of selling, sister. I do the buying. That's it.
Oh. Wait, are you a landlord?
You know what? I am, and I'm tired of pretending that I'm not.
You know what? Say it loud and proud, Dan. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong. You're providing a service.
That's right, I am.
There you go.
We're carrying the world on our shoulders.
Yeah. So I'm guessing you probably don't feel warm about Hassan and others calling you parasite and stuff
Hassan and me have a fantastic relationship. We are friends.
Oh yeah.
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 Oh, they played D&D together. Remember?
We did. We played D&D. I have no problem with Hassan.
Ooh,
I think
what was
he's.
your character?
My character was Baron von Scheckelstein. He was a
Yeah.
a
Very high IQ.
No, he was a warlock. I think he was some Tiflin warlock or something like that.
A tiefling warlock. Huh?
Tiefling warlock. That sounds right.
Wow, with the horns, a little devil creature.
Yeah.
Nice. Did you do a voice for him? And can we hear it?
I did. It was like I think it was like a Russian voice. But I don't know if it's the exact one. I'll try it for this next caller and we'll see if they recognize what's going on. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Bring him in.
Yeah, give me a second. I gotta get into character.
Oh my god.
You should stay in
All right, I'm ready.
character.
I'm ready. Don't make me laugh.
Okay.
Oh, delay of knee. Hello. Well, welcome to.
Okay, no, we're not. Okay, do a serious voice.
Oh, what is problem? I go in. I want to make the sex conversation with delay of knee.
Oh, we can talk sex. Sex is good. Very good.
All right, you made it weird. What do you want?
Okay, so I'm 25. I'm pretty proficient in life. I want to say, like, I got a house, got a full-time job, 600 figures, all the good stuff. And I've been in a relationship with this girl for about 10 years now. It's high school sweethearts, whole freshman year thing, met.
Okay.
And now we're here 25. We did long distance in college, so we went through that and very strong with that. I'm a big proponent of not knowing things and not knowing what else is out there is kind of blissful. So
Right.
not knowing how good your relationship or not knowing how bad something is, or if you're enjoying what you have, then why would you go out there and try to figure out what you don't have? So that being said, me and my girlfriend, we're, like I said, together for 10 years, never been with anyone else. And together, for each of each other, we're like 10 out of 10s. Incredible. We're both absolutely infatuated with each other and everything. I mean, like, we love all of it. Like, sex
All right,
is
get on the
great.
question.
Like,
what do you got?
Yeah, what the fuck? Tell me who killed
give
who.
me some setup, okay? Give me some setup.
Where's the problem?
How do you figure out if what you have is actually worth what you have?
Oh yeah.
But without completely fucking your life up. So like I said, like, we're 10 out of 10s for each other, but how do I not go out there and figure out if what you have is a 6?
Well, I'll tell you right now. I know a guy in chat right now that has similar problem as you, named Destiny. He very confused last few weeks. Give you good advice right now. Go ahead, Steve.
I have way too much experience to relate to you. I can usually tell if things are okay or not.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what I would say to somebody who's only been in one relationship who's 25. Like,
I guess the thing is like most people, if you're saying you're a 10 out of 10, like what do you think is even like, let's just be like boring with math. What's the statistical probability that you're going to find somebody like better than that? I get you're saying like, it's so good. Like I might not know that there's better out there, but it's like, that's not usually the case. Like usually people who have a really good life aren't being like, I wonder if there's something better. Like it's like most people are striving just to get to like, okay, or good enough. So if like your relationship's that fruitful, especially if there's no problems, I don't know, especially at like.
That's the issue, is that there is no problems. It would be simple if there was problems.
Let me have you.
wait, hold on. You're inventing. You're inventing problems where there are none. Just carry on.
Well, I was about to ask though. No problems, but is the spice still there? That's what I want to
No.
know. Are you like?
You don't need the spice.
absolutely.
No, okay.
Oh my god, you still have spice.
I'm hot as fuck.
You
Like,
still have
shit
spice.
is good. Sex is
Alright,
good.
then what are you
Every-
complaining about?
Okay, I kicked him out. Fine, do another caller. I don't know
What
why this guy's even here.
unfucking
What
real.
is this guy even
guy-
here for?
He's got spice. He's got 10 out of 10. He's got 600 figures.
He just came to flex. He literally.
I feel
came
like
and
I'm
then-
listening to one of those shows where someone calls in and is like, I want to know if it's responsible for me to buy. I found a really nice 2023 Honda Accord with 5,000 miles on it. So I'm 27. I already have $2.5 million saved. I'm currently earning $580,000 a year, but I'm paying off a $1,000 couch that I'm still making minimum pay. And it's like, bro, what the fuck are you asking? Yeah, I don't know what the point of that was. Okay, sorry.
All right, I hated that guy.
Me too. I hope his relationship fails.
Yeah, dude, he's such a... Hold on, I'll bring you right back in, Solid Riders. What a fucking cunt. This guy coming in here with his fucking 13-inch dick, his 10 out of 10 supermodel wife, his 600-figure fucking bank account, saying, dude, we're fucking all the time. Shit's great. You know what? I curse you, sir. I curse you to having a half-sized penis moving forward. And she's gonna leave you for a guy named Dan, and then you'll think of me for the rest of your days. Alright, Solid Rice, what can I do for you?
Alright. Hey, what's up, guys?
Yo, not much. What's good?
Alright, cool. Alright, so... fuck. So...
So
I used to think I was like super fucking ugly, like really bad. Turns out, I was okay. I like my face.
Hold on. Age.
Okay. All right, age
Employment.
22. Employment, I work full time doing cybersecurity. I make about 65K a year in a low cost of living state.
What
You
state?
say 22 or 42?
22.
What's the state you live in?
Yep. Oklahoma.
Okay.
Oklahoma.
Yep.
Shut up.
All of my dating experience comes from dating apps, which it seems like that may not be the best strat, right?
It's okay.
I feel, but I don't know how the fuck to meet women like in real life.
Do you have any like leisures or like any co-ed leisure that you do or volunteering or anything like that? Those are the easiest way.
I used to volunteer for NAMI. It's a mental illness.
Great place to
It's
meet
a mental
girls.
illness charity.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just
it was all
Ignore me.
old people. I'm gonna be real.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go?
That was
kind of
fun, but
to
I don't really
like
do that
pets.
stuff. Yeah, I should go to the. I should probably go to like an animal shelter or something there. I prefer nerdy girls, I guess. And okay, but here's been my biggest issue on dating apps too. I feel fake as fuck when I'm on them, like when I'm talking to people, right? I always think like what I gotta say, the outcome of the situation, all that stuff, and I think that's manipulative.
You know
I
what?
realize
That's playing the game. You ask me and Steve when we go and we're walking down the street and there's some Cuban guy offering to sell us a fucking orange for $1. You know what? You can't just give him $1 because they didn't ask for more. You have to haggle. It's part of the game. That's what we got to do. So you got to play the game and you got to accept it and you have to be part of the system. Okay, and that's how everything is going to work out for you.
Do you think there could be a problem though, where I'm putting on a like sort of a face, and then the mask kind of slips later on?
It
and they're
depends
like,
on
"Who
what.
the
Okay,
fuck
hold
are
on.
you?"
Wait, stop. It depends on what you mean by playing a game. Okay, when I talk to new people, I'm probably a little bit more polite than I am otherwise. But if I was saying some shit like, "Oh yeah, like I love rock climbing and hiking. I do that shit every fucking weekend. Let's go." Like, "Oh my god, you've got like all if you're totally fucking lying and misrepresenting your hobbies, your interests, and who you are, that's bad. But like everybody has a little bit of a mask when they're first meeting somebody, where they're a little bit more polite than they would otherwise be. That's totally normal.
Plus, most social skills that you start like learning, like a lot of these like social skills for dating, the reality is like at some point they're going to incorporate like learning charisma techniques isn't being manipulative. It's just like basically improving your skills at something, just like you would improve your skills at rock climbing or something else. Lying's the only issue here.
True. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say I was lying about anything.
Then you're fine.
You're just exaggerating. That's part of the course.
I probably told the truth way too much, to be honest.
Add a few inches. Add a few inches to your height.
Yeah, Dan exaggerates all the
dick.
time. He literally is in here saying his dick is 5 inches long, and we all know he's
do you
over
see?
exaggerating.
I literally just said add a few inches to the dick, and then he's already.
No, you said height
fucking joke.
initially. You misspoke. I'm sorry, Dan.
No, I said both. Replay the VOD. You know what? I'm not gonna take this slander. Anyways, man, you'll be fine. Just fucking play that shit out. You know, it's a game. You got to do it. Live a little. Go out there.
All right,
embellish.
I'm gonna go eat some fucking grass. That's what I got to do.
You got it, homie. I got you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
I'll see you
man.
later. Peace.
Phoenix, the Kleenex.
Oh, so hi, Lycan. Okay.
What do you got, Phoenix? Take your time. We're here for you. Whatever you need. Honestly, I think in general, this just shows that you're kind of willing to really think about what you want to say. You're not just going to blurt it out, and you wait for no man. And it's obvious that you come prepared for a relationship. You're someone that the other person can rely on. Like, you're not just going to show up and have no idea what's going on. You're going to make sure that you're there, you have the tools you need to do the job. In fact, women call you old reliable. Why wouldn't they? And that's a man that they can really get behind. Old reliable, he's here. He's ready to rock. Hard as a rock. That's you.
Okay, come on, Phoenix.
Phoenix, get your shit together, all right? No one wants someone who can't figure out how to turn on their microphone.
All right.
All right. Turtle Co.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Let me close chat real quick. Okay. I guess I just have like a quick question. My ex started talking to me about being friends after hanging out, about being friends and hanging out. Is it wrong to befriend an ex like after a month from the initial breakup and disconnect?
Yeah. You already damned me about this. I told you it was. You expect a different answer? Yeah, why would you friend them again? They're mind fucking themselves. Why would you do that? Okay. Kylo or Dan, do you have a different answer?
No. And I'm actually a little bit offended that you would try and fucking manipulate this system as bad as you're doing right now.
Kylo, what do you think?
I have no context of your relationship with your ex, but in general, there's a reason you broke up.
Okay.
Yeah, but he wants to be friends with her. Or they. I don't know if the ex is a he or she. But and she's like, oh, well, I can be friends, but chances are the other dude's probably mind fucking himself.
Yeah.
And you're setting yourself up for a dumb situation.
Which, in fairness, like, you can allow him to do, but it's just going to be messy for you, and there's a reason that you ended it in the first place, so why?
Okay. Okay,
All right.
that makes sense. Oh,
yeah.
Bye-bye.
All right, good luck.
Wow. Steven just went off.
Tough nerd. He's no bitch, or she's no bitch. They're tough. What's up? Come on, tough nerd. You're tough.
Hey, next. Whoa.
Ooh.
Hello?
Oh, same
Hello.
himself. Hello.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. How you doing? You want to sell me a propane system or something?
What?
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
Just had some
question.
very... Go ahead.
Yeah. So, are you guys only doing romantic relationships, or can we ask questions about platonic friendships as well?
We're masters of both, so go nuts.
All right. I have a friend that's falling for the red pill, and I'd like to save him. I thought he was pretty smart, but I can't seem to get him past some of the dumb parts of the red pill.
Which parts in particular?
Okay, so women are born with a particular, according to the red pill, with a particular, I guess, inherent value because they have a vagina. And so just by virtue of the vagina alone, she's on a higher pedestal than men. So men have to work harder. So because they have to work harder, I guess women have to be sex slave maids, virgins, for their whole lives.
Well, we do have to work harder. You know that
Well,
part
work harder
straight
for
away.
what? What do you mean?
So like, I mean, well, we do have to work.
Well, I was asking
Everyone has
Dan
to
because
work.
Dan seemed to agree with it. So I'm curious what Dan means when Dan says we need to work harder.
Well, just really in everything. We got to work harder chasing
So
women. We got to work harder
for
in life.
everything. That's not true.
Yeah, what do we not have to work harder in doing? Giving birth, I guess. What else?
If I want to work on a project and I want to be taken seriously on that project, my accomplishments speak for themselves. If I'm a woman, people are always going to second guess whether or not I deserve the credit that I get for it, or if I fucked my way to the top, or if people just liked it because I was pretty. That's one thing that men have to work.
Say that to
Remember
Elizabeth Holmes, universally respected woman startup founder.
Yo, so Destiny, that was actually one of my points to him. I was like, you know, women can actually achieve some of the same things that men achieve. They won't make as much money. They won't get the same amount of glory. It's just like a different thing for them. So how can you say they're inherently more valuable at birth just because they have a vagina when, if anything, you know, it's kind of like a disadvantage because it seems like, and I'm not even.
I would
not
be
offended.
whenever you phrase things, you have to be very careful to how you phrase it. Don't ever say that like man or woman is disadvantaged because your friend will destroy you on that point. I would just say that there are pros and cons to both, and that everybody has a unique set of challenges. In some ways, undeniably, women have it easier, but in some ways that isn't as immediately obvious to us as men, women have it harder. And your goal is to just kind of point out those cons because men and women both lack a lot of empathy for the struggles for each other, and being able to point those out sometimes can be helpful.
Man, I pointed him out, and he just kept going back to, well, it doesn't matter because back when it goes to nature, which is, I think, is the dumbest shit to say. When it goes to nature, men have to chase and women have to submit, and it's about dominance. And I'm like, yo, everybody doesn't. It's not about dominance for everybody. Some people don't like that. Some women want a man that isn't all that dominant, you know. So it's just different strokes for different folks, and it seems like they think it's a cookie cutter for everybody. And it's
Yeah,
I don't know how to fix it.
When you're talking with people who are like falling into more extreme ideas, especially because you have this interpersonal relationship, you're actually at a unique position where you are actually one of the most likely people to pull this person away from some of these ideas. And the way you do that is you need to make sure that you concede an olive branch on every single point that is true about the world. And this is what a lot of red pillars get turned off of when they fight with, like, for example, blue pillars, is that blue pillars won't acknowledge certain things, right? And so you need to acknowledge some things that are true, right? That like men are getting less educated, that like all these things. That like, yeah, if like we crashed on a ship, yes, by and large, it's probably true that the women would go back to like traditional women roles to survive, and the men and stuff like that. So I like bite these bullets, but the reality is like, you're right. We're not on a survival ship. In fact, in North America, we're not really trying to survive at all. We're at the process of trying to figure out how to thrive. And so like extending those olive branches makes them feel like you're not dismissing them. You're actually hearing their positions. You're being like, this is true. And this. And so you can actually like add now a more moderate, more nuanced, reasonable position to something that you can somewhat agree with them as like a fact.
What do I do when I do that and then they want to strip away reality? And what I mean by that is they'll do things like, let me see, what's a good example of how he was. Okay, so I was like, it's 2022. I don't want to say his name. I almost said his name. It's 2022, friend. You know, women can work, women can get jobs, and women can be successful and still get men. Why would they have to do these like archaic, really dumb roles when we live in the world that we live in? And what he does is he says, because if you just isolate us and you like return us back to nature, this is how it's supposed to work. And how do I get past that?
If you're talking about breaking somebody out of like the Evo psych bullshit, you're gonna have to do a lot of work. That's a really difficult, because you're like fighting on these like really weird epistemic grounds of like how people even view the world, and it's gonna be a lot more difficult than just fighting. That's some shit that like I don't know if you just have to make more friends that are women to see that like people don't generally process things this way, but yeah, it's as soon as when you start talking about like real life human relationships, and then people start bringing up like, well, you know, we gave monkeys t-shirts and like this is how they were attracted to, that's a really hard position to be fighting from. I don't have like a good like, oh, just do this and everything will be easy. I wish I had like something easy to break you out of that, but that's like something you have to slowly chip away at over time.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah, really compare him to reality. One thing you can also do is say you concede with him about some level of like gender norms to some extent, and like fight less about like the epistemic stuff. Point out things that are really, really like high quality about women that like make women just like really nice. For example, like one thing I always go to is like, who does the bulk of volunteering and charity work? It's almost exclusively women, right? And talk about this thing. And then when they try to be like, well, it's because of all of these other times and stuff, be like, hold up, let's just acknowledge that this is true, right? Because a really big harm of the red pill is the misogyny that comes with it, right? And so I think that like that can be, you can't wiggle away from like facts like that. Of just being like, okay, if we're gonna go with these traditional gender roles and stuff, then we have to acknowledge that like women are way nicer according to your own worldview and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Well, that's about it, you guys. Thank you for your help.
Be careful, bud. Dan, wake up!
Yo, all right, Phoenix, round 2. Will Phoenix be the reliable, steady individual that can figure out how to use Discord, or will he be a fucking failure that still can't talk after 30 minutes
Okay,
of
next,
checking
go.
and seeing? We have our answer, Phoenix. We're all laughing at you. All right, next, we're breaking down into the tier 3s. Oh my god, we're slumming it into the fucking cheap seats. All right, well. Punished Skeptuk.
Oh, shit.
Ah,
My
shit.
name wrong. Ah, fuck. It's all over. Holy shit. All right, so, fuck, I gotta turn this stream off. I can't fucking deal with this shit.
Yeah, please turn your radio station down. You're gonna hear yourself otherwise.
Fucking hell, I feel like Destiny in that fucking one guy's stream.
Which guy would that be?
Ah, fuck, I can't remember. It was a stream where you were, like, listening to yourself and you're like, you couldn't fucking deal with it. Ah, fuck, I can't remember that.
Wait, are you hearing an echo or what?
No, I just had the stream on and I can't fucking hear myself while I talk. It just pisses me off.
Okay.
I don't blame you, homie. All right, let's do it.
Okay, so my question is, I recently found this person on Tinder. Oh, well, I guess I should say my age or whatever.
Age and net worth. Go ahead.
No, shut up. Age and need status. Go.
Okay. Age, 18, gonna be 19 next month, and NEAT status is, unfortunately, I work at Burger King. So.
Okay.
So
are you going to school or anything at all, or no?
I'm going to college in next month.
Okay.
Yeah, community college.
Okay, so you're a
for
full-time
computer
student.
programming. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I met this person on Tinder. They are 21. And
guy or girl?
they,
Just so we can.
It's a they them.
Okay.
So I don't know.
That's fine.
How do
I
we
just
feel about
getting it.
those
Yeah.
now?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, they're they them, and an issue I've been having is like I really like this person. I really click with them well. Like our humors are very similar. I know you like kind of had some back and forth on Twitter with like Too Mad or whatever, and it's very much that humor, like the just super crazy fucking stupid shit.
Okay.
And I really like them, but the problem I'm having is that they said they watch Hassan, and I know that sounds like a meme, but I'm just it might start with Hassan, and then it might lead into like maybe this person is like a radical, like political, ultra political person, and I'm just like I'm kind of a political person, but I really like to just stay away from the politics nowadays in my life. Like I just kind of want to have like a normal life where I'm not constantly thinking about like who's my president and you know the ultra nationalist politics shit, you know what I mean? So
Okay, what's the issue?
just-
If somebody's too into politics and you don't like that, then that's like an area that you fundamentally don't click on, right?
Well, yeah, but I just don't know. Like
He doesn't know, Steve.
You know, I don't know.
He's a skeptic.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
you
a
just don't know
skeptic.
what?
I just don't know if like because I really like this person, I want it to work, but I just don't.
Okay,
I
yeah,
guess I'll have
if I
to.
could jump in. So there's this weird thing I've noticed a lot of younger people particularly doing where we like are weirdly pretending like we actually care that much about politics, but the
Yes.
reality is that like most people
Yeah.
don't. Like
I don't.
they
I
might
don't.
watch Hassan. You don't even care that much about politics. They
No.
watch Hassan. They might have some dumb fuck takes. You guys can maybe argue about them, but if politics isn't really part of your world, this idea of like there's so many like people I hear, especially like on the left, being like, oh, if they're Republican, I'd never date them. And I'm like,
Exactly,
yeah,
I
you would
hate that
because
shit.
you don't care. And so like I wouldn't really worry about it unless this person is actually very politically involved, for example, and like it's a fundamental part of their life, and like
Right.
that's a different conversation. But if they just like watch Hassan as like Hassan is as much a political commentator as like he is just like kind of a hot himbo to like watch TV with.
Whoa, settle down,
Whoa.
Kyla. You're gonna get yourself in some fucking hot water.
Oh, whoa.
That's
These
the
are my
not so
opinions and no one
erudite
else's
channel.
in the communities. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess it's just like a second thing. Recently, because of like the ultra political shit, I've kind of just become like this cynical person to where like I've kind of always been like a cynical person. That's kind of why my name is.
Stop.
the
Just
way it
stop.
is.
Just stop. Stop following them. If politics are making your life measurably worse, like you're actually
No. It doesn't have to do with that. I'm just saying like in general. Like I'm off that now, but I'm just like. I've just been like a cynical person and like the earlier conversation with that one dude about like the fucking thinking people are less. Like I've just kind of been on this thing like since I was like probably 16, where I've just like I've had a really hard time not thinking that people are less. You know what I mean? It's like I just don't know. Like I just feel like when I talk to some people, it's really hard to like have a conversation, and so then I just totally tune out and like this person is just fucking stupid and I just don't even want to fucking talk to them, you know what I mean?
Well, stop doing that.
I know, but it's fucking man, it's fucking difficult, man. So I don't know. I'm young and I'm still figuring it all out, so I guess that's where I'm at. So I don't know. Hey Lycan, you're in here? What the fuck? He's muted? What the fuck, man? I want to hear more Lycan. Alright, well, I'll stop wasting your guys' time. Hey, Lycan, you need to talk more, so we all want to hear your beautiful voice. Alright, anyway.
Okay, have fun, buddy. Be careful. Love you.
Yeah, bye.
Good job, Dan.
Wow, look at all the people that want to have relationship advice. I feel especially, you know what? Today, bonus hour. Ding, 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 ding. We're taking in one T1 peasant. Who will it be that will get so lucky? Down in the cheap seats is going to get to ask a question. It will be...
You've got to have a good profile picture.
Ooh, good profile picture. Ooh.
Ooh, it's T1 is filling up. They heard you.
Ah.
How about Diego Washed or Chan Theric?
Sure, go with the first one, even though it's an anime profile picture. I'll do it. Move it to Destiny's one. Hello, Diego Washed. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congrats, dude. You made it. Congratulations.
Your odds were so slim. Do you know that going through this? Do you know how low your chances were?
I can't believe this. I just paid for this tier 1. Thank you so much.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You paid just now for the chance to talk and do the relationship show.
Yeah,
You know
today.
That actually, well, not for the relationship though, to be honest,
Well,
right?
you're
were
welcome.
It's
You're
fine.
welcome.
All right, what's your question?
Well, I am 29 years old.
Okay.
Job? I am working at silver stuff.
Silver stuff.
So, yeah.
Okay.
My issue is that I feel alienated. I don't feel like I feel like other people do. I'm 29 and I've only had like 3 crushes in my whole life, and all of them haven't been reciprocated. Those were close friends. I have 2 serious relationships which I didn't feel a crush for, but I did like them. I'm 29, so I'm getting older. I feel like I'm missing out on life. In those relationships, I start well. I put in the effort, all the good stuff. But there's a point when I just cannot feel anymore for that person, and I start feeling hollow. And I fake it till I make it, but I just end up faking it, right? And even when I'm next to my partner, I feel like I will be chilling at my PC. I like to be alone a lot, so I keep
Wow,
feeling
Wangster,
that
thanks
I
for the
just
what's up, everybody.
don't connect, don't feel love, don't feel super invested in.
Do you intersect with a lot of women, or is it really hard for you to find any in your life right now?
I didn't seek for a relationship for a long time, but in the 2 relationships, there were 5 years of time between those.
Okay. Where are you from? Because I hear an accent. Are you in America or do you live in another country?
I'm Mexican.
Mexican. Okay.
Do you have a lot of women just in your life? Not even relationships, just like friends, sisters, etc.
Yeah, I do. Also, I am bisexual. I was with a girl first, then with a boy. It was good.
Okay.
Are you dating a lot?
Not right now, but I feel kind of shitty. My issue is that I feel like I have a crush when I know this person for at least some months. But in the dating market, you don't have months to know. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna date you. It feels like I don't end up connecting with the way I want to.
I mean, it sounds like you kind of have to just keep cycling through more and more. Like, some people just don't find the right person for a while. Like, if you only had 2 serious relationships, it sounds like you've got more time to experiment, right?
I guess so. I don't know if I need to put in more effort. I don't know, but it's killing me inside.
And sorry, did you say that you have a wife?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like you just need to keep putting in reps. You know, I always recommend therapy for like any level of like self exploration and development. Like if you feel like it's a you problem and that like you're not able to like give to relationships or connect, and that's what's like causing them to fall flat, that's probably something worth exploring. Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise it's hard to say. Like, if do you still, what was your answer to, do you have a lot of girls in your life right now? Like girls that you could talk to or whatever?
Or boys?
Yeah, I have one close friend, and 2 close friends were girls.
And then,
also
so
boys.
What are you able to like talk to girls, or like do you have an issue with that, or what is the? Why do you think why aren't relationships starting for you?
My issues with the feel thing, because I can talk and I can be pretty popular socially, but if I don't feel like I want to be with this person, then why bother, right?
Yeah, I mean that's okay. It sounds like you just kind of haven't met the right person yet. That's what it sounds like, unless there's something you're not describing. Which is okay. I mean, sometimes it can take a while. Like,
so you can do you think you can eventually find someone that you, for nothing else, you would like to be with that person? That's for that's for everyone.
That you can find somebody that you'd like to be with, or
Probably, right? Like, if you're able to maintain relationships, if you're able to have close relationships with men and women, then it sounds like you are able to connect with people at some level of intimacy, because you wouldn't have close friendships if you can't. You're just not finding somebody that you can connect with at both an like social intimate, like friendship, but also sexual intimate, and form like an actual relationship.
All right.
Which is frustrating, but it just takes time.
I know. Thank you all for answering.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, the best I can recommend is figure out what you want, figure out what you need in a relationship, and then put yourself in places where those type of people exist.
Got it. Thank you.
Good luck.
See you.
Bye.
Adios.
Adios.
Really, Dan?
Adios, amigo.
Okay, there it is.
Fucking gross.
What? It ain't that being proper. It's his own language. I'm making the effort. People in other countries, when you go and you travel there and you're talking to them, appreciate it when you try to speak their language.
Oh, do
even
they?
if you do a bad job. Yes, it shows that you care. Okay, and I care.
All right, are we pulling from T1, T2,
No,
T3?
fuck no. T4.
T4.
Pay pigs first. You're mad. LOL.
Hey, what up?
Okay, what do you got?
Player.
All right, so I'm 26.
Nice.
Make near 100K.
Wow.
And I've never been in a serious relationship.
Meaning
so,
what?
Like ever, like I'm a virgin.
Meaning he works for a FANG company or some tech shit. What do you do for a job?
I'm a web developer, so I just
Okay.
make websites and stuff.
So none of your coworkers are female, I'm guessing. Or you don't have it?
Yeah, that's right.
And you're out of school, so you can't meet women there. This is the question. I don't know the answer to this. Dan or Kyla, you guys are both fucking married.
Become
Meeting
gay.
women.
Where the fuck do you meet? Where do you meet women at if you're not in
Okay.
school and you don't have female employees?
Here
or
are the two
coworkers?
things I always go to, okay? If co-ed sports, co-ed activities, something co-ed, rock climbing is actually, if that's something you're interested into, is a great, or like volleyball leagues can also have lots of women in them. So some sort of like co-ed sport thing, it's super affordable. It's as often as you want if it's rock climbing. And then you have a common hobby. So if you want to go on your first date, you have a very easy activity to do. It's easy to form some level of like friendship and kinship. So you're like, you don't have to cold approach. Like you naturally are going to be talking if you're at.
Here's a
all these
question.
things.
I'm about to start getting really detailed. Okay, ready? And I'm sorry. This isn't for you. This is for Kyla or Dan, or I guess Kyla. Okay.
You think she knows men better than
I don't
do?
know. I don't believe. I'm gonna phrase this aggressively. I don't believe in the co-ed meme. So here's an issue that I have, and I'm curious, and maybe I could be completely wrong, but I feel like in the rare times that I am in co-ed spaces, it feels like almost every time I'm there, the women that are there with their boyfriends, or they're dating somebody and they just haven't shown up. That feels
What do you mean by co-ed spaces?
So like if you're out in like a bar, or in the rare times I might go to like a cafe or whatever with Melina where people like hang out or whatever, it feels like the only girls that are there with their boyfriends, or they're already dating somebody. But oftentimes, usually they're there with a guy. Now that just might be in the particular types of places I've been with Melina. Maybe that's not the norm, but I kind of wonder if. Same thing for like gym stuff too. Like, are there really like a lot of single women in these places, or are there just women in these spaces?
Rock climbing
Yeah?
is insane. I don't know what's going on with rock climbing, but so I go rock climbing all the time with my husband. The amount of women there that are single, attractive, fit, and interesting is insane. They're just everywhere. They're just crawling out of every orifice. Like bouldering gyms and rock climbing gyms have so many women that go to them.
Okay, I'm gonna do rock
and
climbing. I'll do it.
every single location I've gone to, like across Canada, has been the exact same finding. I have no idea why, but there are a lot of them, and they're often single. I would agree about the boyfriend, especially in like sport leagues, like volleyball and stuff like that, which is why you might want more of like an open and single sport. So rock climbing is great because you're only competing with yourself. So women feel a lot less like intimidated to like playing on a team.
Okay.
Like, playing on a team with a guy sucks.
Gotcha. So here's my second question for you on this vein. Okay. So I do, I'm a very social person. I can talk to anybody. I don't have any problems with that, women or whatever. However, when I'm in an area where there is a primary goal, like working out, we'll say like at the gym, I usually feel uncomfortable approaching people in that situation because I don't know if I feel like I'm imposing. A couple times, like, The only exception to this is like there were a couple times at a gym in Huntington Beach where because of when I was going, I know there was another girl that showed up almost at the same time every time, and I think we spoke like a couple times, but it wasn't anything super formal. So I could see that if you've built like a routine and the person's there. But otherwise, like if I go to the gym or if I'm rock climbing or whatever and I see women there, I feel like it's a big imposition to just approach them and be like, hey, so how is this gym? Is anybody dicking you down right now? Like I know you wouldn't be that forward. But like, is that something that, do you think a single woman going to these places would generally care about? A lot of them now today have like AirPods in. They're like, so you'd be like, hey, take those out so I can flirt with you. Like, what do you think those types of approaches look like? I'm curious.
Yeah, so at like the fitness, like a barbell gym,
Mhm.
most women are wearing earbuds. They mostly don't want to be bothered. I still actually recommend getting in some level of like cold approaching, because the worst that's going to happen is like, as long as you're appropriate and comfortable,
Mhm.
they're going to say no. At the rock climbing gym, again, there's something magical going on at these gyms. It's very, very communal. Typically, there's a lot of music playing, and you'll be working on similar problems. So striking up a conversation is so easy. Like when I go to the rock climbing gym, I probably by myself, I'm not the most social person. I can still, if I want to, get like 5 new people that I've spoken to and like working on problems with.
Sure. Well, it's a little
really
different for you because
easy.
you're a fucking woman, but
I'm a fucking woman. You're right. But typically I brought in a lot of single male friends with me, and it's been really, really easy for them to like kind of break in, because you just sit kind of near them and then you point and be like, which problem are you working on? And so it's a really, really easy cold
wait, what is
approach
problem? What does that mean? Are you like doing calculus at these gyms, or what is that? Can you explain that?
Yeah, so in rock climbing, they have like color coordinated problems. That's what they're called. So there'll be different levels, like a V3, V4, V5. And
It's really advanced. You wouldn't get it.
it's so advanced.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, I gotcha. All right, so apparently we all need to do rock climbing. Gotcha.
I don't have the body type for that. Well, you shut the fuck up. You're mad, all right? We're talking about rock climbing here. You just.
I just want to butt in for 1 second. One, I'm deathly afraid of heights, but I do like the idea. But rock climbing probably won't work for me. But
I mean,
the co-ed,
bouldering's only like 10 feet max, so that's not.
I could probably do that.
Are you? What? How much do you weigh? How much do you weigh? How tall?
I'm 5'9", 160. I'm not even like a bad looking dude.
Oh, that's
the
like
thing.
that's like Steve height. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am
I'm, like,
5'9",
fit.
true, yeah.
Wait, are you not even 5'9"? How tall are you?
2 inches, nice.
8 inches long, Dan, that's all that matters.
Like my big issue is like I'm on all the apps, but like I get literally no matches whatsoever, and I'm like, I got my shit together, I got a good job, I'm fit, I got.
Do you have any friends that are women?
I do, but they're all like, they all have boyfriends and stuff.
Well, no,
Like, all my
that's
friends-
actually better. Ask a couple of them if they can help you with a Tinder profile. That might help.
Well, I did that too. I got two of them said it's like a decent profile, so
Do
that's
they have
why
any
I'm
single
like,
friends that you've tried asking about?
yeah, and like all my friends that I like that are guys, I'm like, hey guys, I'm like kind of fucked out here, and they're like, no, you're fine. It doesn't. Girls don't care if you're a virgin, and like you'll find a girl eventually. I'm like, guys, I think this is becoming like an issue. And like they all have girlfriends and stuff, so they're not even like trying to help me.
Yeah, I mean, I
So
don't
I'm
think your
kinda,
issue
like-
your issue is not necessarily going to be like being a virgin. There might be some women that are talking about that's because you said. Did you say you're 26?
Yeah, 26.
I don't think that's going to be what's like. It's not like you're not getting matches on Tinder because of that. They can't tell, right?
Let's see your Tinder profile. Hey, show me and Steve your Tinder profile.
No, I
Put it up.
don't even. I'm not even in a position to critique these. I don't even care.
I'm in a position to critique it. I'll tell you if you're Chad Thundercock or.
All right, go for it.
All right, let me.
Right?
Trying to what?
Yeah, I'm 26.
Oh.
Okay, you can message that to Kyla here.
Okay.
Just the that first page there, so we can see what we're working with. How many Tinder profiles have I made? Harry asked. Well, once with Darius IRL, he made a really nice profile picture. Well, he made his own account using my photos, and then he got like 60 gay guys hitting him up. I was like the most popular dude on gay Tinder.
Nice,
but
dude.
it was technically Darius on it though.
What is your Tinder strategy? You swipe right on everything, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's what you
like
gotta
usually I'll get like a match every once in a while, but they're usually like super unhealthy. So I'm like,
Busted?
But wait, super unhealthy. You mean fat as fuck, boy?
yeah. So I don't want to be that dude who
You
like
can be that
I usually
dude.
just remove the matches immediately because I don't want
That's
to like
fine,
lead
dude.
them on.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
But,
Well, actually, we don't know if that's okay or not. It's going to depend on what you look like. We might have to
That's
Kevin
true.
Samuels your ass down if you beg. We'll see.
Yeah.
Are you sending it?
Yeah, like log me out, and it won't let me send Bumble for some reason.
Convenient.
It's, I'm telling you.
Oh no, I can't take the screenshot.
Oh, I can take the screenshot. Here, I'll send a picture.
Tyler, are you taking
of
notes?
that.
I just want to jump in real quick. You're mad.
What?
Delete your profile. Like, save your pictures, save your info, delete your profile, wait a week, recreate your profile, and don't swipe right on everyone. You fuck yourself.
Oh my
The
god.
algorithm
Yeah, technically
deprioritizes
there's an
you.
algo that'll deprioritize you, but really if you just leave your account idle for a week and you come back, it'll reprioritize you. I notice this because every time I open Tinder again, I'll get like 7 matches immediately just because I think they like boost you if you have been off the app for like a week or two. But that is true.
Yeah, same.
Technically you shouldn't swipe right on everything. You should have a wide net, but like don't swipe right on everything because it does keep track. You've got like a fucking matchmaking MMR, believe it or not.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
All right.
Matchmaking MMR, huh?
Unironically you do, yeah.
So what does the MMR stand for?
Yeah, what does that mean?
What do you mean? What
Does
does it
it
mean?
track your
Well, so
success? Is
it's
it like an
matchmaking MMR.
I don't understand your question.
Well, I'm trying to find out what the MMR
I don't know what you
stands
mean.
for. So it's matchmaking
Measles,
MMR.
mumps, and rubella is one of the most popular vaccines in the United States. Is that
I
what you're
got
talking
you.
about?
So you misspoke is what's going on
Wait,
here.
what do you mean?
No, it's fine.
All right, I'm gonna send this.
Dan's just mad because the last time we hung out, he kept saying ATM machine. I'm sorry, guys. He's taking out on me now.
All right, message and attach.
Whoa! Look who we got in here, Mr. Survivalist, fucking bad money making himself. What, you gonna come in here? He knows.
Yeah,
the solution
here's
for
his
you.
dating
Hold on.
advice. His dating advice is, listen, dude, just approach the girl. She can't say no. You're both locked in the bunker for 15 years where the time release actually lets anybody out. You
Yeah,
should be good to
she
go.
Just can't say nothing anyways. Problem solved.
Hey, listen, women love the skill man.
Yeah, especially when they can't escape and there's no other option.
True. I have a special set of skills. It's called kidnapping and trafficking.
All right, I'm gonna throw it in. Is this the only image that you want us to see?
I mean, I could send other ones too, but that's probably like the best one.
Hey, John. Not bad.
Guy, girl to grow with during the week. Web development.
Yo, listen, you're not bad looking, but that picture is trash.
Yeah, that is not a good photo.
Picture's a little bit.
Nah, that picture is trash, bro. Listen, I noticed this. Dudes on social media have like retard level pictures, okay? I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Who told you that taking these kind of bathroom selfies is a good idea?
I got this approved by 2 women. That's why I'm confused.
No, they're fucking
women will lie to your face. That picture is fucking
Yeah, that's a
trash.
bad photo.
We need more photos. I'll choose them for you.
Okay, here's everything that's going on.
No. Here's the problem. If
Oh,
he thinks
God.
that's a good photo, that means everything else is trash too.
Is
Because
that
he
your
doesn't
best
know.
photo? Is that your best photo?
It's the one that's on his front page, so yeah, probably.
I would
Yeah,
swipe
I
left
saw
on that
that one.
every time.
Yeah. So you're really.
You're not getting my pussy.
literally-
No
you're
shot.
Rolling your shoulders forward, and you have decently broad shoulders, but you're making them look as small as possible by the posture of your hand. It's literally covering your chin, and it looks like you have a decent jawline and potentially chin. So that's a loss. I don't know why you're wearing headphones. Just everything.
Do you have
Let me
big
send you
ears?
a TikToker.
Do you have big ears?
No, I took that at the gym. I was, pumping.
Oh my days. Yo, do you have any friends who get laid? Like properly, like womanizers. Do you have anybody like that?
Any
I
pussy
do, but-
slayers.
Okay,
I
don't
do.
ask women generally for this kind of advice because they either lie to like make you feel good or they're just they don't want to say to your face like you look average or whatever. Get somebody who actually does this so they can tell you. Because
Someone
this
who's-
picture,
yeah.
the fact that 2 women said that, yeah, they're straight up lying to your face, bro.
No, hold on. That's not true. Abbott is wrong
It
here.
is.
Chances are they just are dog shit photographers. That's the actual answer. Okay, they probably just don't know what makes for a good picture. Okay, they're not intentionally lying to you like some fucking weird thing because they feel bad about letting you down. Especially because they already have boyfriends. You're not trying to like hunt these people down unless you're like an incredibly sensitive person and you're fucking crying or whatever. Chances are the girls are just shitty photographers because guess what? A ton of girls have really dog shit Tinder profiles as well. It just doesn't matter as much for them because because guys will swipe right on literally fucking everything. Okay.
It's true. Taking photos is an art. It's awful. I'm trying to figure out how to do it. I linked you a guy named David Sue on TikTok who's a professional photographer, and he lists very simple, easy poses and how to take them for like dating and stuff. Just literally look at him and then retake your photos and then try again and see. You'll probably have instantly more success. I would be surprised if in your profile after Jonathan, you would also have like you holding a fish and stuff. Like this looks like a very, very stereotypical type of photo, which sucks because you're actually a decently good looking guy.
Also, I think it's probably worth looking at. There's like general principles of photography, okay? Like having like the zoomed in head and like the selfie camera, or whatever, is always just like generally going to be like it's a bad shot composition. The lighting is usually garbage. You're not showing off your best assets, and you usually posed in a really weird manner. The best thing that you can do is one, you need a friend to take the pictures for you. You need somebody else to do it, unless you got like a tripod or you can set your phone up and do it. That's number one. And then two, just like go through like Instagram profiles or look at people who are like, oh, this is a nice picture, and start asking why is it a nice picture. One, the lighting is usually pretty good. There's not some weird harsh overhead light that's like showering the fuck out of your face. Two, it's usually some sort of shot that like is putting you in an area where you look like you're having fun or doing something. You're not necessarily just posing for a picture. You might be at a park, you might be outside, or you might be doing some shit like that. Photos that show you doing things or hang out with friends can be good as long as it's not you and like 20 other people and you can't see yourself. But there's like, I think that for having good photos on Tinder, there's a lot of like general principles of photography. It's not like ultra red pill shit. It's just like what photos look good and show you at your best. So either talk to a professional photographer or talk to somebody with an Instagram profile that looks good, because I guarantee you that all the girls that you talk to for this, their Instagram is probably like an ass. They just have like random selfies or random like blurry pictures or pictures where they're making like the same pose face or weird face every time. Talk to somebody that knows something about photography and you'll be able to get like better input on like what makes for a good picture.
Fucking, they fucked you, bro. They fucked you with their bad advice. I'm sorry.
Yes, and according to Destiny, it's not because they were lying to you. It's because they don't know how to take photos.
Exactly, because most women don't. That thing if they're all lying to you is some massive, huge fucking cope that I don't know why anybody would believe that like every girl's gonna fucking lie to you.
They're trolling you, bro.
They're not trolling you. They probably
evil.
just because women don't generally need to take good pictures. They just take like whatever random garbage or whatever, and it's okay because guys are thirsty as fuck, so they don't know as much about photography.
Yeah, I'm not even going front. Go ahead, so go ahead, you're mad.
Oh no, I was gonna say this is all like really good advice because, like I said, I'm getting like positive reinforcement back, and I'm also sitting there and I'm like, I'm not even that bad looking, and I got a good job and stuff. I was like, why am I not getting anything? Like, why does no like
bad Tinder profile right there?
Okay,
bad Tinder profile.
Okay, I'm gonna just tell you this: you need to just stop mentioning the fact that you got a good job. Like we know, and it's probably good for your relationship stuff, but like nobody's really gonna care directly off the top to hear you're a web developer. Okay,
that's true, and you mention it twice actually.
Yes,
you say web developer, and then you say I'm a web developer. Nobody cares, and they can see. I would put
web developer is the lowest of the low in the Fang world. You got to work them fucking numbers up.
Hold on, nobody,
like
no girl knows
Python butt raper.
That's not true though, because I'm a .NET and SQL guy too. So I
get him out of here! Oh, disgusting! You please don't ever say that again.
I'm a full. It's not like I'm just sitting here doing like Vue and React and stuff. I'm doing.
Oh boy, you want to do some PHP there too, boy?
Hey, listen, finding a good React dev is hard work. Okay, don't Jesus, chill.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck on your Tinder profile. That's what you need to do. Good luck, Holmes.
All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm also gonna head out. I was just gonna say
why?
Wait,
why? Well, you can't spend some time.
He said he had to leave in 20 minutes.
Unfucking real. Okay, well, I hope it's important.
Yeah. I gotta go do other stuff. But I was gonna say what Kyla was saying earlier about activities was definitely very legit. I think she just mentioned rock climbing all the time, which seems like a lot. But I do think that having activities and hobbies that do make you be around the opposite sex, not the gym, because people are exclusively there to work out by themselves, but social activities, be it dancing, be it rock climbing. Because actually, what she said about like a bunch of single women is absolutely true. At rock climbing gyms, so you don't have to make it a convoluted thing. Like most women will tell you, if you're there often and regularly, and you see them, and they see you, and you're not being creepy right off the top, but you guys see each other regularly enough, you can strike up a conversation and keep it casual, and it's perfectly normal. It's just, I think dudes think it's really weird because they're going in with the intention of like, I'm gonna get her number. If you just go up to just start talking to the people without even trying to get their number a couple times, and you build like a familiarity with them, then afterwards you can escalate it from there. But yeah, be it dancing, be it any kind of social activity that you can get that brings you around the opposite sex and makes it very normal, and you act normal in those kind of scenarios, it's a great way to meet.
But
yeah, that was the thing I was saying before, that like if the only girls I've really ever felt comfortable talking to the gym are ones where like in my routine we've ran into each other several times, so there's like some level of familiarity. And then don't ever, in my opinion, I would say almost don't ever approach somebody with headphones in. You're almost always setting yourself for like a brutal rejection there if you do it, because usually they don't want to be fucked with or talked to.
That's definitely true. And the only other thing I would have added on top of that is the last caller, he kept mentioning the fact that he's a web developer. I think it's like he doesn't recognize it, but it almost sounds like he's treating it like a substitute for like personality or hobbies and stuff, and it really isn't. So I think it's good to have that kind of job. All that stuff is great, but ideally you want to live alone.
You know what you want to lead with? You want to lead with.
So
lead with. I'm a prepper. I have a missile silo.
You
fucking
can
A.
lead with that. You can lead.
Fucking A. You can. I agree. That's
if
fucking
you,
hot
if you make
shit.
it funny enough, you could make all that shit work. What I'm trying to say is,
100%.
if he does, let's say, have a hobby outside of that's like scuba diving, whatever the fuck it might be, then from there, it also makes it a lot easier for him to have pictures of himself doing interesting stuff so that he can showcase that, because people will take an interest in that. So those are just a couple of things that people can take away.
Is that what you lead in the past? Were you like, yeah, I'm something of a survivalist?
Listen. I'm so good at what I do. I could say anything off the top of this.
Get the fuck out of here! Oh, I'm sorry, God.
Dan, haven't you been married for like 50 years?
Ooh, yeah, that's right. That's why I'm an expert. I'm a bullshitter. I can sense a bullshitter here.
I'm just being honest.
All right.
If I'm on dating apps, the last person I'm asking for advice from is Dan. That's like, bro, you weren't even on the market when these were around.
I was the one.
Wait, Dan, have you ever had a Tinder profile in your life?
I made the Tinders. Okay, I was there with Sean Rad when it was created. How dare you? Okay, you dare
God.
to quote the sacred text to me? Unfucking real.
Damn, I didn't even consider that. Dan has never had a Tinder profile in his life.
I had a hot or not profile.
If he's been married for 20 years, how would he?
I had a hot or not profile. You know what that was? You were around there for that?
I was around there for that.
Yeah, that was the original Tinder. Okay. That was the hot or not. It was the same thing as Tinder, except every person you saw, you would rate them from a 10 to a 1, and if you both rated each other at like a 7, you would get connected. Right? That was it. That was the shit back in the day. And I did my
Dan's
my
the guy
bit of
emailing and bug like fucking tech support over and over again. I think my shit is bugged. I'm not getting any matches.
That is not me. I was slaying. My fucking Xbox username was PussySlayer69. All right, and I had to turn it up to 70 because it kept going in such a short period of time.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I will never doubt your credentials ever.
That's all right. It's an easy mistake. I understand. You see like middle-aged Jewish guy, and you're like, oh, what does he know? But now you know. Now you know. And we're good. We're on the same. Me and you, easy. I could do like the relationship advice show, no problem. Helping men, go out there and be able to be all they can be. That's really my goal in life.
All right, dope. Well, listen, I'm going to go out and do a social activity where I'm around women. Just want to do a little subtle, letting you know that I actually.
Yeah, we got it. Have fun at the family barbecue, my dude. Okay, let us know how it goes.
All right, y'all too.
All right, on to the next one. Who shall it be? How about wait?
How about what?
I'm not arguing this shit anymore. You look so fucking colossally retarded. I actually can't wait.
Why do you have my stream open? Bring the next person in. Go.
Why take this off?
It wasn't even on my stream. You must have opened that. I don't even have anything up. Go next.
I think Mr. Pascal or Liam O have been in there the longest.
All right, we'll do Liam O first. Liamo.
Good one, dude.
Hey, what's up?
His name is
Am I on
Liam.
stream?
Yes.
You don't know what? Hey, is it Liamo?
No, it's Liam.
It's Liam.
That's why
it's like some loser who comes in here with GIF in his name, and it's like, it's Jeff. It's Jeff.
Why would O be capitalized? That's clearly like my last name initially.
Because people do weird shit with that.
He's got a white guy photo.
All right, hold on. Let's take a look at. Let's look at this guy who's shit talking me. Okay. All right, go ahead. What's up? What?
Okay, first I just want to give 2 really quick Tinder strats. Okay, so first of all, if you're a guy on Tinder, you have to buy premium and use the boosts, or else you won't be seen. Like you'll literally get 0 matches. Second, when you're taking photos, so a girl actually gave me this advice. Is really good. Like, don't take photos of yourself. Take a video of yourself and then scrub through the frames and pick a frame from that video. Because
that can be okay, because the way that your face looks is really important. You don't want to have like some really fucking weird, goofy expression or some shit going on.
Yeah, and it's like for me, I can't do a natural smile at all in photos, and I have to I can do that. So I guess my question
You
though
aware
is
that your quality will decrease when you do that. When you film, your
It's
your
what
frame
you
quality
said.
yeah,
What you're
that
saying
actually works to your benefit.
But yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
that
good idea.
that used to be true, but today the quality is really, really, really good. Like there's like a reason why iPhones and stuff do like live photos and shit, where it's taking like a 3-second GIF photo. Basically, you can pick out individual frames. The quality is going to be fine. It's like 20 million pixel mega sensor cameras with all. Like you're good.
Yeah.
You'll be okay.
All right, what's the question there, Liam?
All right. My question, I don't even know if you guys will have any input into this. But
I
let's
will.
see.
I have input for every single
I'll
thing.
have
My
better.
input will
No.
be better. Go ahead.
I feel like
No,
Destiny
it
might be
won't.
okay.
Don't
Destiny
fucking-
will. You're right. Go
it
ahead.
won't. You're wrong. Go ahead. Be objective. What? Dude, give it.
Okay, so it's around sex.
Oh yeah, Dan can't help here for sure.
I have fucked
Go
so
ahead.
many more times than Steven.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. So I'm 27 years old. First of all, I'm working. And just to give some background, like when I was growing up in my 20s and in high school, I was a super like jealous type guy, very vanilla with like sex and everything. Had a bunch of relationships. Now I'm 27. I'm in another relationship, and I'm starting to like kind of come out of my shell, like sexually, I guess. So recently, I've been like, I've met a girl that I'm super comfortable with, and we're exploring a lot. So like we actually just started going to like sex clubs.
Jesus.
Yeah, like it's something I've always wanted to do. I knew like deep down I always kind of thought that was a cool thing I wanted to try, but I never ever felt comfortable bringing it up with a girl. But this girl's super chill, so we've been doing that. Still like monogamous, like we don't do anything with other couples actually, just like
Yeah, get to the question. What do you got?
Okay. So as I do these things,